Chapter 521 The Son of Prophecy? The Savior of the Tulip Elves? Half an hour later, Li Guanqi, who was sitting in the cave and waiting quietly, finally saw the situation he expected. He was closing his eyes to rest, but suddenly opened his blue eyes, turned his head, and looked at a rock wall a few meters away. On the gray-black rock wall, there was a pure and beautiful elf face. She has a beautiful appearance, clear emerald eyes, and golden hair tied into a short ponytail. She looks like an innocent and beautiful girl, but her eyes are too sharp, like an eagle. 7-star elf warrior. Of course, after learning from his mistakes, Li Guanqi no longer judges the gender of elves based on their appearance. However, this elf is very similar to Ossel, and his ability to conceal his aura in this elf forest is extremely exaggerated. If this elf hadn't just poked a head out of the rock wall and showed up on his own initiative, then Li Guanqi would have even her presence cannot be detected. Buzz! A brown shimmer suddenly appeared on the elf's body, and then he moved and walked out of the rock wall completely. This elf is about 1.7 meters tall and has a slim build. He wears a set of dark red leather armor, has a flat chest, and 3 long black sheath knives hanging on his waist. He has an extremely resolute expression on his face. In those beautiful green eyes, there was a look that seemed familiar to Li Guanqi. Chishan? Li Guanqi looked at the elf's eyes and the temperament between his brows, and he actually had the illusion that he was seeing Chishan River. But this elf is obviously thin, and there seems to be no overlap with Chishan, who is 2 meters tall and as strong as a bear. But the sharp edge in this elf's eyes was almost the same as that of Chishan. Chishan's sharp eyes were smoked out from the pile of dead people on the battlefield. They were dyed with the blood of his dead comrades after seeing countless comrades being dismembered on the spot. And this elf may be the same. Mr. Human. The elf walked up to Li Guanqi, first glanced at the flower ring on his head, then lowered his head and bent down, folded the fingers of his hands together, touched his eyebrows lightly with his fingertips, and saluted him. Well, the male voice is indeed a male elf. Moreover, this action is exactly the same as Ossel's previous meeting etiquette. My name is Armin Reynolds Undertall Tulip. The elf raised his head and looked at Li Guanqi excitedly. Tears of joy could even appear in the corners of his eyes. Hot tears filled his eyes. I am the chief of the elves, Undertor. We are finally waiting for you, Mr. Human, with the blessing of the High Priest. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Have you been waiting for him? Speaking of which, the name of this elf, Armin Reynolds Undertall Tulip? Undertall? The previous night elf was named Ossel Halfried Undertall Tulip, and this subman calls himself Chief Undertall. Your words leave me with too many questions. Li Guanqi looked at the elf and asked in a deep voice. You said you were Chief Undertall. What do you mean? By the way, the words Undertall Tulip are related to the one I met before. The night elves have exactly the same name. Also, have you been waiting for me? What does this mean? Did you know I would come? Besides that, the most important thing is... As he said that, he looked at the elf with something strange in his eyes. How should I believe that you have no ill intentions towards me, Mr. Elf? After all, I just met someone who wanted to trick me into going to the Dark Night King city to kill me. Of night elves. As soon as Li Guanqi finished speaking, the elf who called himself Yaman reached out and opened the collar of his leather armor, then penetrated his heart with his right hand, dug out his bloody heart, and then threw it on the ground. Question mark. Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment. It's true that people don't talk much. Oh no. It's elves who don't talk much. Base. Before he could finish digging out his heart, Yaman took out one of the 3 long black sheath knives at his waist, and took out one of the silver-white long knives. He put the blade next to his neck, then hooked his fingers and motioned for Li Guanqi to come over. Hold the knife by the handle. Li Guanqi naturally did not step forward to hold it. My life is sincerity. Yaman didn't force it. He just looked at him seriously and pointed at the hole in his heart. My heart has been lost. You can now hold my knife, cut off my head, and kill me. I will never resist. I just hope you can believe me. There is a relevant letter explaining the situation in my space necklace. Please read it after my death. Well, it's not like this. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. Mr. Human, are you willing to believe me? Amen smiled. Of course not. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly. The smile on Yaman's face suddenly froze. Let me search for souls. Li Guanqi raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and smiled at Yaman. If you are not even afraid of death, then you might as well let me search your soul and see your memory. Although the memory can be faked, under the current situation. This is true, it's the most accurate method. Yaman hesitated slightly, but finally gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Base. He sheathed the sword, sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and his handsome face was filled with the look of a strong man is gone and never comes back. Please do it, Mr. Human. Yaman shouted with his eyes closed. Why do you make it so tragic? Li Guanqi smiled, then put his right hand on the opponent's Tianling cap. Don't worry. It's just a soul search. And you can't die. Don't worry. My skills are very good. Your soul will not be affected at all. You are really not blushing when you say this. As soon as he said this, Pluto suddenly said something faintly in his mind. The last person whose soul you searched for had his soul blown up on the spot. So it's you who will do it this time. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. I don't want to kill an elf casually. This time you come to search for souls. Be careful not to damage other people's souls. You think I'm you? Pluto sneered. And then Li Guanqi felt his soul power being stirred. He did not resist, but instead took the initiative to temporarily transfer the control of that part of his soul power to Hades. Buzz. Soon! Li Guanqi's right hand placed on the Yaman Tianling cap glowed with blue light. At the same time, the memories belonging to Yaman also began to appear in his mind. Li Guanqi began to search for the information he needed. Yaman is indeed a good elf. One of only 18 7-star elf survivors. Yaman's superpower is somewhat similar to Ossel's. Ossel is a melting forest and can blend into this forest. But in fact it means blending into the flowers, plants and trees of the elf forest. Yaman is molten rock, which can blend into the rocks of this elven forest and achieve a very clever way of hiding the aura. As for the similar word, Anderter, in his and Ossel's names, Li Guanqi also got the corresponding answer. The name of the Tulip Elf tribe is divided into 4 sections. First name, family name, job title, Tulip. Yaman's full name, Armin Reynolds Undertall Tulip. Among them, Amen is his name. Reynolds is his family's surname. Undertall is the job title. Among the elves, the phrase Anderter has many meanings, including but not limited to the meaning of forward, scout, gathering intelligence, spying on the enemy, assassinating the enemy. Li Guanqi decided to simply understand it as the scout department of the elves. Yaman calls himself Chief Undertall, which means that he is now the chief scout of the elves. That is, the most powerful scout, mainly because all the scouts who were more powerful than him died in the battle half a year ago. It is normal for the elves to include the name of their position in their full name. This is a cultural characteristic of the elves. Armin is an elven scout. Ossel is also an elf scout. That's why they all have the phrase Undertor in their names. In addition, what Li Guanqi is most concerned about is why Yaman just said that he was finally waiting for him. Now there are less than 800 elf survivors left in the elf forest, all huddled in a hidden half-space. Yes, the elves have the means to tear open the cracks in space without being discovered by the Night Elf King. This is also the reason why they have been able to resist for half a year and have not been wiped out. But this method cannot help Li Guanqi escape from the elf forest. The reason why the elven survivors did not leave, but chose to fight guerrillas with the night elves here, was not because they loved their homeland, but simply because they could not leave or get out. As for why they couldn't get out, and how they tore open the space rift without being noticed, there was no relevant information in Naaman's memory. The only person who knows the specific situation is the current leader of the elves, the new high priest Alwyn, an 8th level elf magician. He is also the only 8th level member of the elf clan today. Elwyn told Yaman and the other elven survivors half a year ago that the dawn of victory will eventually come, and the next male human who comes here with a wreath of blessings will be our savior. The blessing garland is the flower ring on Li Guanqi's head. This is why Yaman looked so excited with tears in his eyes after finding him. Moreover, the location of Li Guanqi was also told to Yaman by the priest Elwyn. Buzz, after Li Guanqi received all the information, he took back his right hand that was placed on the Yaman Tianling cover and took 2 steps back. Forehead. Yaman slowly opened his eyes and looked at Li Guanqi in confusion, but soon regained consciousness. He stood up from the ground and looked at him seriously. Mr. Human, if you have obtained my memory, then can you trust me? Please. With that said, the elf who had just stood up knelt down again and kowtowed heavily to Li Guanqi. Please save us. Mr. Human, you are our only son of prophecy. All I can say is that I will try my best. And I also need to see your Elwyn priest, Li Guanqi said calmly. Thank you. Thank you. When Yaman heard this, He cowed out several times. Li Guanqi noticed that his movements were obviously stiff. Because in the culture of the elves, to be precise, in the elves in the New Age era, there is no concept of hierarchical respect and inferiority. The kneeling ceremony does not exist in the elves. From small to large, the Yamen have lived for 592 years, and have never knelt down in my life. Today is the first time. This kneeling movement was what High Priest Elwyn had just taught him before he left, saying that it could express request and gratitude to human beings. Get up. Li Guanqi took a step forward and helped Yamen up from the ground. There is no need to say thank you or not. Just take what you need. Yamen was a little confused when he heard this. Everyone gets what he needs? I want to leave here too, Li Guanqi said calmly. The new elf High Priest Elwyn is obviously only an 8th level elf magician. But he has mastered the method of tearing open space rifts without being noticed by the 9 palace level Night Elf King. He needs this method. If he could not be noticed by the Night Elf King, then he could let Pluto tear open the rift in space, and then leave this small world of the elves and return to the Tulip Empire. Let's set up the blood formation. Let's go see the High Priest, Li Guanqi said to Yamen. Yes. Yamen nodded, then scratched his fingertips, and began to carve the formation pattern on the ground with his own elf blood. Li Guanqi stood aside and watched quietly. He learned from Yamen's memory that the entrance and exit of the elves from Yamen's hiding place were all arranged by the High Priest. Even if he wanted to go back, he had to use his own elven blood to arrange the formation. Then, you have to wait for the approval of the High Priest on the opposite side before this array will form a spatial crack. During this process, the High Priest on the opposite side seemed to have the ability to judge whether Yamen's side was safe, and whether he was coerced by the Night Elves to form a formation. But how exactly he did this was unknown to Yamen. Buzz. Soon, the array pattern carved with the elf blood was completed, and within a few seconds it flashed with green light, forming a space crack that shimmered with green brilliance. This was the first time Li Guanqi saw a space crack that only emitted green light. The High Priest responded to my request. Yamen looked at Li Guanqi, walked in first, and then said excitedly to Li Guanqi, Mr. Human, please come this way. Li Guanqi nodded and stepped inside. Also, my name is Li Guanqi. You can call me Mr. Li. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the green light crack erupted with green light again, then completely closed and disappeared. Silence returned to the cave. The blood formation on the ground no longer existed, and was replaced by a neither deep nor shallow earth pit, erasing all traces of the formation. The teleportation only lasted a few seconds, and there is no feeling of dizziness at all. When Li Guanqi and Yamen walked out of the transmission channel together, the surrounding environment had changed from the previous cave interior to the interior of a palace filled with green-patterned white bricks. It's not dark here. There are many glowing white light balls floating around, about the size of a fist, providing lighting for the palace and floating around. As for this palace, this seems to be a temple used to worship gods, because in the center of the hall stands a 10-meter-high silver-white statue. In front of the base is a wood table with many fruits and delicacies on it. The main material used to build the palace is a stone that is entirely silvery white, but filled with curved light green lines. It cannot be said to be ugly, but the irregular green lines really affect the aesthetics. Elf God. Li Guanqi looked at the statue in the center of the hall with gloomy eyes. The statue is a male, with a very handsome face, but it can be seen that it is a man. The statue is carved with streamlined and beautiful muscle lines, and a cloak is carved to cover the key parts. And then, there is no other content. This image is Edfins, the main god of the elves. This Edfins is one of the friends of fire god Mengyao. He was a Western god who came out of the apocalypse in the 21st century and lived until Ragnarok. He also transformed humans of different blood and turned a group of people into elves. The culprit, rather than the creator of the race. Li Guanqi wanted to use the word culprit to describe him. After all, deliberately adding night elf genes to the genes of the elves is really too bad. Too perverted and disgusting. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze, and then discovered that Yamen, who was standing next to him, remained silent after coming out of the transmission channel. It turned out to be because he was praying to the elf statue. This handsome elf faced the statue of Edfins, lowered his head slightly, clenched his left hand into a fist, and put it on his chest, and put the 5 fingers of his right hand together, close to the center of his eyebrows. His expression was extremely pious, and he was still mumbling something, after a prayer that was rich in rhythm, but whose meaning Li Guanqi could not understand at all. Yaman whispered, Lord, please protect us, bless us, and let us successfully exterminate all the night demons and return to our home in the Holy Land. Hearing this, Lig Wanchi's mood became more complicated. Night demon is what the elves call the night elves. Yaman prayed to the elf gods, asking them to give them strength to destroy the night demons. But the elven gods have long since fallen with Ragnarok. Moreover, the tragedies encountered by these elves and the reason why the night elves appeared were all created by that bastard god for his own selfish desires. How ironic! At this time, Pluto's sneer suddenly sounded in Lig Wanchi's heart. So, I think all the elves who believe in God are all idiots and don't have any brains. Let's not say that we can touch it. But for any visible god, it's okay to pay homage to it. How can you believe in a god that you can't even see? That bitch of Edvins would have been dead thousands of years ago. Yes. Do these elves know? The reason why the night elves appear is entirely because of the perverted psychology of that sissy. Do these elves know? The low survival rate of newborns is all caused by the sissies tampering with genes. Do these elves know? You don't even know. These elves don't even know what the hell they are. And they are all hacking worshipping the statue of the culprit. Damn it! What a fool. Grass. Pluto. Lig Wanchi was a little helpless. You are too extreme. Besides, these elves don't know the truth and are kept in the dark. Why are you scolding them? They themselves are also victims. I just can't stand such fools. So I like to call them idiots. Pluto said coldly. In the old days, I even told them the truth publicly in the main city of the elves. But not a single stupid bird elf believed me. They are really a bunch of fools and idiots. Lig Wanchi was speechless and said nothing more. Duh. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps coming from deep inside the temple. Lig Wanchi followed the sound and went out. 100 meters away, a handsome elf in green robes walked slowly. He was young, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was holding a strange-shaped wooden stick in his hand. He was looking at Lig Wanchi with a happy smile on his face. 8th level elf magician. We've finally waited for you. Our savior. Chapter 522 The Purple-Haired Savior? That's not me either. High Priest. Deep in the temple, the 8th level elf magician wearing a green robe and holding a wooden staff, who was slowly walking towards Lig Wanchi, was the current High Priest of the Tulip Elf tribe. Alwyn! This handsome elf walked up to Lig Wanchi, first glanced at the string of flower rings hanging above his head, then looked at his face, suppressing his excitement and said, We finally waited for you. Okay, we persisted. Today is the day. Lord Savior. Savior? Lig Wanchi looked at the 8th level elf magician in front of him with some helplessness. But I'm only a 7-star. And I haven't attracted all the stars yet. How can I be your savior? I don't know why you call it that. Me. But tell me what the situation is. Of course. I will explain it to you in detail later. With that said, the elf high priest Alwyn turned and walked towards another corridor of the temple. When he passed by the elf scout Yaman next to Lig Wanchi, he smiled and patted the other person's arm. Amendor. You successfully brought the savior back and made great contributions to the elves. May our Lord bless us. Yaman was also smiling. Alwyn nodded heavily, and then said with a smile, Go. Shero is waiting for you. I sent you out to perform this task, but you got scolded by that girl. It's so ignorant. Yaman said this, but there was a bit of a doting smile in his eyes. Lig Wanchi stood nearby, thinking slightly. Sarah? He has read Amon's memory. Shero is Amon's only daughter. As for Amon's wife, Yaman is a 7th level elf scout, and her wife Elan is more powerful than Yaman and is an 8th level elf guard captain. Half a year ago, during the night elf siege, on that bloody night, Yaman witnessed his wife being knocked down by a group of night elves, cut into pieces and devoured on the spot. Since then, his daughter has become like this, the male elf's only spiritual support. Lord Savior, please come this way. At this time, after Elwyn said a few words to Yaman, Yaman walked towards the exit of the temple, while Elwyn continued to move towards a corridor of the temple. My name is Lig Wanchi. Just call me by my name. Lig Wanchi followed him. There is no need to call you a savior. In fact, I don't know how I can save you. The prophecies are not wrong. Alwyn just smiled slightly. Oh, by the way, my name is Alwyn Mud Edvins Tulip. You can just call me Alwyn. Lig Wanchi nodded slightly. The third paragraph of the elven name is the job title. In the culture of the elves, the daily pronunciation of the position of Elven High Priest is different from the formal pronunciation. The daily pronunciation is priest in Western language, but the formal pronunciation is the phrase Edfins. The name of Edfins, the elven god. The third paragraph of the name of each generation of high priest will be changed to Edfins. The elves seem to represent their devotion to the main god in this way. But Li Guanqi, who knew the truth, only felt it was ironic. This is the horror of ignorance. The elves who don't know the truth have always worshipped the biggest culprit, giving them a tragic existence and worshipping it as their main god. Keep silent all the way and move forward. Li Guanqi followed Elwin and continued deeper into the temple of the elves. Finally, they stopped in front of a green and gold door. This gate is 5 meters high and is made of green material full of marble texture. Many strange runes are engraved on the surface, and it emits golden light. There is nothing on the door except runes, and there is no opening or closing gap in the middle. This thing is more vividly said to be a wall than a door. Laugh! Elwin opened the palm of his right hand and pressed the blood-soaked right hand against the surface of the green gold door. Buzz! After a few seconds, the golden runes on the wall began to erupt, and the golden light gradually intensified, even to the point of dazzling the eyes. Under Li Guanqi's curious gaze, those golden runes began to swim like running water, gradually converging on Elwin's right hand, and then were disrupted and reorganized to form a somewhat abstract forest symbol. He recognized the mark of the symbol. There is a similar imprint on the base of the elf god statue, and in Yaman's memory. This imprint is similar to the tulip elven ethnic symbol, and can be roughly compared to the national flag pattern of the human kingdom. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise and golden light erupted again. But after the explosion, the golden light quickly disappeared and ceased to exist in the blink of an eye. The original green and gold gate was gone. What appeared in front of Li Guanqi and Elwin was a long staircase that seemed to lead to the endless underground. Here, please. Save the world, cough. Mr. Li. Elwin looked at Li Guanqi, still wanting to call the savior out of habit. But he soon realized it and changed his mind. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the ground. Li Guanqi followed behind, walking leisurely. Along the way, he had been thinking about whether he should simulate, but in the end, he gave up the idea. There were only 4.5 simulations left. It was really something that required careful calculation. And with the current situation, although it was a little unpredictable, how could it's not even dangerous? The underground stairs were actually not long. After walking for a long time, Li Guanqi saw the end of the stairs. It was a room made entirely of white bricks, with a wooden pier in the center, and on top of the wooden pier, there was an exquisite green box. This is the prophecy left by the former high priest. Elwin looked at this scene. A trace of reminiscence flashed across his green eyes, and he walked forward slowly. As he walked, he said softly, "The high priest of our elves will make prophecies, as usual at the beginning of every year, used to calculate the good or bad luck of our elves in the next year. At the beginning of this year, the former high priest predicted that our elves would soon face a disaster. At that time, I was just a little assistant beside the high priest. I was very panicked and scared. But when I looked at the high priest, there was only a faint smile on his face. I was very confused and asked the high priest if he was not afraid. He said that fear and fear are meaningless emotions. In the face of danger, the only thing we have to do is to use all our strength and try every means to do what we can and do everything we should do. Then face the danger bravely. I can never say this. I'm not qualified to be a high priest at all. It's just that too many elves died, so I had no choice but to take over the priest's scepter. I have never considered myself a qualified high priest. From the beginning to the end, I feel that I have only one mission, and that is..." At this point, Elwin had already walked outside the white room, then looked into Li Guanqi's eyes and said seriously, "Waiting for your arrival, and handing over the things that the high priest left for you in your hands. Is that the green box?" Li Guanqi turned his head slightly and looked at the wooden pier in the center of the room and the green wooden box placed on it. "Exactly." Elwin nodded lightly, then stepped towards the wooden pier, with deep hatred in his green eyes. "Half years ago, that night when the night demon invaded the holy city, when the temple was about to be breached, the priest called me to him. He gave me the priestly scepter and asked me to take over the priesthood. Then, he handed me the green wooden box, looked into my eyes, and told me that the prophecy he received at the beginning of the year, in addition to the imminent catastrophe of the elves, also had a glimmer of hope. He said that the next male human who comes to the elf forest with a blessing garland will be our savior, and will lead us tulip elves out of L and regain new life. What I have to do is to keep this green wooden box until it is handed over to the savior. He also said that only I can protect this wooden box. And only I can lead some elves to escape and live until the moment the savior comes. At that time I had no idea why the high priest said that. Because I have no idea what to do. But the high priest is always right. That night, I witnessed with my own eyes countless compatriots being eaten alive by the night demon. And as a weak person, I could only cry feebly. Then, in the midst of intense sadness and hatred, I suddenly woke up. In addition to the natural spells, elven magicians will also awaken an additional elven talent. Although the awakening time is not fixed, most of them will complete the awakening of the talent before the age of 100. But I didn't. I have lived for more than 500 years, but have never been able to awaken my elf talent. At that moment, after countless compatriots were eaten, I finally awakened my elf talent to shuttle between fixed points. When I was a child, I kept having a dream, which was a dark and lonely space with no living things, no life, and no sound. It wasn't until the elf talent awakened that I realized that it was not a dream. That space was real, and my elf talent was to establish a connection with that space and have the ability to teleport back and forth. Then, having said this, Elwyn took a deep breath and held the edge of the wooden pillar with his right hand, his face full of guilt and self-blame. Then, you teleported all the elves still alive in the holy city to this space and hid them. Li Guanqi looked at him and finished the unfinished words for the elf high priest. But you think that it is too late for you to awaken your elf talent. You did not complete the awakening until the high priest died and most of the elf people died. You thought, if you could wake up earlier, you could save more people. So you felt guilty and self-blame. Alwyn. As he spoke, Li Guanqi patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, what you said, the former high priest is always right. So since he gave you the priest's scepter and the position of high priest, it means that this is his decision. And he was always right. And this time was no exception. You are not an unqualified high priest. On the contrary, you are very good. It was you who saved the remaining elves. Without you, what I saw today would no longer be you elves, but a group of night demons. So you have done well enough and done everything you can do. If you blame yourself anymore, it will only increase your worries. Hearing Li Guanqi's words, Alwyn showed no emotional change and was still full of guilt. Li Guanqi didn't say anything after seeing this. Also, if a few words could make him change, then this elf wouldn't have felt guilty for so long. Even though he had done such a great thing to save the remaining tribesmen, he still felt guilty and blamed himself. Li Guanqi no longer comforted Alwyn. Not to mention that he himself felt a little heavy at this time. Therefore, the reason why Elwyn was able to open the space rift without being noticed by the Night King was not at all because he mastered any special method, but because his elf talent had this effect. The reason why the elves did not leave the elf forest was also revealed. Elwyn's elf talent only allows people to travel back and forth between this space and the elf forest. He cannot get out at all. Otherwise, he would have run away long ago. In other words, Elwyn can't help him leave the elf forest at all. Shun Kong. Hades. Although he had already speculated about 77 or 88, Li Guanqi still asked in his mind without giving up. What is the space condition of this place? Can I leave? No. Shun Kong sighed. This place is not a completely independent small space, but is attached to the elf forest space. The quiet space confinement ability also blocks this space, and I cannot tear open the cracks in the space. As for why Elwyn can teleport back and forth, it all depends on his own innate ability. But his talent is to bind and connect this space with the elf forest. The most he can do is travel back and forth between these two places. He cannot open a teleportation channel to the Tulip Empire from here. I can actually tear open the space rift from here, Pluto said lazily, with a hint of self-mockery. But after I tore it open, it was still the same. The Night Elf King could still detect it, and then directly chased him here to take out the elf's current only hiding place, lock the space coordinates, and kill them all. Then you, the savior, will become the spy who leads the way for the Night Elves. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Then, he shook his head slightly and focused his gaze on the green wooden box on the wooden pier. So, the former high priest gave you this wooden box just to let you hand it over to me. Li Guanqi glanced at Alwyn next to him and asked curiously, have you seen what's inside? No. Alwyn looked at him and said seriously, in fact, I can't open it at all. It's extremely hard. I don't have the power to force it open. And it can also isolate all means of perspective. At least I can't peek inside. I tried countless methods, but couldn't open it. Then how do we open it? Li Guanqi was stunned. You are the son of prophecy. You must have a way. Alwyn smiled. However, Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Does he have a solution? How come he doesn't even know he has a solution? Let me try. Li Guanqi had a strange expression. And with a trying attitude, he reached for the green wooden box. Buzz. However, he didn't do anything at all. Just the moment his fingertips touched the green wooden box, the green wooden box burst into purple light. In an instant, the wooden box changed from a completely green wooden box to a completely purple black one. Wooden box. Not only that, when the purple light gradually dissipated, the discolored wooden box also made a click sound, and a crack was exposed on the lid, which was obviously open. When Li Guanqi and Elwyn saw this scene, they were both slightly stunned, but the expression on Elwyn's face soon turned into joy and excitement. Sure enough, you are the child of prophecy. The wooden box that I couldn't open with countless methods opened automatically when you just touched it. Forehead. Li Guanqi didn't comment on this. He just stretched out his hand and completely opened the cracked lid. A bottle of potion and a letter? Looking at the only two items in the purple wooden box, Li Guanqi couldn't help but be curious. There are only two items in the box. A potion filled with purple liquid. A folded white letter. It should be left to you by the former high priest. Please take a look. Alwyn said to Li Guanqi impatiently. Good. Li Guanqi nodded, picked up the folded white letter, and unfolded it. However, after seeing the content of the letter, Li Guanqi and Alwyn were both confused and stunned on the spot. This letter did not pay attention to the format of writing a letter. It just wrote things directly in Western characters. Just two short lines. But it was just these two lines of words that made their mood sink to the bottom. Dear Lord Savior. Hello. I am the last high priest of the elves. Anderson hails Edfin's tulip. According to the results of my prediction, if nothing else happens, as the savior of our tulip elf, you must be a tall, good-looking, oriental male human with purple hair and purple eyes. Forehead. Li Guanqi held the letter in his hand and looked strange. A savior with purple hair and purple eyes? That's not me either. Chapter 523 Pluto teaches magic. Prophecy runes. Why are there only two unclear sentences? And purple hair and purple eyes? Alwyn looked at Li Guanqi in disbelief, looking at his white hair carefully. And then his expression turned extremely ugly. How could it be like this? You obviously have white hair and blue eyes. Etc. He seemed to suddenly think of something, and quickly asked Li Guanqi, Mr. Li, are you from a family of different blood? Were you fully awakened when you were born with different blood? Or did you awaken later when you grew up? How old are you? What was the original hair color like before awakening? This rapid fire of 5 questions made Li Guanqi feel helpless. Calm down, Alwyn. Li Guanqi held the letter in his left hand, raised his right hand, and pointed at his white hair. To answer your question, I am not a member of a different blood family. But even before the strange blood came to me, I had black hair and black eyes. A pure oriental person's hair color and eye color have nothing to do with purple. Alwyn's face suddenly turned white. Li Guanqi has never seen such a vivid face-changing technique. The original genes of these elves are Caucasian. As white genes, the skin is originally white. But now this pale skin is even whiter than the original fair skin. How scared are you? Of course, it is actually understandable. Elwyn always believed that he was not qualified to be a high priest. But now he was appointed to become the high priest of the elves, leading the remaining tribesmen to survive here. He was burdened with heavy burdens all day long, overwhelmed, and he also questioned my ability. His only hope is the prophesied son of the former high priest. As a result, the son of the prophecy, who had been waiting for so long, turned out not to be what was described in the prophecy. Naturally, the psychological defense almost collapsed. This is a bit like care leads to chaos. To put it simply, when a person is too emotionally excited, he will appear to be brainless. Think calmly, Alwyn. Li Guanqi pointed to the purple box on the wooden pier. You couldn't open the box with all your efforts before. But I just touched the green box lightly. And then the green box turned purple and opened automatically. This is enough to show that I should be somewhat connected to this so-called prophecy. What about the content of the letter? Alwyn gritted his teeth. looked at the 2 lines of words on the letter in his hand, and puzzled. These are just 2 unclear sentences. Why did the high priest only write 2 sentences? Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but frown slightly. He turned the white paper in his hand over and over several times, and finally focused on the only 2 lines of words on it. Dear Lord Savior. Hello. I am the last high priest of the elves. Anderson hails Edfin's tulip. According to the results of my prediction, if nothing else happens, as the savior of our tulip elf, you must be a tall, good-looking, oriental male human with purple hair and purple eyes. The first sentence is to introduce yourself. The second sentence points out the characteristics of the son of prophecy. Purple hair, purple eyes, tall, handsome, oriental man. Li Guanqi believed that the last 4 labels could match, but the first 2 were completely inconsistent. If we put this question aside for the moment, the content and tone of these 2 sentences make it obvious that we should continue talking about business. How could it stop suddenly and disappear? Potion? Li Guanqi suddenly turned his attention to another item in the wooden box. A potion filled with purple liquid. The entire wooden box only contained letters, and this bottle of potion. Will the paper for the letter be specially made? Li Guanqi stretched out his hand to grab the potion. For example, the subsequent handwriting needs to be dipped in purple potion to be read. Huh? His expression changed slightly. After picking up the purple potion, due to the blind spot problem before, he now discovered that there was a small label stuck on the cork of the potion, with a small text written in Western characters on it. This is not for reading letters. Don't spill it on the letter. This potion is a very, very precious thing. If you are a child of prophecy, read the letter carefully, and the subsequent writing will appear in your sight. Interesting. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly, then put down the purple potion and returned his attention to the letter in his hand, looking over it several times. He swore that he really read it very carefully, but he still couldn't see where the subsequent writing was. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that he really wasn't the son of prophecy with purple hair and purple eyes? Isn't he the person the former high priest is waiting for? Is that why he can't read the handwriting? Li. Mr. Li. Did you see anything? Alwyn, who was standing next to him, was pale and his voice was trembling. Li Guanqi remained silent and did not answer. Boy, do you want to teach you an advanced prophecy technique from the old days? At this time, Pluto's voice suddenly sounded. Li Guanqi was stunned. Prophecy? Why are you here too? Is it possible that this thing can really predict what I will do next? At least, we are in urgent need of a little reminder now. Right. And if a dead horse is a living horse doctor, why not give it a try? Pluto said lazily. Also, don't underestimate prophecy. This is not a trick of the 21st century, but a high-level science and technology that truly communicates the rules of the universe and obtains some predictions. It must use scientific methods. Look at it with perspective. Okay, then try your science. Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. So, what to do? See that elf next to you? Pluto said lightly. The genes of elves are very interesting. Their blood is a very good material. Let him drain a basin of blood. If there is the blood of an 8th level elf magician, then the other materials that outline the prophecy runes can be ignored and directly just use his blood to draw a rune that communicates the rules of the universe. Hey, High Priest. Hearing this, Li Guanqi turned his head slightly, looked at Alwyn beside him, and then chuckled. Can you give me some of your blood? Blood? Now? Alwyn was confused. Want to see the rest of the letter? Li Guanqi just smiled and said, If you want to, don't ask. Just bleed quickly. Buzz. As soon as these words came out, Alwyn immediately stopped talking nonsense and directly mobilized the power of the law of wood to condense a wooden bowl in front of him. Then slashed his right wrist and quickly filled Li Guanqi with a large bowl of blood. Enough. Pluto spoke from the bottom of Li Guanqi's heart. Okay, that's enough. Li Guanqi immediately reached out and took the wooden bowl. Alwyn nodded, and then cast a healing spell to instantly heal the wound on his right wrist. Just dip your finger in the blood and trace the runes on the floor, Pluto continued. The prophecy runes do not have a fixed size, but they must follow the same proportion. Although errors are allowed, the errors cannot be too large. I will guide you later on the thickness and length of each stroke. If you make a mistake, just erase it. Lose weight. However, if you have a 7th level body and a 7th level soul and can't even achieve this precise control, then I will seriously despise you. Li Guanqi was speechless. He just stretched out his right index finger and dipped a little scarlet elf blood into the wooden bowl. Elf blood is generally red, but it is indeed a bit special. Under the reflection at the right angle, it turns out to be slightly light green. Okay, let's get started, Pluto said slowly. First, draw a straight line on the floor that is 12.368 centimeters long and 1.421 centimeters wide. Question mark. Li Guanqi was stunned when he heard this. Why do you call this an allowable error? It's accurate to 3 decimal places. Hey, don't tell me that you have a 7th level peak soul, and you can't even achieve this precise control. Pluto's tone revealed a bit of hatred for the iron that cannot be made into steel. You guys' path is too smooth. Your cultivation speed is too fast. And before you have fully mastered the ability of the previous realm, you have broken through to the next realm. This has led to the abilities that should be mastered are not mastered well. A creature with a 7th level soul has the computing and control abilities to do this kind of thing naturally and easily. Oh? Li Guanqi was a little confused. Am I walking too smoothly? I practice too fast? What about a guy who wakes up as a god after being resurrected? By the way, what level were you at before you died? In the early days of the apocalypse, even the 1-level cultivation system hadn't come out yet. Right? Were you one-dimensional when you died? You just took a nap and became a god. Do you have the nerve to say that my journey is too smooth and too fast? The god of fire gave me more than just a godly body and a godly soul. Pluto's voice was calm. She didn't give me any memories about her. Maybe she wanted me to forget her. But she still gave me other memories, such as experience in using various powers and meticulous power control. In other words, even if I jump to the god level all of a sudden, my level of use of power is still the level that a Vulcan can achieve only by taking one step at a time and constantly exploring and practicing. Do you understand? Kid? I feel like you're cheating harder than me, Li Guanqi whispered. In the parallel time and space Pluto, without the appearance of 100 million extraordinary beings, and without the strange world, he would have a truly cheating life. Of course, the price is the death of his wife. He really doesn't envy the cheating life that requires Mengyao's death, huh? Mengyao? Hey, Hades. Li Guanqi lowered his head, dipped his index finger in the elf blood and drew on the ground a straight line 12.368 centimeters long and 1.421 centimeters wide, and asked in his mind, by the way, why did you call her Vulcan just now? You're so cute. As for title, I thought you should just call her Mengyao. I usually call her Honey, Hades said calmly. So disgusting. Li Guanqi looked strange. I don't think I've ever called her that. Because you and I have different experiences. Our wording habits are naturally different. And the Han Mengyao we know is not the same person. Pluto's voice was indifferent. The reason why I call her Vulcan in front of you is because I don't want you to confuse the difference between them. The Han Mengyao I love so much is completely different from the Han Mengyao you know. Different. Like 2 completely different people. 2 parallel time and space. Completely different life experiences. Created 2 completely different women. Li Guanqi. I would like to advise you that protection is a double-edged sword. While it allows someone to be safe, it also loses the corresponding tempering, making it impossible to grow. The Han Mengyao you know is too protected, due to various butterfly effects. She met the evil phoenix too early. With the evil phoenix, she was still under the protection of the evil phoenix between extraordinary 1 year and extraordinary 5 years. Even if you did not go back. You, evil phoenix, you too have created an edge, hotbed for Han Mengyao. Her wings that should have been spread out are tightly bound by the edge, created by the 2 of you. And there is no way she can break free. The sky where she should be flying freely was completely obscured by the edge, you 2 made. And she couldn't see anything. If she continues like this, she will never be able to become the independent female leader of mankind, who can carry mankind out of the apocalypse. She should have become a better and more powerful person. The Shankong artifact told you before, saying that Han Mengyao has been crippled by you. I very much agree with this statement. It does not matter. Li Guanqi's blood-soaked right index finger lightly traced on the floor, constantly adjusting the specifications of the straight line, and then smiled in his mind. Why do you have to be a heroine and a leader? It's also great to be a protected little woman, and I don't want her to go through any setbacks and hardships. Pampering will spoil a person, Hades said calmly. Maybe I am being selfish. Li Guanqi did not discuss this topic again and asked instead, according to the normal historical trajectory, if the Lugui village incident did not occur, when should she meet the evil phoenix? No. What about before that? The reason why Han Mengyao in my time and space met Evil Phoenix was because of a series of events caused by the Lugui village incident. If the normal trajectory is followed, will Han Mengyao be captured and taken back to the village and sent to the underground palace to be the daughter of the Lugui Bodhisattva? Meeting. Pluto's voice was erratic, as if he was recalling some long-lasting memories. At that time, I was playing in the NBA Finals in Los Angeles. For me at that time, the game was still very important, and I couldn't leave. Her grandfather lied that my grandmother was seriously ill. It was my dereliction of duty. Mengyao chose to return to China alone. But her grandparents just wanted to trick her back into the village and imprison her in an underground palace. At that time, there was no revival of spiritual energy, no cursed spirit, and the 6 illusions were not resurrected into the paper Taoist Lugui of the Yu dynasty. In that village, there were just a group of ordinary villagers who were crazy. When she wasn't with me, she would video chat with me every night. But not that day. So I flew back to China overnight, drove into the village, broke off one of her grandfather's hands on the spot, knocked down a dozen villagers, and forced my way in, entered the underground palace and rescued her. Since then, I rarely let her go out alone. Although I have a bit of a male chauvinism's desire to control my wife, I can't help it. The psychological shadow caused by this incident really scares me. As for meeting the Evil Phoenix, it happened several years after my death and nearly 10 years after the apocalypse broke out. I was resurrected later and found out about this through the diary left by the god of fire in the temple. At that time, Vulcan saw the dry heart surrounded by branches in a collapsed cave. This time and space is different from yours. The Vulcan didn't eat at that time. Just by being close, his heart resonated with her fire power and directly integrated into her body. In your time and space, the heart of the Evil Phoenix was given to Han Mengyao by Lin Xianbai. But that was not the case in my time and space. During the entire early days of the apocalypse, Lin Xianbai did not appear, at least. He was not mentioned in the diary. As for why the Evil Phoenix's heart was in that cave, I still don't understand. After the death of Vulcan, the Evil Phoenix disappeared. The 2 parallel time and spaces met at different times and in different ways. But they both met the Evil Phoenix. Interesting? This is the wonder of parallel time and space. They seem different, but they have the same ending in some things. Finished painting? Well, not bad. In the second stroke, at the end of the right end of the straight line, a straight line 6.287 centimeters long and 1.421 centimeters wide extends upward. I see. By the way, in your time and space, did the Great Witch Shu of the Yu dynasty perform any deeds? Li Guanqi continued to ask while drawing. No. Talking about this, Pluto was also a little surprised. To be honest, there is really no such thing. After I came to you and followed you to see the Yu dynasty, I was also surprised and amazed, because I had never heard of their existence. There is no historical record of relevant events in the old era. It is as if in our time and space, the Yu dynasty did not recover at all. Or was the black cat eaten by a zombie of different blood a long time ago? Who knows? Li Guanqi smiled. Maybe this is destiny. Things in the past are in the past after all. Okay, let's stop talking and concentrate on drawing your runes. Pluto's voice was calm. What should we do next depends entirely on this prophecy rune. To be honest, I don't know if it can give any useful hints. After all, the results of prophecy are all messy. It's so mysterious that the interpretation relies entirely on guesswork. Let's try our luck. I hope we have better luck. Chapter 524, The Prophecy is Successful. And the strange prophecy results. Time passed little by little. Li Guanqi held a wooden bowl filled with elf blood in his left hand, dipped the index finger of his right hand in the blood, and followed Pluto's instructions to continuously outline a dense and complex rune on the ground. But the more he painted, the more curious he became. These textures are so wonderful, regardless of the material problem. First of all, how are the appearance of these runes created? Hades. As he was drawing, Li Guanqi couldn't help but be curious, and asked Pluto in his mind, what is this prophetic rune about? How did the first person who created a prophetic rune think of painting such a pattern? Create? Pluto smiled. Are you kidding? Runes were not created by humans. All runes in the world, including prophecy runes, are not man-made, but are things that already exist in this universe. You could understand it as the general law of universal gravitation, which is not created but discovered. In the world, some geniuses will perceive the flow trajectory of the rules of the universe at a sudden moment. Well, it's a bit like Newton being hit by an apple. Isn't this story meant to lie to children? Li Guanqi was stunned. It does not matter. Pluto said calmly. Let's not discuss the authenticity of the story of being hit by Newton's apple and being inspired to discover gravity. I am taking this as an example. Just as an example. This event was an inspiration. It is also an inspiration for some geniuses to perceive the flow track of the rules of the universe. They were inspired by this. And after continuous research and trial and error, they finally succeeded in recording these abstract, rule tracks with human paintbrushes. And then it became the so-called rune. They are just discoverers and recorders. As for the creator, it is the universe itself. But they are still great. Because after they recorded the runes, they also went through a long period of research before they found the materials that could activate the power of the runes. But this cannot be explained in detail. It is too complicated. And I actually don't understand it very well. For example, the prophecy runes you are sketching now. I don't know what is special about the genes of the elves, so that their blood can be used as the material to activate the runes. The discoverer of this prophecy rune is a friend of mine from the old era. His name is Qin Wei. Qin Wei was not a god, just a Jogon level. Unfortunately, due to an accident, his wife was killed by an elven tribe at that time. He slaughtered the elf tribe, but he was still angry. Based on the elf blood of that tribe, he wanted to develop a genetic virus that could poison all the elves in the world. But before Qin Wei succeeded, he discovered another effect from the blood of elves, which is what you are doing now. Using the blood of an 8th level elf magician can activate the prophecy runes. Many great discoveries in the world are due to accidents. After this discovery, I don't know what happened to Qin Wei, but the result is that he completely untied his knot. No longer blamed the death of his wife on many innocent people in the entire elven race, and gave up making genetic viruses. Thoughts? Hey, I drew it wrong. The arc of your arc is not standard, and the length is 0.8 centimeters too long. Be serious. Forget it. Stop chatting. Just concentrate on drawing the runes. In this way, Pluto's memoirs came to an end with a mistake made by Li Guanqi. He began to concentrate on drawing runes. Elwyn next to him was standing in the corner of the room with a wooden stick in his hand, waiting quietly. During this period, Li Guanqi glanced back at him from time to time. Speaking of which, isn't the existence of the elves a powerful slap in the face to the saying often said in the world of magic? If God doesn't give it, it will give it to you. Every elf is born with a serious genetic disease. It is common sense to be missing arms and legs, which is in line with the phenomenon of God refuses to grant it. However, not all elves have magical organs. Li Guanqi figured out the situation of the conjurer during the end of the world. The surgical organ is the product of the fusion of alien blood and nuclear radiation. This is its essence. As for physical disabilities and serious diseases, they are just side effects of nuclear radiation. In the final analysis, they are only incidental and secondary properties. In other words, whether the body is disabled or not is not the absolute criterion for judging whether a person has surgical organs. For those with surgical organs, their bodies are not 100% susceptible to the effects of nuclear radiation and may result in physical disability, such as Miss Saoirse, whom he only met a while ago, when the other party was a child. His strange blood and surgical organs coexisted, and he had no disabilities or serious illnesses. As for the elves, they are all genetic defects. They are the sequelae caused by the elf god Edfin's random genetic modification, not the result of nuclear radiation. Naturally, they may not have magical organs, but since the beginning of the Old Age, the effects of nuclear radiation have become part of the human genetic sequence and have been passed down. Over time, this became a recessive magic gene in humans. Once this recessive gene breaks out, it will generate surgical organs in the human body. At the same time, the outbreak of this recessive gene will also mutate the human gene chain, resulting in missing arms and legs. Just like humans affected by nuclear radiation, elves are essentially a special kind of human with different blood. There are also magic genes in the elves. Once it breaks out, magic organs will be generated in the elves. But the survival rate of this kind of elf is even lower. They already suffer from various incurable genetic diseases, and now they have an additional genetic mutation caused by a surgical organ, which makes it almost impossible to live beyond the age of 3. However, if they can survive it, then as elf magicians, they will be quite extraordinary. The first is the existence of elf talent. In addition to the natural spells that come with the spell organ, they can also awaken an elf talent, such as Elwyn's awakened, fixed-point shuttle talent. which directly binds a space as a private property. Each elf magician is equivalent to having 2 powers. How enviable, eh? Thinking of this, Li Guanqi was suddenly stunned. Does he envy a hammer? His plunder spell can plunder other people's abilities and spells. In theory, he can have infinite abilities. So why should he envy the elf magician? But speaking of which, it's true that he hasn't encountered any powers or spells worth swallowing in a long time. This Elwin's is okay. If the opponent is not a friendly but an enemy, Li Guanqi will definitely kill him without hesitation and plunder the opponent's elf talent. But he doesn't know if the elf talent can be plundered. But I think it should be possible. Buzz? At this time, Li Guanqi, who was distractedly drawing runes while his thoughts were wandering, suddenly found that the elven blood runes under him began to emit colorful light. This prophecy rune can be said to be extremely weird, with indescribable lines. Overall, it is a polygonal rune about 50 centimeters long and wide, with densely overlapping patterns, and only an empty circle in the center. Finished? Li Guanqi looked at his right index finger dipped in blood and couldn't help but be a little surprised. But I haven't finished this stroke yet. There's still 0.3 centimeters left. I said. Error is allowed. Pluto's voice rang in his mind. The errors in your other strokes, superimposed with this error, just match the proportion of the prophecy rune. So at this time, it has successfully taken effect, has connected to the rules of the universe, and begun to communicate with the vast power. It is just normal. Okay. Now your entire right hand is covered in elven blood, and then your palm is placed in the circle area in the center of the rune. Li Guanqi immediately followed suit. He put his right hand into the wooden bowl and washed it in the last bit of elven blood. After making sure that the entire right wrist and above was covered with elven blood, he placed his palm in the circle in the center of the prophecy rune. Now, say the prompt you want, Pluto said in a deep voice. Such? Li Guanqi was stunned. Then I can ask directly how to leave the elf forest. Okay. Of course. You can try, Hades said calmly. How should I leave this space and return to the Tulip Empire? Li Guanqi looked down at the prophecy runes emitting colorful light and asked seriously. Buzz? Boom! The prophecy runes first erupted with colorful light, and then exploded with a roar, sprinkling elven blood all over the walls and ceiling of the room. If Li Guanqi hadn't reacted quickly and dodged directly, his black clothes would have been stained with blood. What the hell? Li Guanqi stood in the corner of the room, looking at the prophecy runes that exploded. Confused. Is this the result of the prophecy? Explode? Does it want me to explode the space and get out? Alwyn, who stood in the corner of the room and held up a green spiritual light shield to block the blood splash, also had a look of astonishment on his face. That's a failed prophecy. Idiot! Pluto's voice rang in Li Guanqi's heart. Prophecy is not omnipotent. When you ask about some events that are too general or completely beyond the standards for you, the prophecy runes will explode, which means it cannot be predicted. What's the meaning? Li Guanqi couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he heard this. So I can't leave the elf forest in this life? What kind of prophecy is this? Huh? What if that's really the case? Pluto smiled and asked. God tells you that you can't live without me. What should you do? If God does this, then I will have to say, my fate is up to me. Li Guanqi was a little helpless. Okay, Pluto, this is definitely not the case. Right. Tell me the facts quickly. Of course not. Pluto thought for a while, and then said, maybe your question is too general. Let's try it again. This time I ask you directly how to see the remaining content on the letter. This goal is more specific. The prophecy rune should be able to give the answer, no matter how bad it is. Can give you some hints. If that doesn't work, I'll teach you another prophecy rune. The prophecy rune you just drew is an advanced prophecy rune, but it can also be said to be the least effective among advanced prophecy spells, because it does not have to pay any price. For this reason, the prediction results obtained are also the vaguest, and there will be many unpredictable situations. Just like now. Try again. If you can't even see the content of the letter, I will teach you another prophecy that consumes 1/10 or 2/10 of one's lifespan. I don't believe there is even the slightest hint. Li Guanqi's expression was complicated. Is he going to imitate Taoist Lin and start spending his life today? Forget it. Let's do it again. Elwyn. Li Guanqi looked at the elf high priest in the corner. Elwyn spread the green spiritual light shield and looked at him hesitantly. Mr. Li, so what is the situation now? It's nothing. Li Guanqi picked up the empty wooden bowl on the ground and shook it at him with a smile. You just need to give me another bowl of blood. That's it. Don't worry about anything else. Just stay quiet. Don't worry. I'm your savior. Uh-huh. Alwyn cut his finger to bleed with a complicated expression. But his mood was obviously not very good. Li Guanqi had no interest in taking care of his mood. After getting the blood, he started to outline the prophecy runes again as usual. After the first experience, he quickly sketched out the second prophetic rune again. Then, as before, he covered his right hand with elven blood, placed it in the center of the rune, and asked seriously, I want to know, how can I see the rest of the letter left to me by the former high priest? Buzz. The prophetic runes emit colorful light. This time, unlike before, it did not explode. The lines made of blood began to twist and gradually gathered in Li Guanqi's palm. Li Guanqi could feel the blood condensing and condensing, forming another appearance. After a few seconds, the blood flow stopped and the colorful light completely dissipated. The original prophecy runes on the floor no longer existed, and all the blood condensed into the palm of Li Guanqi's right hand. The prophecy is over. Let's see what results it gives, Pluto said impatiently. Li Guanqi immediately raised his hand, turned his palm over, and looked into his palm. He was slightly surprised. In the palm of his hand, the elf blood condensed into two colorful patterns. The first one is the drop of water pattern. The second one is the eyeball pattern. Water drops. Eyeballs? Li Guanqi was puzzled. What is the result of this prediction? That's what prophecy is all about, Pluto said calmly. The content is abstract and requires thinking and interpretation. This is the biggest feature of prophecy. Do you think prophecy is just looking up game guides on the internet with illustrations? Stop making trouble and start interpreting prophecies. But I thought it could be a sentence at least. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. The prophecies I've seen are at least words. This thing is better. Just two unclear patterns. Okay. What else do you want with prophecy without paying a price? Pluto's voice was still calm. In 21st century terms, if this is the case, what else do you want for a bicycle? After all, it doesn't cost anything. Just be content. Hurry up and start interpreting the meaning of these two patterns. Li Guanqi had no choice but to lower his head and look at the pattern on the palm of his right hand. A drop of water. An eyeball? What water? Whose eyes? What are you going to use it for? What do these two pictures represent? Don't sit idle with those artifacts. Use your brain quickly, Hades said lazily. How about you? Ares responded coldly. He dislikes Pluto's artifact the most. I've already thought about it. But I didn't think of anything. So I asked you to think about it. Pluto's voice was calm. Ares was speechless. This Pluto is really straightforward and candid. Then, there was silence. Pluto stopped talking. And the artifacts did not express any opinions, because these two pictures were really abstract. Li Guanqi, on the other hand, looked at the two pictures in his palm and fell into deep thought. What do water drops and eyeballs represent? Chapter 525, The Prophecy Scene. The purple-haired emperor. The son of Tom Yu. Water drops. Eyeballs? A few minutes later, Li Guanqi suddenly raised his head and looked towards the white ceiling of the room. At this time, the ceiling was no longer pure white, because the first prophecy failed, and after the blood runes exploded, countless blood splashed on it. And that little bit of blood was the so-called water drop shape. No, it's not water droplets. Li Guanqi looked at the blood stains on the ceiling and muttered to himself. Damn it. I misunderstood the content of the pattern from the beginning. No wonder I didn't understand it for so long. This pattern is not water droplets, but blood. Blood drops? Blood? Blood. Eyeballs, blood, eyeballs. Elwyn! He suddenly turned his head and shouted to the elf high priest in the corner. Quick! Give me some more blood. Oh. Although Alwyn was puzzled, he cut his finger and let it bleed. Drop in my eyes. However, when Li Guanqi saw this, he rushed over directly, bent down and looked up at him, staring into his big blue eyes. Forehead. Alwyn became more and more surprised, but he moved his hands very quickly and directly dripped the blood from his fingers into Li Guanqi's right eyeball. This scene was like dropping eye drops. Foreign objects entering the eyes can cause discomfort. Li Guanqi blinked his eyes uncomfortably, allowing Alwyn's blood to fully cover the surface of his right eyeball. He walked to the wooden pier in the center of the room, reopened the purple wooden box, and took out the letter. He raised his left hand to cover his left eye, and read the letter with his right eye stained with elf blood. However, after staring attentively for a while, he still couldn't see anything except those 2 lines of words. Did I guess wrong? Li Guanqi put down his hand and letter and stood there for a moment, stunned. Blood drops and eyeballs don't mean dripping blood into the eyeballs. Wrong. Could it be that what is dripping is my own blood? Li Guanqi frowned slightly, with some suspicion and unconfidence, and chose to try again. He forced a few drops of blood from the tip of his right index finger, raised his head, and dripped it on his left eyeball. He blinked, then raised his right hand to cover his right eye, and read the letter with his bloody left eye. I saw in the slightly blurred light red perspective, on the white paper of the letter, below the 2 sentences, there were actually sections of the follow-up content of the letter in Western characters that were slightly blurred. Although the handwriting is very blurry, it can be barely read, and when he turned the letter to the back, he actually saw text written in Eastern languages. It turned out that the letter was bilingual, both Eastern and Western. In the New Age, there are 2 major languages, Eastern and Western. As an elf high priest, it is normal for him to speak foreign languages. Therefore, Li Guanqi's guess was not wrong. The result of this prophecy was telling him that if he dropped blood on his eyeballs, he would be able to see the hidden information. But the question is, why is it his own blood? But no matter what, he succeeded. Alwyn! Li Guanqi turned to the corner and shouted, "Come quickly! Did you see that?" Alwyn was shocked when he saw this and ran over quickly. "Mr. Li, what is written on it? I'll read it to you." Li Guanqi covered his right eye with his right hand, holding the letter in his left hand, and began to read word by word. "Dear Savior, H. Lo, I am the last high priest of the elves. Anderson hails Edfin's tulip. According to the results of my prediction, if nothing else happens, as the savior of our tulip elf, you must be a tall, good-looking, oriental male human with purple hair and purple eyes. This image characteristic is the second prophecy I made privately at the beginning of the year. This time I sacrificed a large number of lifespans. The results obtained in this way should not be wrong. In fact, these should be useless details. After all, if there are mistakes, you should not be able to open the secret box and see this letter. Also, this green secret box should turn purple-black the moment your body comes into contact with it. Because this box is made of special materials, it will have a violent reaction on the body of Tanjiuzi. The specific external manifestation is the discoloration of the material of the box. Seeing this, you should also understand. Yes, the savior I am waiting for is you, the son of Tanyu with purple hair and purple eyes. Prophecy can be said to be useless, or it can be said to be useful. In my first prediction at the beginning of the year, I saw that the disaster for our tulip elves was approaching, but I didn't know what the specific disaster was. I have taken countless precautions, but if nothing goes wrong, these efforts will be in vain. Disaster will still come, and we tulip elves will still encounter disaster. Therefore, prophecy is useless. But prophecies also work, because I could do something within my ability based on the prediction results I got. So I made a second prediction in private, tried to find a way to rescue. When I was very young, my previous high priest, my teacher, once told me that in the face of danger, what we should do is not worry and fear, but face it bravely and do everything we can to do what you can. Do what you have to do, and then face the danger bravely. I have always kept this sentence in mind. Alwyn is a very good guy, but it's a pity that his childhood experience has made him timid, never confident, and unable to face up to his own excellence. But I'm very optimistic about him. Always have been. I hope that the savior can tell him these words. To be honest, my personality is also a bit bad. Although I have lived for a long time, I am still not good at encouraging and praising my juniors. If we are face to face, there is a high probability that I will not be able to say these words. Well, I am really an incompetent priest and teacher. Let's get down to business. The results of the prediction are never detailed. Even if I spend a lot of my life, the prophecy of our tulip elves can get the picture. I got 2 frames in total. The first scene I saw was a blue sky with misty clouds and mist. But the top of an oriental attic broke through the sky and pointed directly at the scorching sun. And through the window on the highest floor of the attic, I vaguely saw the back of a man sitting and drinking tea. He is very tall. Even when sitting, he is still tall. At least 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders, very powerful and strong, and wearing a black gold imperial robe. I checked the information afterwards. He was the emperor of the Eastern Daluo dynasty. And the emperor's exclusive clothes would be worn during the morning court. He is just like the Daluo men in my impression. He has long hair, reaching waist length, but it is not tied up with a hair crown, but is scattered casually on his back. And the color of this long hair is purple. His back was turned to me, and I couldn't see his face or his eyes. However, just as the first prophetic picture was about to disappear, he suddenly moved, as if he turned back to look at me. But the prophetic picture at that time was already very blurry. I still couldn't see his face clearly, but I could barely see that the overall outline of his eyebrows, eyes, nose and mouth was very three-dimensional and beautiful. Although he can't see clearly at all, judging from experience, having such facial features can definitely be regarded as handsome and handsome. To say that the facial features cannot be clearly seen is actually not accurate, because in the end, just before the scene completely disappeared, I suddenly clearly saw his cold purple eyes. Those eyes made me feel like I was falling into an ice cave. For several days afterwards, every time I thought about it, I always felt shuddering. I simply didn't have the courage to face those eyes again. But all in all, that's all there is to the first prophetic picture. Oriental man. Tall. Purple hair. Purple eyes. Handsome. Then there is the Great Luo Emperor's robe that I still can't figure out. Does it mean that the savior of our tulip elf tribe is a certain prince of the Great Luo dynasty? Or someone closely related to the Ying family's royal blood? I don't understand. But maybe the savior who reads this sentence at this time, you should understand. Next is the second screen. It is a lake located in our fairy forest. A beautiful place called Dreamling Hot Spring by our tulip fairy car. Then it was gone. There are only 2 prophetic images that I spent a lot of my life to get. So I went to Mingling Hot Spring afterwards and conducted a detailed investigation. Finally, I discovered a mysterious space fluctuation at the bottom of the Mingling Hot Spring. I spent 3 days and 3 nights deciphering the space fluctuation, and successfully opened a space portal that I had never known before. The elf forest is the territory of our tulip elves, but within our territory, there is a space portal that even the high priest like me is unaware of. Considering the problem of the prophecy picture, I chose to investigate. After passing through the space portal, I came to the door of an ancient tomb. To be honest, you won't believe how amazing this place is. I am an elf magician at the 9 palaces level, and I have opened 7 law palaces, which is considered to be the late stage of the 9 palaces level. But when I came to this ancient tomb, my power was actually suppressed to the level of an ordinary person. I couldn't use spiritual power at all, nor could I mobilize the power of law. My soul power was also trapped in the sea of consciousness, and could not be released from the body. This is a magical place. Or rather, a magical tomb. I thought this was some kind of divine sight. But I was wrong. Because at the closed door of the ancient tomb, there is an autographed letter left by the 3rd generation tulip elf high priest. The 3rd generation elf high priest, that was a person who lived more than 4,000 years ago, and lived in the early New Age. Elves are my ancestors. The ancestors' handwritten letter explained the origin of this ancient tomb. This is not a divine site. It is the cemetery of a son of Jiogong level Tongyu. In the year 523 of the new era, humans and subhuman species have completely emerged from the final catastrophe of the old era, rebuilt world civilization, and once again moved towards prosperity. The 3rd generation high priest of the tulip elf was born in that year. In 928 of the new era, he took over the scepter of the 2nd generation high priest and succeeded him as the 3rd generation elf high priest. In the same year, he met the son of Tongyu. The other party calls himself Yu. The ancestors didn't even know his gender and race. And even the fact that the other person was a human being only heard it from the other person's mouth. Because Yu always wears a pure white mask and a large purple robe. The ancestors had never seen Yu take off his mask or clothes. So he had never seen the other person's true face. Couldn't see his figure. And had no way of judging the other person's gender. Neither does the sound. Because Yu never spoke. The communication between ancestors and Yu has always been through direct use of soul power. Yu is mysterious. I don't know my origin. I don't know my race. I don't know my gender. The ancestors only knew that Yu was about to die. Yu said that he was the last son of Tongyu in the old era. But perhaps, it can also be said that he is the first son of Tongyu in the new era. Because the time when Yu was born was even more than 10 years earlier than the day when humans set up the chronological calendar in the new era and set it as January 1st, year 1 of the new era. In other words, Yu is a person born in the end of the old era. The period between the day when the world-destroying catastrophe broke out in the Old Era and January 1st. Year 1 of the New Era is called the Doomsday Era of the Old Era. According to my speculation, the end of the Old Age should have lasted for nearly 80 years. But for some reason, the higher-ups of mankind have erased the detailed records of this period from the history books. I guess it was that the Doomsday Era was too dark for humans and demi-humans. After all, the cursed spirits and demons were the dominant species at that time. World domination. But that's not important. The important thing is that he was born more than 10 years ago on January 1st. First year of the New Era. The year when our ancestors knew him was New Era 928. So when our ancestors met you, you was almost 950 years old, and the end of his life was approaching. So he wanted to find a beautiful place as his tomb. The ancestor told you that the elf forest is beautiful, and maybe he can bury himself here. You agreed to this suggestion. So, you chose to spend his last years in the elf forest of our tulip elf. During the years when he was still alive, he often chatted with his ancestors and became good friends. You said that he was the son of Tongyu. But in the Old Era, the son of Tongyu was just one of many special physiques. And there was nothing particularly powerful about it. The only thing that was interesting about this physique in the Old Era was the characteristic that, once 1,000 years come out, in each period, there will only be one son of Tongyu in the world. Apart from that, the son of Tongyu is not powerful. However, you told his ancestor that after his improvements, Tongyu's son was completely different. Regarding this specific situation, you didn't tell his ancestors too much. The ancestors only knew that you succeeded in improving the blood in his body in the 827th year of the New Era, so that the physique of Tongyu's son ushered in a comprehensive evolution. As for the secret of the evolution of Tongyu blood, he chose to take it to the grave and hide it there, saying that this secret was too terrible and would subvert the entire world. You is a contradiction. On the one hand, he doesn't want this secret to harm the world. But on the other hand, this was his life's work, and he really didn't want this secret to disappear completely with his death. So he chose to take this secret as a burial gift and sleep with him forever. In the year 972 of the New Era, you passed away. The ancestors used the method of space cutting and hiding to strip the area where Yu's tomb is located from the space of the elf forest, and turned it into a hidden small attached space. The entrance to the space is in the deepest part of Mingling Hot Spring, and is extremely hidden. The ancestor was nostalgic for the time he spent with you, so he wrote it down in a diary. But in the end, he left the diary in front of Yu's tomb. For the rest of his life, he never mentioned the existence of you to anyone again. You is mysterious and powerful. The power confinement in the space of his tomb was obviously his handiwork. But you was only a 9 palace level great perfection. It was unimaginable that someone who was not a god could actually do such amazing things. The story of the ancestors and you has not been recorded in history, and is unknown to everyone. However, the result of my prophecy led me here, and I saw a story belonging to the two of them. I can't open the door of Yu's tomb, because in that space, my strength will be suppressed, and I will be as weak as an ordinary person. I can't push the heavy stone door open, and I can't use spells to penetrate the wall. So I guess that only the Son of Prophecy can open and see Yu's tomb, and all the secrets that you hide in the tomb. That is, you are reading this letter right now. Lord Savior, I left a bottle of purple potion in the box, which is a teleportation potion. Drink it, and you will be teleported directly to the tomb space, and to the door of Yu's tomb. As for other things, I don't know. That's all I can do. I hope you can save our tulip elves. Here. Thank you. Anderson Hales Edifence Tulip. Chapter 526. There are many doubts. Who is the real son of the prophecy? The existence that spans 2 eras. The last of the old era, and the first son of Tongyu in the new era. Li Guanqi put down the letter in his hand and whispered to himself. So that's it? Shao Kong made a slightly surprised voice. This guy named you improved the blood of Tongyu in the new era, allowing his physique to evolve? There are countless special physiques in the world. But the reason why special physiques are called special is because these physiques are illogical. There is no special reason at all. And naturally they cannot be changed. And this guy is actually able to improve Tongyu blood. What a genius. He improved Tanjixu. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a deep voice in his mind. But what I am a little curious about is that Ares said earlier that the ancestor of the Yun family discovered Roger, the son of Tongyu who died 2,000 years ago. In Roger's tomb, the ancestor of the Yun family discovered his 7-stage theory of blood circulation. So, is this you improved Tongyu blood related to these 7 stages? Or is it that they each studied their own things and took the blood of Tongyu in two different directions? Is the plasticity of Tanjiexu so strong? You'll find out soon enough. Shukong smiled and said, Why are you thinking so much now? Didn't the former high priest say it anyway? All of you's research has been treated as funerary objects. Master, when you go in and dig a grave, won't you be able to learn the truth? But I don't know if I can open the tomb door. Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at the bottle of purple potion in the purple wooden box with hesitation on his face. This potion is a teleportation potion. According to the former high priest, if you drink it, you can teleport to the door of the tomb. But can he really open the door of the tomb? According to the high priest, the wooden box is specially made and will turn purple if touched by the son of Tongyu. In the same way, he should have used the same technique on this letter, causing Tongyo's son to be able to see the hidden content if he looked at it carefully. But he couldn't do it. He still applied his own blood to his eyes to enhance the related vision. In other words, he is the son of Tongyu, so he can change the color of the wooden box. But the purity of his blood was probably not high enough, which prevented him from easily seeing through the hidden content of the letter. Coupled with the prophecy seen by the former high priest, the purple-haired man? Roger? Stage 6? Li Guanqi murmured to himself. According to Roger's 7-stage theory, when the blood of Tongyu awakens to the 6th stage, the strength of his spiritual power will be greatly increased. At the same time, if he overuses his spiritual power at night, his spiritual power, eyes, lips and hair will all be damaged, turns into deep purple. Could it be that the real son of the prophecy is a man who has awakened to the 6th stage of Tanjiexu? But that's not right either. Excessive use of spiritual power at night will turn purple. The first picture the former high priest saw was originally said to be a blue sky with misty clouds and mist. But the top of an oriental attic broke through the sky and pointed directly at the scorching Sunday. Isn't that daytime? Then the purple-haired man sitting in the attic drinking tea. Why does he have purple hair when it is daytime? And does drinking tea still require excessive use of spiritual power, etc.? Li Guanqi suddenly thought of something and looked suspicious. Could it be the 7th level? Roger is only the 6th level and has not reached his theoretical perfect 7th level. Could it be that the son of Tongyu who has the perfect 7th level has completely changed his hair color and pupils? Color? In other words, the son of prophecy should be a son of Tongyu who has awakened to the 7th level of perfection? Who else could it be? Could it be that the real son of the prophecy is the 9 palace level son of Tongyu who poisoned Saoirse? Next to him, Alwyn looked at Li Guanqi, who looked thoughtful and muttered to himself from time to time. He hesitated for a while. He obviously wanted to say something, but was afraid of interrupting his thinking. However, Pluto would not worry so much. Boy, don't think blindly, Pluto said impatiently. I can guess what you are thinking. You still don't understand the nature of prophecy. You need to understand that prophecy is not an absolutely accurate mantra. And the former high priest, the interpretation is not entirely correct. Taking the first picture as an example, he just saw a purple-haired man. But is there anything that can prove that the image of this purple-haired man was before saving the tulip elf or after saving the tulip elf? What if the real meaning of this prophetic picture is that the savior of the tulip elf will evolve into this purple hair and purple pupil after completing the rescue? Or is it the ultimate form of the savior in the future? Or, what it really means is that the savior has a friend with purple hair and purple eyes? Don't think this is nonsense. To put it bluntly, prophecy is something that relies entirely on interpretation and understanding. The results you can get all depend on how you interpret it. So, stop thinking nonsense. What you have to do now is to regard yourself as the son of the prophecy of the former high priest. You are the savior who can save the tulip elf, successfully leave this place, and return to the tulip empire alive. Trust yourself. Pluto began to feed Li Guanqi chicken soup. But Li Guanqi actually doesn't need chicken soup. Regardless of whether he is really the son of the prophecy, he will seize the last clue left. After all, the matter has come to this. So I have to bite the bullet. Alwyn? Li Guanqi glanced at the 8th level elf magician next to him. What do you think? I do not understand. Alwyn frowned and replied in a deep voice. Judging from the content of this letter, the high priest did not receive an exact prophecy. He only saw 2 pictures, one of a purple-haired man, and the other of the dreamling hot spring. And he found the entrance to the secluded tomb space at the bottom of the hot spring lake, as well as the diary of the 3rd-generation high priest. These are the clues to the prediction. In other words, if you, Lord Savior, can really save our tulip elves, that grave is the last hope. But what I don't understand is why the high priest said the person wearing the wreath was the son of prophecy. Half a year ago, on the night when the night demons invaded the holy city, the high priest said to me, when he handed me this box containing the envelope and the teleportation potion, the next male human who comes to the elf forest with a wreath of blessings is our savior, and will lead us tulip elves out of H.L. and back to life. Why? This statement seems to have no basis. At least from the letter left by the high priest. There is no explanation at all how he came to this conclusion. I'm afraid it's his own guess. Li Guanqi thought for a while, and then asked Elwyn, when did you discover that the space in the elf forest was sealed and imprisoned? At the same time as the night demon attacks the city. Elwyn gritted his teeth and said with an ugly expression, that should be it. Li Guanqi nodded. The night demon attacked the city first. Then the high priest discovered that the space was imprisoned. And finally the high priest called you over to tell you this. In other words, the high priest at that time judged that this space was imprisoned so that no one could get out and no one from the outside could get in. The only ones who could get in were those who had his blessing garland. So he came to this guess. Etc.? Thinking of this, Li Guanqi was stunned and looked at Alwyn curiously. If his blessing garland can ignore the spatial confinement, why can't he ignore it himself? Elwyn was also stunned, and then said, Mr. Li, are you mistaken? The garland cannot ignore the spatial confinement. It can only reset the transmission channel. Night Devil space confinement can only prevent creatures of level 8 and above from entering the elf forest from the outside. But you are level 7. The reason why you can reach the elf forest is not because of the garland, but because you have not met the restricted standards. Yeah, I didn't think about it for a moment. Li Guanqi nodded. But then, he became confused again. Yes, in this case, the problem does exist. If the garland cannot ignore the confinement of space, then why does the high priest say that the person who brings the garland to the elf forest is a prophecy? Son? What is the basis for the high priest? Have no idea. Elwyn shook his head slightly. It's strange. There was some confusion in the green eyes of the elf magician. As far as I know, the high priest is a meticulous elf. It is impossible for him to ignore these things. According to his character, he should the whole story was written in the letter. But he didn't. Why? I always feel that he is hiding something. From me and from you. Li Guanqi frowned slightly. Alwyn was silent. Tell me more about what happened at night. Li Guanqi sat on the wooden pier and looked at the elf magician seriously. What did the high priest do from beginning to end? How did he find out that the space was imprisoned? How do I know this? Elwyn was helpless. He is the only 9th level tulip elf, and his specific process of judging the situation cannot be understood by us 8th level ones. All I know is that when the night demons attacked the city, the high priest saw that we would definitely be defeated when he saw the night demon army. He immediately wanted to set up a teleportation array and send all the tulip elves to the palace of the Tulip Empire to request the queen, Your Highness's protection, but failed, because the space is blocked and imprisoned. Even the high priest of the 9 palaces cannot tear open the cracks in the space, and cannot teleport at all. Maybe the high priest discovered that the space was imprisoned at that time. Right? When Li Guanqi heard this, his expression suddenly became weird. Alwyn, I want to ask, how is your relationship with the Tulip Elves and the Tulip Empire? In other words, how is your relationship with the Tulip Queen? Good relationship. Elwyn glanced at him doubtfully, as if a little strange why he suddenly asked this question. But he still answered truthfully. We, the Tulip Elves and the Tulip Empire, have always maintained a good diplomatic relationship. Because we Tulip Elves can help the Tulip Empire, and help some of their people raise their soul realm to the 8th level. In return, Tulip Empire will also provide us with various resources from time to time. As for the relationship with Her Royal Highness the Queen, she also came to visit us in person 100 years ago. Well, as he spoke, Elwyn sighed softly. It's a pity that we Tulip Elves have always avoided the world and rarely contacted the Tulip Empire. Now that half a year has passed, I'm afraid the Empire doesn't even know that something happened to us. If they knew, then even if the Night Devil's method of sealing the space was very clever, it should not be able to stop the strong men of the Empire from cracking it. Unfortunately, they have not been able to discover it yet. And all the methods we use to contact the Tulip Empire are ineffective due to space confinement. Forehead. Li Guanqi's expression became increasingly weird. I'm afraid not. Brother, what seals the space is the Queen's artifact Still Sky. It's not clear whether the Tulip Empire knows about it. But Her Royal Highness the Queen must know these things personally. And she saved you. It may have been Isabel who almost killed you. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Li Guanqi waved his hand, then looked at Elwyn and said seriously, to tell you the truth, the reason why I came to your elf forest is to ask you to help me raise my soul to the 8th level. And this blessing garland is the one entrusted by Her Royal Highness the Queen. Someone passed it on to me. I got it. Elwyn nodded. After all, 8 out of 10 people who come here with blessing garlands have this purpose. But unfortunately, I can't help you ascend to the 8th level of soul now. Why? Li Guanqi asked. Because the reason why we elves can help you humans ascend to the 8th level of soul is actually not just because of ourselves. Elwyn lowered his head, raised his right hand, and gently grasped an emerald necklace around his neck. There was a flash of reminiscence in his eyes. In the center of our holy city of Tulip Elves, there is a place called the Elf Holy Spring. The place? You must leave your body and let your soul be completely immersed in the holy spring for 8 days and 8 nights. Then we elves can use secret methods to mobilize the power of the holy spring to help your soul break through. But now, the holy city has. It has become the royal city of the night elves. Li Guanqi accepted the conversation helplessly. So if I want to upgrade my soul to the 8th level here, I have to drive away all those night elves. Right? Night elf? However, as soon as he said this, Elwyn frowned and said displeased, I'm sorry, Mr. Li, but I hope you don't call those man-eating monsters that. This is an insult to us elves. Ah, sorry. Li Guanqi nodded apologetically. If you were negligent for a moment, I will pay attention. Thank you for your understanding. Elwyn bowed his head and saluted. This time it was different from the greeting ceremony Li Guanqi had seen before. He interlocked the fingers of his hands and put them on his chest, bowing his head and bending over. So the situation is very clear. Li Guanqi picked up the purple potion in the purple wooden box. Drink this bottle of teleportation potion and go to that secret tomb. All the answers should be hidden behind the tomb door. Of course, if I can't open it, door, then everything will be over. You can definitely open it. Elwyn looked at him, his green eyes full of hope. The elf magician now has nothing else to do except hope that Li Guanqi will succeed. Go out. I want to be alone for a while, and then teleport over. Just wait for news from me outside. That's fine. Li Guanqi held the teleportation potion in his hand and said suddenly, yes. Elwyn was startled for a moment, but he nodded and turned to leave. Hey, wait! However, Li Guanqi suddenly stopped him. Put a few more bottles of blood on me. Maybe I will go to use tomb and have to rely on your blood to use the prophecy technique to get hints. Yes. Elwyn didn't have any ink marks at all, and directly used the power of the law of wood to condense 10 large wooden bottles, and then bled them, preparing to fill them one by one. While bleeding, he also used healing techniques to quickly regenerate blood. Mr. Li. Soon, Elwyn filled 10 bottles of blood and placed them on the wooden pillar. Thank you. You can go. Li Guanqi nodded. Everything depends on you, Mr. Li. Elwyn bowed deeply to him. And then, as if he felt it was not enough, he knelt down and kowed out a few more times before turning around and leaving. This 8th level elf magician disappeared from Li Guanqi's sight along the stairs he came from. When Elwyn's back was completely invisible, Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and looked at the purple potion in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that it doesn't work without simulating. The ghost in the tomb knows what's going to happen next. It's bad if you can't open the door. But if you open the door, the situation inside the tomb will be even more dangerous and unpredictable. Buzz? Li Guanqi closed his eyes, and his whole body burst into red light. Simulator. Open! Chapter 527. The simulation restarts. The mystery of the secret deep in the tomb. Heart of time and space. Number of remaining simulations. 4.5 times. On the land shrouded in black mist, Li Guanqi's figure slowly emerged. And then he looked at the light screen panel in front of him with a look of helplessness on his face. There are only 4.5 times left. In the next 10 days, it is estimated that we will have to deal with the Jyogung level Night Devil. So we have to spend 1.5 opportunities to ensure the accuracy of the Jyogung level simulation. This leaves only 3 chances. But I still haven't found any clues about the next rechargeable item. Alas. The world is tough. Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. Soon! A square frame suddenly appeared on the light curtain panel. What so fast? Li Guanqi was stunned. The next charged item should appear soon. The light curtain panel continues to display square frames. I don't know what happened. But as time goes by, not so much as time goes by. It's better to say that since Lin Xianbai completed the Time Flies mission, which led to the extension of the stay in the entire weird world, I am more sharp. Question mark. Li Guanqi was confused. Hey, brother time and space. You are typing in simplified Chinese. Why can't I understand a word? Why are you so sharp? The perception of the strange world's operation has become more acute. I don't know how to describe it. To put it simply, since Lin Xianbai completed the mission Time Flies, I have discovered that 100 strange worlds seem to have begun the initial fusion of the outer layers of time and space. It seems that it is for this reason that I can now perceive what events you should complete if you want to get the next charged item, etc., etc. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Leaving aside your perception, what do you mean when you say that 100 weird worlds have begun to merge? Literal meaning. Speculation without guarantee of accuracy. I think the next fusion of weird worlds will no longer be decimal. Last time, 1,000 weird worlds merged into 100. But next time, maybe 100 weird worlds will merge directly into the final one. 1. Based on the current situation, it shouldn't be a problem for you to keep your ranking position as the extraordinary first person until then. So don't worry. How can you not worry? Li Guanqi sighed. According to his previous thinking, once the weird world merges into the final and unique one and completely becomes an independent parallel time and space and multiverse, the system will soon issue world tasks related to the Daluo Civil War. But it's too early. Emperor Luo hasn't died yet. The 8 kingdom pillars of Daluo haven't rebelled yet. And the extraordinary people haven't grown up yet, huh? Wrong. Li Guanqi suddenly raised his head, as if he had thought of something. What is it that can make a person grow rapidly? It's war. The training of blood and fire can allow a person to transform at the fastest speed. Therefore, his previous idea was wrong. The system, or the original idea of the future god, was not to let the extraordinary people grow up and then participate in the war, but to let them grow up in the war and become stronger as the war progresses in the form of mission rewards. Forget it. It's useless to worry. We can only take it one step at a time. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel and said with a smile, back to the original topic. Now that you can sense it, what do I need to do to get the next charged item? Complete the Beidou sequence, reach the state of 7-star perfection, and activate the power of the Beidou star skill. Note, I'm not sure how accurate this condition is. Well, at least there is hope. Li Guanqi didn't pay attention and just nodded lightly. So, now, he straightened his expression and said, start the simulation. Simulate what will happen after I drink the teleportation potion and enter the tomb of you. It will take 1.5 times. Simulation starts. On the first day, you drank the teleportation potion and brought Elwin's 10 bottles of blood to the gate of Yu's tomb. You find that your power is completely suppressed. In this cemetery space, you are just like an ordinary person. No different. You come to the door of the tomb and want to push it open. You can't push it away. I knew it. Li Guanqi was helpless. You turned around and passed through the space crack when you came. Returned to the room and began to carve prophecy runes with Elwin's blood. Li Guanqi was a little surprised. Is this so? In other words, after drinking the teleportation potion, it will not teleport my body, but will tear a fixed point space crack next to my body. Then why make it an oral medicine? Oh, I remembered it. According to legend, the elves like to take things orally the most. And they like to use all kinds of things in the form of eating, which is part of the cultural characteristics of the race. You finish carving the prophecy runes, and then ask how to open the tomb door. You get 2 patterns. You identify these 2 images as a bleeding severed hand and a bathtub filled with blood. You start to think about how to interpret this prophecy. I hate reading prophecies. Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. But fortunately, this was a simulation, so he didn't need to think about it himself. And the heart of time and space didn't seem to ask him to click on options. Your interpretation failed 29 times. You redefine the pattern. The first broken hand does not simply refer to broken hand, but refers to the meaning of stump limb. The 30th time, you chose to self-mutilate. Cut off your own hands and feet. Cut them into a human stick. Then put your stumps in blood in a wooden bathtub, and then lay down together in it. Although power cannot be used in this tomb space, the vitality of the human body itself has not been absolutely suppressed. You have only lost the ability to heal yourself. But the corresponding vitality is still there. Even if you self-mutilate like this, you still maintain a certain degree of vitality. State of life. Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel a little numb when he saw this. He didn't even know he was so cruel. Finally, you, lying in the flesh and blood bathtub, called Elwin and asked him to enter the tomb space with you, and then carry the wooden bathtub to the door of the tomb. Boom! With a loud noise, the tomb door opens. You made it. The special aura emitted by Tongyo's son, who was seriously injured, coupled with the strong smell of Tongyo's blood, successfully resonated with the tomb door, causing the door to open. Li Guanqi had no expression on his face, and just gave a thumbs up silently. This door opening mechanism works so well that it makes people have thousands of words to say, and they want to complain, but don't know where to start. You let Elwin carry you out, and then re-enter the tomb space after recovering from your injuries in the outside world. You pass through the tomb gate, and begin to penetrate into the tomb of the first son of Tongyu in the new era. Unexpectedly, there are many mechanisms inside, and you have discovered 238 of them along the way. Almost all of them are fatal to you, but none of them are activated, and they do not appear to be triggered at all. Even if you step on the switch position, you guess that it may be due to the Tongyu blood in your body that all these mechanisms have fallen into dormancy. Use 2 mechanism is only effective for outsiders, and will not be triggered for you, who is also the son of Tongyu. You start moving forward, going deep quickly. You didn't get any useful information on the way. Finally, you came to the main tomb chamber, and saw Yu's coffin. You prepare. What are you going to do? Li Guanqi was a little surprised. Brother Time and Space, why did you suddenly have such an independent option? Couldn't you just simulate the whole process? No. This place will determine the key direction. I cannot accurately simulate it here, and I don't know what will happen. Do you want me to make my own decision? Or do you want to let you decide this key direction yourself? Then I'll do it myself. Li Guanqi looked at the light screen panel, thought for a moment, and then said, bow down to the coffin, and then say, I'm sorry, Senior Yu. I am in urgent need of your lifelong research due to the current situation. Please forgive me for being disrespectful. After that, open the coffin lid. You walk to the front of Yu's coffin, bow your head and worship to the coffin, and then say, I'm sorry, Senior Yu. The current situation of this junior requires your lifelong research urgently. Please forgive me for my disrespect. After saying this, you push the coffin lid open. The coffin is empty. No body? Li Guanqi was startled. Is it possible that that guy is not dead? There are no bones. There is only a bronze ring in this secluded coffin. You picked up the bronze ring, and after some attempts, chose to put a drop of your own Tongyu blood on it. The projection of you is projected from the ring and begins to tell you. You finally learn the entire truth about the blood of Tongyu. No! Don't be so vague! Seeing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help shouting. Brother Time and Space, don't be pretentious. Show it to me directly here. I can see hundreds of boxes. Can't do it. I cannot simulate this incident about the bronze ring. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. So strong? Who is that you? After you watched the projection of you, the bronze ring suddenly exploded, and a drop of purple-black blood splashed out from it. It rushed directly into your eyebrows, and then began to purify your blood to help your blood evolution. You quickly fall into a deep sleep. Time flies. You didn't wake up until the 10th day. Simulation ends after 10 days. Number of simulations remaining, 3. Li Guanqi fell into deep thought. After a long while, he said seriously, there is no reward for this simulation. I don't feel anything being generated, so there is really no reward. But at least you know how to open the tomb door, and there is no need to predict and trial and error. Really? Li Guanqi raised his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. That you is really interesting. The bronze ring left behind cannot even simulate the current heart of time and space. Although the heart of time and space lacks energy, and is far from a complete body. In any case, the existing energy can even simulate the Jiogong level, but it cannot simulate his ring. Then, let's go and see! Li Guanqi opened his eyes, his blue pupils filled with strong curiosity and longing. What secrets did the first son of Tongyu in the new era leave behind in the bronze ring? Outside world, Li Guanqi exited the simulator, then turned to the stairs next to him and shouted, Hey! Alwyn! Come down! Brush. As soon as he finished speaking, a wind of law blew over him instantly. When the strong wind dissipated, Alwyn's figure slowly emerged, with a little curiosity on his face. After all, he didn't understand why Li Guanqi just asked him to go out, and now immediately called him back. Get a wooden bathtub. Li Guanqi patted him on the shoulder and said, Let's go to the entrance of the tomb together later. Yes. Alwyn's face was full of doubts. But he didn't ask anything. He just obeyed and used the power of the law of wood to condense a large wooden barrel, which can also be said to be a wooden bathtub. Then Li Guanqi picked up the purple potion in the box next to him and opened the cork. Before drinking, he turned to look at Alwyn curiously. Hey, can I ask you a question? It is said that you elves always like to take things orally when making things, and never apply them externally if they can be taken orally. This is why. Why do some men like women with small breasts? Alwyn asked rhetorically. Li Guanqi was immediately confused and began to think about whether there were any grammatical and lexical errors in the Western sentence he just said. Otherwise, how could this guy answer such an irrelevant statement? But thinking about it carefully, he was right. What are you talking about? Li Guanqi looked at Alwyn in surprise, and began to wonder if he had heard wrongly. Why do some men like women with small breasts? Alwyn asked again. I have no idea. Li Guanqi was sure that he had heard it correctly, so he replied with a strange expression. Because I am not that kind of man. But do you need a reason and why for this kind of thing? Some people just like it. Yeah. I just like it. Alwyn spread his hands helplessly. I don't know why the elves like to take all kinds of things orally. In fact, even though I am an elf, I actually hate having to eat everything I do. For example, the teleportation potion in your hand now. In my opinion, there is no need to make it into an oral potion. It is more convenient and easier to store it directly in the form of a teleportation stone. And it is not technically difficult. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment, then stopped chatting and drank the purple potion. It tastes awful. The moment the liquid entered his mouth, Li Guanqi felt his taste buds exploding, filled with a strange smell of rotten eggs and rotten fish. It tastes so bad. And it has to be made into an oral liquid. Damn it. However, making it into an oral liquid may be a benefit. At this time, Alwyn, who was standing next to him, smiled and said, At least the oral food of our elves tastes better. For us elves, eating delicious food before doing anything is an ancient and sacred tradition. Maybe the high priest thought so and made it into a teleportation potion. Li Guanqi's face was full of black lines. Well, he remembered, according to legend, the objects produced by the elves, except for the magical and sacrificial weapons. All those that need to be taken orally are notoriously unpalatable because the taste buds of elves and humans are different. What elves find delicious is disgusting to human taste buds. Buzz? Amidst Li Guanqi's strong disgust, a series of rings emitting colorful light suddenly appeared under his feet, and eventually they rotated and intertwined with each other, scattered and reorganized, forming a purple-black five-pointed star array, emitting dazzling light. The teleportation potion begins to take effect. Alwyn! Li Guanqi looked at him. Bring the barrel and come in with me. Brush. Before he finished speaking, there was a flash of purple light, and he disappeared instantly. However, after Li Guanqi disappeared, the purple-black five-pointed star teleportation array was still in place, emitting a weak purple light. In fact, this was natural. Otherwise, this potion was only one bottle. So why not just go and not come back? However, the letter from the former high priest did not mention it, so neither Li Guanqi nor Alwyn knew how long the teleportation array would last. The frame structure of the conveyor tunnel is very stable. Alwyn squatted next to the teleportation array, looked at it carefully, and said with admiration, As expected of the teacher, it is indeed amazing. This teleportation array can last for a year. Right. It will definitely last for at least 11 months. Oh, it's time to go in. He straightened his expression and stepped into the purple teleportation array. Buzz. Purple light burst out, swallowing up the figure. So sad. Li Guanqi walked out of the transmission channel, and instantly felt the power being suppressed to the extreme, and suddenly felt severe discomfort. Now, he is no longer a 7-star conjurer, nor is he a human with different blood at the peak of the Lyoha level. He no longer has the power to fly into the sky and escape from the earth. He is just like an extremely fragile ordinary person. So, this is the tomb space? Li Guanqi glanced at the crack in space behind him, and then looked around. The dome 100 meters above was like a purple crystal, smooth and neat. There was no sky, just a piece of smooth crystal made of unknown material. The boundary was also very close. Less than 3,000 meters away. There was a purple crystal that was exactly the same as the dome. This tomb space should be an area 100 meters high and several thousand meters in radius, with the entire boundary covered by purple crystals. The thing that makes up the ground is also this kind of purple crystal. Bang bang! Li Guanqi knelt down and gently tapped the purple crystal. Well, it's a little hard. So where is the tomb? Li Guanqi stood up and looked around. There is no sky in this place. But there is a light source. Those purple crystals will emit purple light, although it is very weak. As a human of different blood, as long as there is a little light source, it is easy for him to see the environment clearly with his night vision ability. Night vision? There is no power, but the basic functions of the alien blood body are still there, and the ability to control the body in detail is still there. Li Guanqi looked down at his right hand and clenched his fist slightly. The veins and muscle lines on his forearm were like small snakes and began to beat rhythmically, like dancing. No wonder that in the simulated situation, with his power suppressed, he could still hand-draw prophecy runes with ultra precision because his control was still there. Mr. Li. At this time, from the space crack behind Li Guanqi, Alwyn slowly walked out with a big wooden barrel in his arms. And then his face turned extremely ugly. His eyes unfocused. Such a strong suppressive force. It's just like what was written in the High Priest's letter. The same. Suppressed like a mortal. As he spoke, his green eyes glowed with cyan light. And then they regained focus and looked at Li Guanqi. Fine. Alwyn smiled helplessly. Fortunately, although the spiritual power cannot be released out of the body, it can travel inside the body. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to use the spiritual eye technique, and I would be blind here. Look there. Li Guanqi looked north at this time and saw the entrance to the tomb. There is nothing majestic or spectacular. Just an amethyst hillside with a tightly closed black giant door at the bottom. Apart from it, the nearby amethyst plain can be seen as far as the eye can see. The huge black door was the only building. That should be his tomb. Li Guanqi looked excited. The last son of Tongyu in the old era. The first son of Tongyu in the new era. Elwyn, take the barrel. We should go over and open the door. Chapter 528, Double Space. Tomb and Underground Palace. Golden Dragon Elephant. Next, Li Guanqi did what he did in the simulated situation. Mutilating himself. Cutting off his hands and feet. Turning into a human stick. And lying with his own blood and stumps in the large wooden barrel tailor-made for him by Alvin. Amethyst space. In front of the huge black door. Alwyn closed his eyes, with a face full of reluctance, and slowly pushed the bloody barrel in front of him towards the giant door. And in the wooden barrel, there was naturally the human stick Li Guanqi soaking in the blood bath. It's just that as a human of different blood, Li Guanqi has long been accustomed to these physical pains. After all, even before he broke into the first level, he was forced by Ethan to look at his chest and abdomen, being dissected and enduring pain. Mr. Li, why? Why do you do this? Alwyn pushed the wooden barrel containing Li Guanqi in front of the huge black door, still closing his eyes and not daring to look. Can you open the door like this? Then this method of opening the door is too perverted. Li Guanqi, who was lying in the pool of blood in the barrel, had no expression on his face. Stop talking about you. I feel perverted. Don't you feel any pain? Alwyn covered his eyes with both hands, slowly exposed a gap between his fingers, looked at the bloody scene of the barrel through the gap between his fingers, and then quickly closed his eyes. It's not that he has never killed anyone. Although he has never killed humans in the elf forest, he has also killed monsters, cursed spirits and night elves. But as an elf magician, he can kill with just a few spells. The enemies will all turn into scum, and there won't be such a bloody scene at all. It hurts. Li Guanqi closed his eyes, leaning the back of his head against the edge of the barrel, with a helpless smile. Of course it hurts. Don't look at me calmly now. But it actually hurts like HL. But I am a human with different blood. If a human with different blood, I'm afraid if it hurts, other people with different blood will laugh out loud. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge black door in front of him shook violently, shaking and shaking off countless tiny amethyst powder. Then, in the expectant eyes of Li Guanqi and Alwyn, a crack slowly opened in the middle of the giant black door. And then with a continuous bang sound, the giant door slowly opened, revealing which one deep dark passage. The door is open. Yu's tomb is open. Alwyn, quick, Take me out. Li Guanqi smiled immediately when he saw this, and subconsciously wanted to get up, but found that his feet and hands were gone. So he had to shout at the top of his lungs. Yes, yes. Elwin grabbed the edge of the barrel with both hands and started to run out while dragging it. He ran all the way to the opening of the space crack and rushed in with the barrel. Buzz? The outside world? The secret room? The purple teleportation array on the ground burst into light, and the figures of Elwin and Beryl immediately appeared. Almost instantly, Li Guanqi stood up in the wooden bucket of blood pool. His hands and feet had completely healed themselves, and he walked out of the wooden bucket. At the same time, the black clothes transformed into the Imperial Divine Armor also shook slightly, shaking off the blood. Clean and tidy again. Just wait here. Li Guanqi glanced at Elwin. The guy whose grave is not the son of Tong Yu will die in the past. Yes. Elwin nodded heavily. Li Guanqi withdrew his gaze and stepped into the purple teleportation array again. Buzz? As the purple light erupted again, Li Guanqi, who had just returned, disappeared again. Amethyst space. Li Guanqi walked out of the space crack, stepped on the amethyst ground, and ran towards the black giant door at the bottom of the hillside not far away. But at the same time, a doubt also arose in his heart. Hades? Li Guanqi looked at the amethyst space above the dome and said curiously, I just remembered now that this place looks familiar. It is exactly the same as the place where you sealed the spirit of the artifact. It is an amethyst barrier, because that's one of the properties of attached half-space. Idiot, Pluto said lightly. Many half-spaces will condense into this kind of purple crystal at the boundary. Also, remember this kind of crystal. They are also a special magic material. As far as I know, some people can use this kind of crystal. The crystal casts a spell to directly create a half-space and lock you in for several days. I have one more question. Li Guanqi asked again. I thought your top priority now was to go to the tomb of the son of Tong Yu. Pluto was a little helpless. Why do you have so many problems? You are also the son of Tong Yu. Li Guanqi asked as he ran towards the giant black door. Certainly. Pluto was a little surprised. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? How did you become the son of Tong Yu? What stage of Tong Yu blood did you finally reach? Li Guanqi stopped and stood in front of the open black door, looking at the deep and dark passage. His eyes slightly focused. I have no idea. Pluto's voice deepened, seeming to recall some memories that made him feel heavy. Ever since the god of fire resurrected me, I discovered that the blood in my body is somewhat special. After many verifications, I determined that it was the bloodline that leads to the underworld. Blood. In other words, after my resurrection, I became the son of Tong Yu. I don't know the details, but it's most likely a gift from the god of fire. But I don't quite understand why she gave me this bloodline. Because I am different from you. I am not a dual practitioner of different blood and spiritual power. You have the system to reward you with a magic-generating organ. But I do not. When I was alive, the future god was probably not even born yet. The future where the guy was located was probably tens of thousands of years into the new era. I am a pure human of different blood. I have no magical organs in my body, nor will I have any after my resurrection. The blood of Tong Yu is a talent that belongs to the magician, and is almost useless to humans of different blood who do not have magical organs. So blood of Tong Yu is meaningless to me. But because of this, I speculate that the blood of Tong Yu may be the key to the Vulcan's resurrection of me. Perhaps this bloodline contains the secret of resurrection, but I couldn't figure it out. As for which stage of nether blood, I don't know. I'm not a conjurer, so I haven't used the benefits of nether blood at all. Naturally, I don't know what stage of nether blood I am. But in the old days, I never heard that the hair of the son of Tong Yu would turn purple or anything. Really? As soon as Pluto finished speaking, Shadcon spoke slowly. I have never heard of it in the old era. I heard Ares mention the 7-stage theory a while ago, saying that the 6th stage of nether blood will change people's hair and eyes. I was also surprised when it was purple. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said nothing. He just stepped forward, stepped into the huge black door, and walked towards the deep and dark passage. At first, there was no light. There are purple crystals outside that can emit faint light. But in this passage, there is not even the slightest light source. It is completely pitch black. Li Guanqi could only hold onto the wall with his right hand and keep moving forward. After walking slowly for more than 10 seconds, a purple space vortex suddenly appeared in front of him. Before Li Guanqi could react, the space vortex flew towards him and directly knocked him away, completely engulfed. The next moment, Li Guanqi walked out of the crack in space. The dual space transmission port. This tomb is really hidden deep enough. Li Guanqi shook his head, resisting the dizziness and discomfort in his mind, opened his eyes, and looked around. What came into view was a huge purple and gold underground palace. The golden dome was at least 300 meters away from the purple ground. There is an empty square with a radius of 100 meters. There is a huge open purple door directly in front, and the surrounding walls and pillars are all made of gold. The surrounding braziers were burning with blue flames, adding a bit of eeriness to this purple gold underground palace. The huge black door before was just the entrance to the first level. Li Guanqi looked around and whispered to himself. After entering the giant door, the purple space vortex is the second entrance to the tomb. This should be the main hall of the tomb. His eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the huge open purple door in front of him, and he took steps forward slowly. The underground palace space of this tomb is exactly the same as the amethyst space outside. They also have terrifying suppressive power, making him feel like a mortal. By the way, Pluto, what do you think of this suppressive force? Li Guanqi walked into the huge purple door, stepped on the purple and gold floor tiles, and walked along the passage while asking a question in his mind. What do you think? Pluto hesitated slightly. If I say that I can't understand it at all, would you believe it? Li Guanqi was stunned. I can't understand. Pluto sighed, and then said, I don't like to make a fool of myself. If I don't understand, I just don't understand. Yes, as a god, I can't understand the work of this son of 9 palace level Tongyu. I completely cannot understand this suppressive power. I don't know, and can't find any way to crack it. What about Shankara? Li Guanqi asked again. Same. Shan Kong quickly replied. This is a completely unfamiliar power. It's a bit like spiritual power, and a bit like law power. But really speaking, it's neither of these two. It's puzzling. But that's a good thing. Pluto suddenly smiled. At least this shows that the son of Tongyu does have something, and our trip will not be in vain. However, at this moment, Li Guanqi looked forward and his pupils suddenly shrank. He has now reached the end of the passage and arrived at the second tomb hall. And in the center of this hall, a huge monster standing 100 meters high stood impressively. It looks like a sleeping golden elephant, with 4 legs like 4 stone pillars. The overall look is like the mammoth elephant in Li Guanqi's impression. But its body is not covered with hair, but is covered with golden scales. However, what is even more surprising is that the tail of this behemoth is very long and thick, like a giant lizard's tail. However, the shock level of this tail is somewhat insignificant compared to its head. Dragon. The head of this golden-scaled monster is a head that looks exactly like the head of a giant dragon. A dragon's head, a dragon's tail, a giant elephant's body, and golden scales covering the body, from the soles of the feet to the position of the closed eyes. It is nearly 120 meters. Oh my god. Li Guanqi stood in front of this behemoth, looking up at its giant dragon head, feeling an incredible shock in his heart. Shocked by monsters? No. A 100-meter-tall monster was not worth mentioning in the new era. What really shocked Li Guanqi was the collision between legend and reality. Dragon head and elephant body. This behemoth that seems to be sleeping is actually the legendary dragon elephant that was on the verge of extinction around the year 100 of the new era. Sister, I saw it. Li Guanqi looked up at the sleeping dragon elephant, with a hint of reminiscence in his blue eyes. At this moment, the voice and smile of the woman in red seemed to be vivid in his mind, and the conversation between him and her seemed to be ringing in his ears again. Senior sister, what does opening the divine veins in the limbs have to do with elephant? Why is this realm called the 4-elephant level? Because according to legend, in the Old Age period when martial arts originated, a powerful demon species called dragon elephant lived in the Central Plains region, which is now the border of Daluo. They are hundreds of feet tall and extremely powerful. With their full strength, they can easily crash into a mountain. But dragons and elephants are not humans' nightmare, because they are good-natured. They eat grass but not meat, and they help people but don't harm them. This kind of monster with powerful power but gentle temperament was worshipped by our ancestors in the Central Plains. Later, the people of the Central Plains learned to practice and found that in the 4th realm of the different flesh body, the strength of human beings was enough to compare with that of dragons and elephants. In order to commemorate this kind of demon that helped us in the history of the Central Plains people, the Central Plains people call the 4th realm the 4-elephant level. This is unique to us Central Plains people, and later spread to the entire East. So, senior sister, are dragons and elephants extinct? I guess so. There are legends about common people in Dalio occasionally witnessing it, but they have never actually caught one, so they can't be taken seriously. Okay, that's it for the popular science. Junior brother, it's time for us to start practicing. Good. Sister, it seems a bit exaggerated. Li Guanqi looked up at the 100-meter-high dragon elephant and smiled softly. It is said that the dragon elephant is 100 meters tall. In the new age, it is 1 foot 3 meters, which means it is 300 meters high. This dragon elephant is at most 120 to 130 meters. Or maybe, is this just a baby elephant in front of me? After saying that, he lowered his head and his eyes flickered. I haven't seen my senior sister for a long time. I don't know how senior sister is doing in the Wang family now. What is the situation of the Kalinzi plan? And I don't know how to tell senior sister that Chi Yuanon is still alive in the future. Boy, what are you doing standing there stupidly? Pluto suddenly spoke. Why does it take so long to look at a dragon elephant that has been dead for who knows how many years? You are not a biologist. And a dragon elephant that has been made into a puppet is not rare for biologists. Oh, yes. Li Guanqi nodded slightly, passed by the golden-scaled dragon elephant, and walked towards the entrance of the next tomb. This 100-meter-long dragon elephant is dead, and its body has become a specimen. It has been made into a puppet that needs a spiritual core to drive. It can be seen from the purple crystal on the forehead of the dragon elephant. This is a common feature of puppets. They rely on that crystal to replenish their spiritual power. But this 100-meter dragon elephant showed no signs of starting. Of course, it's not broken. It's most likely because of the Tongyu blood in Li Guanqi's body that the dragon elephant puppet continues to choose to sleep. If this dragon elephant puppet really revives, then with Li Guanqi's current situation of being suppressed into a mortal, no matter what level this puppet is, he will definitely be trampled into a pulp. Etc. Li Guanqi almost walked into the door of the next tomb. But when he was about to go, he turned back, looked at the huge golden dragon elephant, touched his chin and thought for a while. Dragon elephant is a 4th-level demon species. But this golden dragon elephant puppet is uncertain. Hello. After a while, Li Guanqi suddenly said, Do you think I did something wrong by moving this golden dragon elephant puppet away? Chapter 529 has gone to you deep in the galaxy. Move the golden dragon elephant? Pluto spoke slowly. When the puppet is not activated, it has almost no breath and pressure at all. So I cannot sense the level of this puppet. But considering the mystery of the owner of the tomb, the puppet he brought out and placed as a gatekeeper in the first tomb, should not be of a low grade. But I can't figure out how you, who is suppressed with your current strength, can move it away. Can you open the space necklace now? Sure. Li Guanqi nodded. The suppression ability of this space does not make my power completely disappear, but limits it. My soul power cannot be released outside now, but it can travel inside my body. As for the space necklace around my neck, it only needs to be close to the surface of my body's skin, and then I can control my soul power to travel to that location in my body, allowing the space necklace to resonate, and then it can be turned on. Then what are you thinking about? Pluto said lazily. Just take it. But how to activate this puppet's formation? At this time, Ares suddenly said in surprise. Each puppet has a special activation formation. We don't have the corresponding opening key, so we can only break the formation forcibly. Who can break it? Hades? Li Guanqi asked. I won't. Pluto's voice was calm. In the old era, there was no formation that could stop me from violently smashing, so I have no interest in learning formation knowledge. I don't know much about these. As for cracking the puppet formation, that is even more unprofessional, forehead. As he said that, he suddenly shut up. Shun Kong and Ares both sneered. Li Guanqi knew why they were laughing, and why Pluto suddenly shut up. Because Pluto claimed that there was no formation in the old era that could stop his violent destruction. However, at Ragnarok, didn't he just build a ceiling formation to trap Pluto in the underworld for a long time? This is equivalent to a slap in the face. I can do that. At this time, Shishua's soft voice suddenly sounded. I know the formation knowledge. Yes. Li Guanqi's eyes lit up. It was Shishua who helped him solve the flaw in the 6th-level Soul Ascension array. Then I'll start moving. Li Guanqi walked to the end of the golden dragon elephant's tail that was hanging on the ground. He grabbed the tip of the tail with his left hand and the space necklace with his right hand. Then he controlled the soul power to move through his body until it reached the palm of his right hand. Buzz! The blue space gem inlaid on the space necklace shone slightly. And then Li Guanqi grabbed the left hand of the golden dragon elephant's tail, and the space began to fluctuate more and more violently. A few seconds later, this spatial fluctuation completely expanded, encompassing a whole 100-meter-high golden dragon elephant. Boom! With a violent vibration in the space, the golden dragon elephant disappeared instantly. Storage successful. Master, find a time some other time, and sit on the back of this elephant for a while so that I can decipher the formation. Shishua's soft voice sounded again. Although I haven't started checking yet. Judging from the puppet charging core on the elephant's forehead, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, any complex puppet formation would not place the charging core in such a conspicuous and easy-to-attack place. Then can you tell what level of puppet the golden dragon elephant is? Li Guanqi asked. No way, Xiaoxue replied. I can't tell for a while. Let's wait until we return to the outside world and the power is no longer suppressed. And then we can start it again and take a look. Good. Li Guanqi nodded, glanced at the empty tomb hall without the golden dragon elephant, then turned around and walked towards the entrance of the next tomb. All the traps along the way are very different from this golden dragon elephant. The real mechanism seems to be a golden dragon and elephant. Other traps are all similar to the spirit gathering attack formation, which can collect spiritual energy and then release attacks. However, the locations where the formation materials are stored are all inside the wall. Li Guanqi, whose strength is now suppressed, cannot get in at all. So along the way, he only got a golden dragon elephant of unknown grade. However, although these mechanisms are different from the golden dragon elephant, one thing is still the same. That's recognition. They can all identify the Tongyu blood in Li Guanqi's body. Li Guanqi passed through tomb chambers and passages one after another. From time to time, he encountered several mechanisms and stepped on several raised stone slabs. But there was no movement at all. Those agencies would not make any attacks on him. The son of Tongyu. That you is really a contradiction. Li Guanqi had already started running, passing through one tomb after another, while Pluto said lazily, I don't want my research to be leaked and cause any disaster. But I don't want my research to be known to anyone, even if he brings it into the tomb. He also sets up the tomb with a mechanism that is ineffective against the son of Tongyu. Doesn't this mean that he wants the next son of Tongyu to rob the tomb to get all his research? Pretentious? Too pretentious. What secret can make him so entangled? Wouldn't you know it just by looking at it? At this time, Li Guanqi suddenly stopped, because in the center of the tomb hall that appeared in front of him, there was a luxurious purple gold coffin. Arrive. You coffin! Call. Li Guanqi walked to the front of the coffin, took a deep breath, and bowed his head in worship to the coffin. I'm sorry, Senior Yu. Due to my current situation, I urgently need your lifelong research. Please forgive me for my disrespect. After saying this, he reached out and pushed open the golden coffin lid without any ink marks. Rumble. The coffin lid is not heavy. With Li Guanqi's current mortal strength, although it is a bit difficult, he can still push it open little by little. But as he pushed harder, the gap between the gold coffin lid and the purple gold coffin became larger, and the tomb underground palace shook violently, shaking dust and dust from the ceiling. Until the end, Li Guanqi had already pushed the coffin lid half open. The situation inside the coffin was exactly the same as what he saw in the simulator. It was empty, without any signs of bones. Empty? Shukong made a surprised sound. There is no trace of decay of the bones. Demon Sword, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this scene. What's the ring in that corner? This is the only object in the coffin. Xiaoxue, who was the least talkative, suddenly said this. Bronze ring. Li Guanqi stretched out his hand and took out the simple and old bronze ring. Without any hesitation, he bit the tip of his right index finger and dripped a few drops of blood onto the bronze ring. Buzz. In an instant, the bronze ring burst into purple gold light. The next moment, the ring shook slightly, broke free from Li Guanqi's hand, flew up, and floated in midair. The purple gold light it emitted became even more dazzling. Gradually, these purple gold rays of light began to converge, converging into a stunningly beautiful woman who seemed illusory but not illusory, and seemed illusory but not illusory. She was wearing a purple and gold robe, and her appearance could be described as stunning. She was flawless and perfect. Her long purple hair fluttered gently, but in her beautiful golden eyes, There was a bit of indifference to all living beings, which was unsettling. Dare to look directly. Purple hair. Golden eyes. You can call me. You. The beautiful woman was suspended in midair, looking down at Li Guanqi. Her beautiful golden eyes flickered slightly, and there was a hint of kindness in her eyes. At the same time, her red lips opened slightly, and she let out a sweet voice like the cry of an oriole. But when she spoke, her figure would flicker from time to time, making people realize that she was not real. Being able to come here alive means that you, like me, are also a being with netherworld blood. The beautiful woman looked at Li Guanqi. A smile gradually appeared on her face, and her voice was ethereal. Welcome, son of Tongyu. When you see the projection of my ring, if nothing else happens, I should have already flown to the depths of the galaxy and embarked on the search for the footprints of the civilization of the first era. Of course, if I'm lucky, I might have found it. When you hear this sentence, you must feel strange, right? In the middle of the tomb, the beautiful woman with purple hair and golden eyes, you, looked down at Li Guanqi on the ground with a smile on her face, and chuckled. I actually flew to the depths of the galaxy? As a creature of the alien blood era, I can actually break away from the shackles of the star field and go to the depths of the galaxy? How can it be? Li Guanqi looked up at her with disbelief on his face. When he met Pluto for the second time, Pluto yelled at him hysterically, and this was the point of his anger. He still remembers Pluto's furious look and words at that time. The era of different blood has limited my growth. In this era it limits us. The era of alien blood is a failure of the universe. This is the worst era. I want to pursue the power of the first age. Only the extraordinary power of that era can allow me to resurrect my lover. But the creatures of the first era have left this planet. If I want to track them down, I must leave here and go to the depths of the star sea to find their traces. But what's the result? All the creatures that became gods in the age of alien blood cannot leave this planet too far, to be precise. They cannot leave the space area where this planet is located. We gods moved across the planet, but to no avail. Even if we push the planet away from this area of space, we will still lose power. At most we go to the moon and we gradually lose power. We, the gods of the different blood era, are completely tied to this star field. This is bondage. In the heyday of the old era, the age of gods, the gods even pushed the planet to take them away from their original star field. But the gods still lost their power. What binds them is not this planet, but this star field, this large area of space. So Hades failed. He failed to go to the depths of the galaxy and find the footprints and power of the first era. But what now? This woman who calls herself you has actually accomplished the goal that the Hades king has dreamed of and has gone to the depths of the galaxy? P. Hades? Li Guanqi said something in his mind. Listen. Listen to her. Pluto's voice was very soft, with an unspeakable emotion that was the expectation that the truth was close at hand, and the caution of worrying that the dream would be broken. Li Guanqi nodded slightly, then looked at you, waiting for the next words. And you didn't speak for a minute. It seemed that he knew what incredible consequences his words would bring, so he gave the listeners time to digest. It wasn't until a minute later that she opened her red lips, smiled softly again and said, Of course, maybe you don't know what I just said. It's okay. I can explain it briefly. At the beginning of the old age, a rain of blood came to the world. Since the blood rain came, all creatures on this planet, whether they were born after the blood rain or before the blood rain, as long as they are people on this planet, will be firmly tied to this star field, fixed together, unable to leave the star field too far. Do you know the moon? The moon is a planet. Once the creatures of the alien blood era go to outer space and walk about as far as the moon, they will gradually lose their power. If they move forward again, they will become ordinary people and suffocate in space. I don't know to what extent technology has developed in the era in which you live, but what I know is that in the 500 years of the old era, human aerospace technology basically came to a standstill. Since then, as time has passed, there has been no major breakthrough in aerospace technology. You may not believe it, but this is the reality of the old days. When aerospace technology was at its peak in the old era, humankind's manned aerospace technology could only take humans to Mars and set foot on the land of that planet. Just that. It was already exhausting all its efforts. It's just Mars. It is only 0.00000058 light years away from us. But in the vast universe, there are countless planets that are tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of light years away from us. Or even further away. Hundreds of thousands. Millions. Tens of millions. Hundreds of millions of light years away. Somewhere outside. Can we humans really go to those places? It was also during the period that mankind finally desperately discovered the fact that interstellar travel was probably impossible to achieve. Before that era, human scientists were divided into two groups. One group of people is optimistic, believing that sooner or later people will be able to build a sufficiently advanced spacecraft to carry out interstellar migration and travel, to fly to planets countless light years away, and have a glimpse of the beauty, wonder and mystery of the universe. One group is pessimistic and believes that interstellar travel is not feasible, due to the problems of the resources that can be collected around it. People will never be able to build a spacecraft of that level. At that time, optimists made up the majority, and no one thought the pessimists were right. But it turns out that humans always love fantasy. But reality always makes people feel desperate. Interstellar travel is indeed impossible to achieve. Humanity has not been able to develop the technology for interstellar travel, nor has it been able to find a resource sufficient to support interstellar travel. Relying on scientific and technological means to carry out interstellar travel is actually something that will never be realized. Some people say that alien blood power and spiritual power are also part of science, and the definition of science should be broader. Many people think so, but I don't like to call it that. I personally prefer to call them supernatural powers, and I even think they should be distinguished from science, because I believe that extraordinary power can do things that technology cannot. For example, space travel. Under normal circumstances, space travel requires coordinates. If you have not been to a place, you cannot get space coordinates, and you cannot open directional space cracks. But we can do random teleportation, so no spatial coordinates are needed. Deliberately carrying out random teleportation over the longest distance and constantly teleporting. I believe that the immortal gods will one day be able to teleport to relevant locations in the first era. However, once the creatures of the different blood era leave this star field too far away, they will lose their power, and the Law Palace will say no to you, making it impossible for us to tear open the rift in space. I haven't been there, so I can't get the spatial coordinates, so I can only teleport randomly. But once we teleport too far, when we come out of the space rift, we will lose our power, suffocate in space, and be unable to open the space rift again. This is a dead end. The only key to breaking the situation lies in the constraints of the star field. So, I believe that if humans want to go to the depths of the galaxy, they must break away from the constraints of the star field and cross the galaxy with pure extraordinary power. And I, having successfully accomplished this, have traveled to the depths of the starry sky. Chapter 530: The Story of Netherworld. The ultimate secret of perfect access to Netherworld blood. I successfully broke away from the shackles of the star field, crossed the galaxy with pure extraordinary power, and went to the depths of the starry sky to find the footprints of civilization in the first era. At this point, the beautiful woman with purple hair and golden eyes, suddenly stopped. Ligwanchi noticed that there was a bit of self-deprecation on her beautiful face. Did I succeed on my own? You, who was floating in the air, smiled bitterly. I don't know if this can be considered my success. Even if it is, it can only be said to be a success by accident. Right? If you really want to say it, it's all luck. God is so kind. Me? Really? Ligwanchi stood on the ground and gritted his teeth, holding back his temper and waiting for the woman to continue talking about the most important thing. At that time, I was obsessed with getting rid of the shackles of the star field and heading to the depths of the starry sky. You raised his head slightly and murmured softly. But at that time, I couldn't even become a god. Since the catastrophe of the old era, the source energy of this planet has become extremely thin, and there is no way for people to become gods. At that time, my netherworld law had been taken to the final step by me. I am only one step away from entering the palace and becoming an immortal god who controls one law. But my thin origin chi prevented me from doing this. I can't even become a god. How can I get rid of the shackles of the star realm? What even the gods of the old era couldn't do. How can I, a mere mortal, do it? Ridiculous, isn't it? Having said this, Yu lowered his head and shook his head slightly. But soon, she raised her head again, looked down at Ligwanchi on the ground, and said softly, So I stopped thinking about these things and began to live my own life with peace of mind. Please forgive me for wanting to tell my own story, because I'm afraid that no one will remember me. Could you please listen patiently? I want people to remember me. On this planet, I hope there are still people who can remember a woman named you and a little bit of her story. I will listen with my heart. Li Guanqi knew that this woman was just a projection, but he still nodded seriously. I will remember you. Your name and story. Year 535 of the new era. Although this woman's projection could confirm Li Guanqi's position and allow her to speak while looking at the floor, she was indeed not conscious. Before Li Guanqi finished speaking, she continued to speak. That year, I passed by a small elf tribe. I was passing by, but that night, I happened to meet an elf who awakened the dark night gene and mutated into a night elf, which is what the elves call a night monster. I witnessed the whole process with my own eyes. At that time, the blood in my body was restless, and I was keenly aware that the genes of the night elves might be useful for my netherworld blood. So I stopped the night elf from trying to eat his own children, knocked him unconscious, and took him to a cave for research. If one is not enough, it will soon die. So I began to collect a large number of night elves to support my research. For this purpose, I began to travel around the world, looking for the footprints of night elves everywhere. In the year 541 of the new age, I received news that an elven tribe was at war with the night elves. I headed to that area. There are so many flowers in that place. There are colorful flowers all over the mountains and plains. It is very beautiful. Not long after I was there, I encountered a lakeside encounter between the elves and the night elves. When I passed by, the two sides had already decided the winner. The night elves defeated most of the elves, leaving only the last young one. The male elves were stubbornly resisting. I went over and knocked out all the night elves, and saved this group of elves by the way. Then I learned that this male elf was actually only 18 years old. He was really young and in his prime years. I didn't know what I was thinking at that time, but I suddenly wanted to fall in love. Well, with the elf. With him. I really don't know what I was thinking at that time. It felt like the breeze was blowing across my face, bringing the fragrance of flowers from afar. Then for a moment, I looked at the handsome face of the male elf, and my heartstrings were suddenly touched. I told the elf, "How about falling in love?" The elf's face turned red all of a sudden. Really red. But I took his hand. Then we got together. The elf was very shy at first, but after we established our relationship, he turned out to be a very cheerful and sunny child. He and I spent 3 wonderful years accompanying each other. We were very happy in that continent where flowers bloomed everywhere. I was even thinking, should I give him a child? A hybrid of humans and elves. But, in the year 544 of the new era, an enemy of mine came to my door. In order not to implicate him, I had no choice but to separate from him and flee alone. This escape lasted hundreds of years. In order to deal with my enemy and then see him again, I started to experiment with night elves crazily. Finally, New Era 670. That year, I successfully extracted a genetic factor from the night elves' genes. Based on that genetic factor, I prepared a potion. After drinking it, I successfully made my body unblocked. Blood has completed its evolution. That night, my hair and eyes suddenly turned purple. And at that moment, I understood that the power of Tongyu blood can affect every generation of Tongyu's children in this world. Starting from my generation, every generation of Tongyu's children born will obtain this evolved Tongyu's blood. Well, I think it's a bit of a loss. I worked so hard to complete the evolution of Tongyu blood. And as a result, every subsequent generation of Tongyu's children will be born with it. Is this the case where the predecessors planted trees, and the descendants enjoy the shade? It doesn't matter. Compared with the son of Tongyu in the old era, the son of Tongyu in the new era will be more powerful. So I like to call myself the first son of Tongyu in the new era, rather than the last son of Tongyu in the old era, because we are far more powerful than our predecessors in the old era. The Tongyu blood that I evolved is very powerful. It can actually increase the strength of my spiritual power by more than 10 times. And I can easily kill enemies by leapfrogging. With the help of this power, I successfully defeated my enemy. I thought I could finally go back to him and be together again. But it backfired. When I returned to the continent full of flowers after 126 years and visited the elf tribe again, I found that the elf tribe had been renamed Tulip. They started calling themselves Tulip Elves. Well, it's a very good name. Tulip. And it goes well with the mainland, which is full of flowers. And what about him? He already has a new lover. A very beautiful female elf who is very gentle and loves him very much. He also has a pair of lovely children. He already has a very happy family. That night, I sneaked into his house and pinched the cheeks of the two elf children. They were very soft. I remember that my mood was not bad at that time. But I cried. I left there without meeting him, as if I had never been there. Then I continued my wandering career, traveling around the world. Later, I discovered that the Tongyu blood in my body became more and more powerful. It could control the same level of cursed spirits to form an army. And it could also control the same level of night elves for my use. But then I was at the Jyogon level. In this new godless era, it is the highest level. This basically means that all night elves in the world can be used by me. I guess this is because my evolution of Tongyu blood extracted the genes of night elves as the basis of the potion. In addition, I also discovered that I can suppress the night elf genes. To put it simply, I can turn every night elf back into a normal elf. They can eat normally without having to eat their own kind. Not only that, I can also take a normal elf and forcibly catalyze the dark night gene in the body, mutating it into a night elf, and then use it for my own use. That's scary, isn't it? As long as I want, I can completely destroy the elves. But apart from me, every subsequent generation of Tongyo's sons should also be able to do such horrific things. I can't let such terrifying power be passed down. So I started researching to suppress this ability of mine. I succeeded. I have developed a secret magic restriction, and it is imprinted in the genes of Tongyu blood. I call it Secret Solution. Tongyo's blood will be passed down to every generation of Tongyo's sons. The Tongyu blood that I have evolved will also evolve in every subsequent generation of Tongyo's sons. In the same way, I set up the Yojia Tongyu blood, and every subsequent generation of Tongyo's sons will also have it. If he doesn't know how to open this Yojia, then even if he is also the son of Tongyu, he can't make the elves transform into night elves. And he can't make the elves listen to his orders. I was initially prepared to forget this prohibition forever. I don't want to see the elves destroyed, because they are elves. But later, as time went by, my mentality changed. I can't bear it. I'm a researcher. I didn't want my knowledge to disappear forever. So I chose to put it here, waiting for a certain son of Tongyu who came here to find my bronze ring and get the method to unlock the netherworld solution. As for getting this bronze ring, I don't care what the son of Tongyu who turns on the Yojia will do to the elves, because later I figured it out. In fact, I am not attached to the elves at all. I am just attached to that elf. My life has been wandering. Except for those 3 wonderful years. I have no fixed place and no so-called home. Until New Era 928. That year, I felt like I was going to die of old age. I am different from the humans in the old era. My lifespan seems to be only a mere 900 years. I don't know why. At first, I thought it was because of my evolution through nether blood. But then, I found some old friends, who were a few years older than me. They were all born in the last days of the old era before the new era. They and like me. I feel the end of my life is approaching. Don't know why. But, that's okay. 1,000 years of life. Whether it is long or short. I have lived enough. Before I die, I want to find a place to spend my remaining years. I don't know why. Just like I didn't know how to fall in love back then. And finally, I came to the Tulip Fairy Forest. I met him again. At that time, he was less than 400 years old. He was still very young. But he had already taken over the scepter of the 2nd generation elf high priest, and succeeded him as the 3rd generation elf high priest of the Tulip tribe. He is still as good looking as before. With a gentle smile. His wife is also very beautiful. His children have grown up, and have children of their own. And he is now a grandfather. I didn't want him to know who I was. So I started wearing a pure white mask and a large purple robe. He never saw me take off my mask or clothes. And I never spoke again. I just used soul power to communicate with him directly. In his eyes, my you should be mysterious. Don't know the origin? Don't know your race? Even, haha. He probably doesn't know my gender. When I fell in love with him, I called myself Ur and didn't tell him anything. But in the last period, I told him many things. However, I didn't have the control of the blood of Tongyu on the fate of the elves. Tell him. Because I was afraid that he, the 3rd generation high priest of the Tulip Elf, would complain about me because of this incident. Maybe I'm conflicted? During the period before my death, I didn't even recognize myself. It was a very strange feeling. I call this a normal sign of a person dying of old age. In the year 972 of the new era. This is what I thought before I passed away and closed my eyes. But I was wrong. After staying in the tomb coffin for 10 years, I suddenly came back to life. Not only was I resurrected, but I actually became a god without absorbing any source energy. Having said this, you, who was suspended in midair, spread his arms with excitement on his face. Li Guanqi, who was standing on the ground, was completely shocked when he heard this. With disbelief on his face. You doesn't sell anything. She quickly continued her story. 10 years. I have been dead for 10 years. And after my resurrection, I entered the Netherworld Palace without absorbing any source energy, and became the first god in the new era. As she spoke, this beautiful woman with purple hair and golden eyes looked extremely excited. At that time, I finally understood the true power of the blood of Tongyu. The Tongyu blood that activates Netherworld Solution is an advanced state of Tongyu blood. However, Tanjiexo, who has been resurrected from the dead, is Tanjiexo in the ultimate and perfect form. After my resurrection, my appearance also changed. Although my hair was still purple, my eyes were no longer purple, but gold, and the color of my spiritual power also changed to purple gold. Purple means tranquility. Purple gold is the perfect way to access the secluded world. And not only that, I also found that after I became a god, the constraints of this star field on me disappeared. This is not an illusion. I tried to go to space, flew to the moon, and flew to Mars. Facts have proved that my power shows no sign of fading. No matter how far I leave our star field, my power will not suffer any wear and tear. As a creature of different blood, I am free from the shackles of the star field. I am truly free. Deep in the starry sky, the footprints of the first civilization are waving to me, calling me. So, son of Tongyu standing in front of me. Do you understand? Having said this, the projection of you lowered his head and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile on his face. I am you, the first son of Tongyu in the new era. After my improvement, I completely opened the path of Tongyu in Yojia. Blood is the most powerful and perfect special constitution in the world. And what I just said is the ultimate secret to perfect nether blood. Resurrection from the dead. No need for source energy. Becoming a god on the spot. Getting rid of the constraints of the star field. Going to the depths of the starry sky at will. And traveling the universe. This is the true power of us. Our sons of Tongyu. Chapter 531. Deep in the universe. The first era. So that's it. Pluto's voice rang in Li Guanqi's mind, with an extremely complicated emotion, and he murmured to himself. Resurrection from the dead is one of the characteristics of Tongyu blood. No wonder you resurrected me. You need to give me eye transplant this bloodline. You've discovered this a long time ago, haven't you? But I was too stupid. I failed to discover the secret of Tanjiexo in the old era. The truth I had been searching for was actually found in the new era by a woman who had not even become a god. But I was reincarnated in the new era, and it took more than 4,000 years. But I never came here and discovered all these secrets. God was kind to you, allowing her to escape from the constraints of the star field by accident. But for me, there is so little mercy. At the end of the sentence, Hades sighed deeply. Hey, what next? At this time, Li Guanqi looked at the beautiful woman Yu who was suspended in midair and fell into silence, and waved his hand in confusion. Why don't you speak? Is this the end? Or are you stuck? Hello? Senior Yu? Silence. This projection is just a projection, and obviously does not have the function of answering. Seeing this, Li Guanqi had no choice but to give up. Stood on the spot, sorted out the information, and whispered to himself. So, the current situation is that Tongyu blood has the ability to inherit whatever the previous generation of Tongyo's sons did to their own Tongyu blood. Each subsequent generation of Tongyo's sons will also have what kind of Tongyu blood they have. This woman improved Tanjiexu. As the first son of Tongyu in the new era, she single-handedly changed the entire new era of Tongyo's son. She has no theory of the 7 stages. But from her description, it can be known that Roger after 2000 obviously did not make any breakthroughs. He just observed his own bloodline and made a theoretical segmentation. According to Roger's classification, when you died for the first time, he was in the 6th stage of Tongyu blood, with purple hair and purple eyes, and his spiritual power increased greatly. But, when you died of old age and was resurrected, her Yu blood automatically rose to the most perfect stage. The characteristic of perfect Tanjiexu is purple hair and golden eyes. In addition to the increase in combat power and the ability to control night elves of the same level, the most outstanding abilities are 2. 1. You can become a god without origin energy. This is outrageous. 2. You can get rid of the constraints of the star field and freely travel to the depths of the universe. This is even more outrageous. The physique of Tongyu blood seems to be completely out of tune with this alien blood era. The age of different blood requires origin chi to become a god, but perfect nether blood does not. Creatures in the era of alien blood are bound by the star field, but the perfect nether blood will not. After talking to himself to this point, Li Guanqi had basically sorted out the information he had obtained. There was only one question before him: how should Tongyu blood evolve? To know the use of evolved abilities. The most important thing is that he needs to know how to evolve. The simulation only simulated the next 10 days. According to the simulation, after he watched the projection of you, the bronze ring should explode, and then a drop of purple-black blood would run out from it, rush directly into his body, and then start to purify his blood to help him. The evolution of Tongjixe. Then he will fall asleep. He didn't wake up until the 10th day. This made Li Guanqi wonder what would happen next. Evolution of Tongjixe? Which stage? 6th or 7th? So hopefully this is the only one. Pluto's slightly crazy voice was like a heavy hammer, hammering hard in Li Guanqi's heart. Tongyu blood. If I want to get rid of the shackles of the star field and go to the depths of the universe to find the footprints of the first era, I can only let the son of Tongyu. Tongyu blood evolves to the perfect stage, and then takes the body of Tongyu's son. Is that me? Taking my body away from me. But you can't do it at all. Li Guanqi was a little puzzled. You have an extremely weak consciousness right now. If I wanted to, I could wipe out your consciousness right now. Why are you so crazy? Pluto? Shadkong laughed unkindly. What are you saying? Pluto was speechless for a moment. Kid, don't forget. You come from the real world. You are not the son of Tongyu in this weird world at all. I am not talking about you. Li Guanqi suddenly realized. Yes, the son of Jiogong level Tongyu who poisoned Sersha. Is he your target? Do you want me to help you seize him? Make a deal. Pluto's tone was low and he said slowly. You help me get the body of the son of Tongyu. And in return, I will give you the position of the Devouring Palace. Once the conditions for becoming a god permit, I will withdraw from the Devouring Palace, and then give you all my insights about the Devouring Palace, allowing you to directly control the Devouring Law and become a god. I have other ways to follow the law. If not, think about it for yourself. Given your current situation, how many years will it take to become a god by relying on other laws? And those laws are incomparable to the power of the Devouring Laws. In addition, your plundering technique is similar to my devouring ability. It is obviously the same path. Entering the Devouring Palace is your best choice. Forehead. Li Guanqi had a strange expression on his face. Compared with what happens next, I want to know more. If the son of Tongyu, who is at the Jiogong level, suddenly comes to me and takes my life after a while, how should we deal with it? Do not worry. Pluto's voice was calm. I have everything. You just let nature take its course. What other options do you have? Li Guanqi couldn't help but frown slightly when he heard this. To be precise, it's your own backup. I'm just the initiator. Pluto hesitated for a moment, but still said, this method requires sacrificing these artifacts in your hands. I don't like to be a hypocrite, so I will say ugly things in front of you. If there is a situation where there is a narrow escape, I will sacrifice they pay the price to get that glimmer of life for you and me. Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly. Shadkong and the other artifacts were just silent. Without saying a word, change the subject. Li Guanqi frowned and suddenly asked, both you and you have repeatedly mentioned the word First Era Civilization. What is this specifically? It's just a pronoun. Pluto said lightly. In the old era, many people discovered some powers that did not belong to our era. In fact, you have also seen it. The Lugui village incident. That Lin Xianbai used Taoism to hold back the resurrected paper Taoist. I suspect that the Daoyuan heaven-locking formation condensed by spells is one of them. Of course, there is no telling what period of power this thing was. Then let's talk about another more accurate thing. The evil phoenix. That prehistoric creature with amnesia obviously has an extraordinary origin. It is most likely a creature from an earlier era. The power she possesses is also a prehistoric power. And didn't she say it before? She is more powerful than the Yu dynasty millions of years ago. Old. These are all prehistoric. We call it the First Age. This is just a pronoun. Of course we are not sure which era these things are from. In fact, we don't know how many eras there are in total. This is just a name chosen for convenience. There is no need to get entangled in the words. You can also think of it simply as prehistory. We believe that the civilizations of the first era were very advanced. They were extremely powerful, and could easily travel through the stars and travel around the universe. The planet under our feet may be the origin of the first era, or it may just be a colony. But what we can be sure of is that no matter what the situation, the creatures of the first era chose to leave this planet collectively for unknown reasons. Planet, go to the depths of the universe. Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but look thoughtful. When he first attracted stars and communicated with the universe for the first time, he saw it. A group of flaming phoenixes flew out from the surface of the planet, flapping their flaming wings, soaring through the galaxy and universe, heading into the depths. Migration. Perhaps the migration of the group of prehistoric phoenixes occurred at the same time as the departure of the creatures from the First Age? The civilization of the First Age was very advanced. Pluto's voice sounded again in Li Guanqi's heart, with mixed emotions. And I want to pursue their power. After humans in the Age of Different Blood became gods, they couldn't find the way forward. At my peak, I could crush the gods, but I didn't actually reach a higher level of life. What is a higher level of life? Ordinary humans only know how to use combustible materials to support combustion and create flames indirectly through various methods. Extraordinary humans can control the law of fire and condense flames directly out of thin air. This is the difference in levels of life. But the difference between the God King and the God is only in combat power, not in life level. I want to resurrect my lover. My goal is only this one. This simple one. She definitely still has hope. The Fire Palace is still in the main state, which means that traces of her life still exist, and there is a possibility of her resurrection. I just want to find a way to come back to life. The pantheons of the old era always said that in theory, every god was immortal and could always be resurrected over time. But how long will this take? She died about 10,000 years ago in the old epoch. But when I reached the end of 30,000 years in the old epoch, she still was not resurrected. Today, in the year 4872 of the new epoch, she still has not been resurrected. I just want to see her again. The one who belongs to me. I don't want to talk about multiverses, parallel time and space. And there are countless bullshit theories about her in the world. To me, she is her. There is only one her. The only her. Li Guanqi was silent, not knowing what to say at this time. Pluto's persistence was beyond his imagination. He has only lived for more than 20 years now. Just over 20 years. But what about Hades? This being has worked hard for nearly 25,000 years to resurrect his lover, which is a number that he cannot understand. Long years. This is a love that has lasted for 25,000 years. And it is an obsession that Pluto's 10,000 years cannot erase. Pluto, I feel very unhappy with you. At this time, Demon Sword suddenly said, but this about you is really admirable, because I really can't understand that human beings can maintain such a long-term memory of a relationship. But you did it. Who would have thought that Pluto, who single-handedly caused Ragnarok, was just a pure lover? Shukong had mixed feelings. In the old era, more than 90% of the gods thought you wanted to rule the world. If they knew that you were just trying to kill gods to gain power for such a purpose, I'm afraid it would make them angry. Survived. To me, it's not just dot. Pluto's tone did not fluctuate, and he said calmly, resurrecting her is the only goal in my life. To me, this is everything, and it is far more important than ruling the world. Then it's settled. Li Guanqi suddenly raised his head and looked at the beautiful woman with purple hair and golden eyes floating in the air in front of him, and smiled softly. If you can, I will help you seize the son of Tomyu, who is at the Jyogung level, and then you taking his physical body, he evolved into perfect nether blood. Then, you stay in this weird world and universe. Go to the depths of the universe. Look for the footprints of the first era, and find a way to resurrect the god of fire. I really hope you can find it. Of course, this is the best ending. I don't know if it can be achieved, but I will try my best. After all, you are also another me. Ha. Pluto was silent for a moment, and then said seriously, Thank you. Thank you. The other me. Li Guanqi smiled. How about you? Pluto then asked. If everything goes well, and you can help me achieve the perfect nether bloodline, then you should be able to do it yourself. When that day comes, you will go to the depths of the universe in the real universe to find the first era? Who knows? Li Guanqi smiled and shook his head. And then, there was a bit of warmth in his eyes. Everyone's goals at each stage are different. I can only say that if you want me to answer now, I probably won't go. I just want to end it all quickly, Help the future god do what he wants to do. End the connection between the weird world and the real world. Never travel again. And stay in reality peacefully. Rather than pursuing the first era. I want to marry Mingao. Have children. And spend our happy life together. That's all. Having said this, Li Guanqi was suddenly stunned. No. In addition to the future god, there is also a matter of the heart of time and space to deal with. That guy probably wants him to run around in various universes in the future to help collect energy and restore the stability of time and space. This is the ultimate salvation mission. Ah. Li Guanqi lowered his head and rubbed his brows helplessly. It's so annoying. This burden has been extended to the multiverse. It's so heavy. How about handing over the heart of time and space to Pluto and letting Pluto run errands? Forget it. Let's talk about it later. So can this thing continue? Li Guanqi raised his head, looked at the U floating in the air, and said helplessly, It's true that if this senior doesn't tell us how to evolve to connect U's blood, all our ideas will be empty talk. And I want her ability to study the blood of the underworld. At least the idea is there. Pluto didn't seem to be too worried. Extracting the genes of the night elves is the key to evolving to perfect netherworld. Even if this woman doesn't tell us the specific method, we can do our own research and develop evolution potions. As for evolving to 6 after reaching the 7th level, how to evolve to the perfect 7th level is a later question. Are you so confident? Li Guanqi was stunned. It's better to have confidence than not. Pluto's voice was calm. I have lived for more than 20,000 years. Compared to you who have only lived for more than 20 years. Of course, I will have more confidence. Isn't it just for doing research? At least she has told us that the key lies in the night elves. The base. ZZ. Suddenly, the projection of you flickered and began to become distorted and blurred. But soon the projection returned to normal. And Yu's gaze returned to Li Guanqi's position, connecting the previous voice content. Now, you have learned the ultimate secret about our son of Tongyu. Our son of Tongyu. He is the true darling of this world. Has your computer really been stuck before? Li Guanqi had a strange expression. Naturally, the projection of you would not respond to his complaints, but continued. Unfortunately, these things are uncertain even for me. For example, after I came back from the dead, I changed from purple hair and purple eyes to purple hair and gold eyes, and evolved into perfect blood. But why? Why am I coming back from the dead? Why can we evolve again after being resurrected from the dead? And, surely, will the son of Tongyu definitely be resurrected after death? Will it be possible to evolve again after resurrection? All of this is an unsolved mystery. Chapter 532, Gods Don't Save People. So what do you think? I can't give you an accurate answer. In midair, the nether projection with purple hair and golden eyes stared at Li Guanqi, and said softly, Perhaps, I don't know how many years later, my body far away in the depths of the universe can give you the answer. But unfortunately, you saw the me is just a projection that was recorded in advance. Inside the bronze ring I left behind. In addition to the projection of the body I am speaking to now, there is also my first drop of blood. The perfect nether blood. This drop of perfect Tongyu blood should be able to drive the Tongyu blood in your body to evolve to an advanced stage. The stage that is only one step away from the perfect Tongyu blood. That is, the stage of purple hair and purple pupils. This process took me almost 100 years to complete. At the beginning, I just drank the potion made with the Dark Night gene. After completing the first evolution of Tanjitsu, only if I overuse my spiritual power at night. My hair, eyes, and lips will turn purple, and the strength of my spiritual power will increase. But 100 years later, whenever I want, I can turn on this state of purple hair and purple eyes, with the spiritual power intensity greatly increased. These are characteristics. So remember them so that you can judge your own situation. However, I spent 100 years waiting for Tongyu blood to slowly change. And you most likely won't need that long. After you absorb my blood, it should only take a month. But if nothing else happens, it is basically impossible for you to evolve perfect Tongyu blood with this drop of my blood. To perfect your blood circulation, you have to rely on yourself. My advice is to let nature take its course. I was resurrected after dying of old age naturally. So you better do the same. Pay attention to safety. Don't get killed by others. Find a small place to stay slowly. Maybe you can be resurrected after you die of old age? Of course, if you don't want to live anymore, you can also choose to commit suicide and see if you can be resurrected directly after death. But I don't recommend doing this. Having said this, you looked down at Li Guanqi. with a moving smile on his beautiful face. Actually, I don't know if the things I recorded can be seen by others. Nor do I know when they will be seen. Am I still alive? After all, the characteristic of the son of Tongyu is that only one can live in each era. I don't know if this is a characteristic of this planet or a characteristic of the entire universe. If it is, then I may have died deep in the starry sky when the next son of Tongyu sees this projection. But, who knows? Anyway, that's all I have to say. Goodbye, my descendants. ZZ. As soon as he finished speaking, the projection of you flickered for a while and then disappeared completely. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the bronze ring that was suspended in midair and released the projection exploded directly, and a drop of purple-black blood emitting golden light splashed out from it. It escaped directly into the center of Li Guanqi's eyebrows and penetrated into the blood from his pores. Ah! In an instant, Li Guanqi's face turned hideous due to the severe pain all over his body. He staggered and leaned against the purple gold coffin. He clutched the edge of the coffin with his left hand and lowered his head while wailing in pain. Hot! The blood all over his body was burning as if it were on fire, and the burning sensation filled all his senses. Fortunately, the severe pain did not last long, because soon Li Guanqi completely fainted and collapsed. And by chance, he was standing next to the purple gold coffin. Due to his height and the height of the coffin, he was top-heavy and fell straight into the inside of the coffin, lying down inside. Good fellow. The person is not dead yet. He is lying in the coffin first. Hades spoke in his head. It's a pity that Li Guanqi has completely lost consciousness and can't reply to his words. And the artifacts don't like him. So naturally they won't talk to him. Silence. Quiet. There was deathly silence in the tomb. And there was no sound anymore, except for the faint sound of blood boiling. The evolution of Tongyu blood began quickly, seemingly silently, yet loudly. Elf hiding space. Temple. Elwyn was wearing a green robe, standing in front of the statue of Edfins in the center of the temple, bowing his head and praying to the main god of the elves. The priest's wooden staff beside him seemed to be spiritual, floating beside him and constantly surrounding him. Do you really exist? Suddenly, the inarticulate prayer turned into a soft inquiry. Elwyn raised his head and looked up at the statue of Edfins with complex eyes. If you really exist, why do you turn a blind eye to the elves who are suffering from this disaster now? How can you still have faith in a god who cannot protect his believers? What's the meaning? Lord, I often tell the elves that the gods are disappointed with this selfish world. So they choose to live in the divine world and no longer live in the mortal world. But the blessings of the gods will still be showered on devout believers. But is this really the case? Miracles appear from time to time among the elves, euphemistically called the gift of the Lord. But after I took over as the high priest and received the knowledge inherited from the priest's scepter, I learned that these so-called miracles were the effects of the spells of the 9-level high priests of the past generations. They had joined forces from generation to generation to deceive all the elves, pretending that the gods still exist. Therefore, I have never seen a real miracle. Nor have my teachers. Nor have their teachers. I suspect that the high priests of all ages have never seen any real miracles at all. Isn't this funny? That night, my faith almost collapsed. But looking at the scared, frightened, and crying elves hiding here, I told myself that my faith can collapse. But they cannot, because they need faith to maintain the hope of living. So I became a liar too. Maybe the teacher is like this. And the teacher's teacher is like this. Maybe it has been like this since the second generation of high priests. From being deceived, we become deceivers. We take over the scepter of the previous generation of priests and begin to deceive the next generation of elves. Why is this? Because a so-called belief in a god can actually make all elves regain hope in life. It's really ridiculous. I don't understand Daluo people very much. I have read a book called Believers and Non-Believers. The book describes that in most countries and nations in the world, there are both believers and non-believers. With the exception of the Daluo dynasty, it is said that at the beginning of the new era, the country's Daluo dynasty did not yet exist, and the artifact Yutian Great Wall had not yet appeared. That area was still called the Central Plains, and was still in the era of divided power. The people of the Central Plains at that time also believed in God. However, since the founding of the People's Republic of China by Luo Shihuang 3,000 years ago, they have not believed in gods. During festivals, they worshipped their ancestors and national heroes of all dynasties. From that generation onwards, Daluo people began to vigorously reform issues of faith. Luo Shirwan has a famous saying that impressed me deeply. I'm hungry. And the gods can't even give me a steamed bun. So this god is of no use to me. I just don't believe it. 10 years. 100 years. 1,000 years. Until the millennium of the founding of Daluo. The people of Daluo completely lost their tradition of belief in gods. I don't understand very much. Daluo people don't even have any spiritual sustenance. If this is the case, how do they survive in times of crisis? I don't understand. Because I only know that night, if I hadn't told everyone, our Lord sent a prophecy. A male human who came here with a wreath of blessings would become the savior of our elves and lead us back to the holy city. If I hadn't said this, all the surviving elves would have suffered a nervous breakdown. Right? Well, Elwyn lowered his head and sighed heavily. Gods? The gods I have believed in for hundreds of years. In the end, their only role is only to deceive, and can only be used to give spiritual sustenance to the elves. This is really ridiculous. It's so ridiculous that I can't even laugh. High Priest. Suddenly, a man's steady voice came from outside the gate of the temple. It's time to cleanse the dust for my lord. Can I come in? Come in. Elwyn looked back at the door. In his line of sight, the green stone door of the temple slowly opened. A tall, thin man, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a set of dark red leather armor, with 3 long black sheath knives hanging on his waist, was blond and blue-eyed. The elf with a handsome appearance but a resolute expression walked in. Yaman is currently the chief scout of the elves. It was this elf scout who brought hope to the surviving elves and successfully brought back the son of prophecy. Although he has never taken the human to meet the elves. High Priest. It's been 7 days. Armin walked up to Elwyn, hesitating slightly, but still said, the savior hasn't come out for 7 days. If we had known better, we shouldn't have been in such a hurry. Instead, we should have taken him to meet the elves first. Yes, the elves in the camp are getting more and more uneasy now. From being excited at the beginning to being suspicious and complaining now. Oh! Elwyn's green eyes showed some sparkle. Is everyone starting to question my lord's prophecy? Ah? Yaman suddenly looked horrified and waved his hands quickly. No. 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 How could it be possible? It's impossible for anyone to question my lord. Hearing this, Elwyn looked a little regretful, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Huh? High Priest? There is something strange about Yaman. Nothing. Keep talking. Elwyn waved his hand and said calmly, if you are not questioning my lord, then you are questioning you and me? Just questioning me. Yaman lowered his head. They suspected that I hadn't found the savior at all, and was completely lying to them. Everyone's resentment was a bit heavy, but it's normal. After all, we have been trapped in this dark place for more than half a year. Moreover, and the grain reserves are about to bottom out. They have begun to control the amount of grain distribution these days. But this is not the way to go. If there is not enough blood and flesh of demons to replenish life energy, everyone will become weaker and weaker. If this continues, we will run out of food reserves in at most 2 months. By then, we will have to risk going back to the elf forest to hunt food. As soon as these words came out, Elwyn frowned. There are not many magicians among the elves. An elf magician like him can maintain his body's consumption by absorbing the spiritual energy floating in the air, without the need for food at all. But other elves are different. Both ordinary elves and humans of different blood need food to replenish their energy. Once there is no sufficient supply of demon blood and flesh for a long time, they will begin to consume the life energy in their bodies. When the life energy is exhausted, the power of the alien blood will disappear first, and then the organs will dry up and fall into death. If this continues, the surviving elves will suffer from famine. Mr. Lee will bring us hope. Elwyn looked at Yaman, smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't forget, he is the son of prophecy chosen by the gods. With the glory of our Lord Edfens, he is far away from our elves regaining their homeland. That day can't be too far away. By then, we will definitely be able to hold a bonfire party again in the center of the holy city square. Drink honey liqueur, eat barbecue, and return to our original life. Yes. Yaman nodded heavily, his eyes full of longing and excitement. My lord's glory will last forever. The divine voice will surely come to the world again. Let us elves and other elves watch and listen. Elwyn smiled, but his smile was a little complicated. Where does the divine prophecy come from? And where does the listening to the divine voice come from? The so-called prophecy is just the prophecy technique performed by the former high priest himself. And the so-called divine voice is just the high priest's own voice. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Elwin caught a glimpse of several exquisite plates of fresh milk, melons and fruits under the pedestal of the statue. It was a tribute to the Lord God. What are you doing? Now the people of the elves don't have enough to eat, so they have to offer food to this thing that I don't know whether it really exists, and then wait for the food to rot. And they also claim that the gods have eaten the source of the food? Bullshit. Ridiculous. Nameless anger suddenly surged in Elwin's heart. Buzz, with a wave of his right hand, light blue light enveloped Yaman. And then the 7th level elf scout's eyes became blurred, and he seemed to have lost consciousness. Elwin, an 8th level elf magician, walked under the statue, picked up the plates of fruits, and then walked to Yaman. 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 He shouted twice. Yaman finally came back to his senses, but there was still a blue light above his head that he couldn't even detect. He looked at Elwin without knowing anything, and then he was a little confused. High priest, what are you? Private goods that I hide myself. Elwin handed all the plates of fruits to Yaman, and he only took one bright red fruit and put it into his mouth. While eating, he said, Bring it to that girl Sharon. It's not for you. You don't shirk it. I'm here for Shero. You have no right to shirk it for her. After saying that, the elf high priest turned around, as if he wanted to end the conversation. But this? Yaman lowered his head and looked at the plates of fruits in his arms, feeling a little surprised. Why do these fruits look so much like tribute? Tribute? Armin glanced at the pedestal. The place was actually empty. However, in his sight, Yaman, whose head was shrouded in blue light, still displayed exquisite melon and fruit tributes. High priest, thank you. Yaman stopped being pretentious, just holding a few plates of fruits in his arms, and gently bowing his head towards Elwin's back in front of him. You can go now. Elwin didn't look back, just smiled and waved his hand. Oh? Yaman was stunned. But I was supposed to cleanse the statue of the gods. The time has come. I'll do it myself today, Elwin said calmly. You can go. I need to be quiet. Yes. As soon as he said this, Yaman didn't dare to say anything more. He turned around and left with the fruits. After pushing the green door open, he closed the green door outside. Elwin was the only one left in the temple. Pure dust? Elwin took out an object from the space ring that had a structure similar to a feather duster, but was made of green leaves and branches. He looked at the statue of Edfins. His green eyes narrowed slightly. Cleaning the dust actually means wiping the dust on the statue of the gods every morning, using this special Orus branch. But now, snapped, Elwin casually threw the Orus branch on the ground, turned around and walked towards the study without expression. Wipe your ass. The elves are facing catastrophe, and the gods don't even have the slightest reaction. Then this Edfins is of no use to me. I just believe it. Chapter 533, Tanjitsu Evolution. Purple hair and purple eyes. Boom! 1 month later, in the Yoji tomb, a strong purple light suddenly erupted from the purple gold coffin, illuminating the entire tomb. Immediately afterwards, a mighty and majestic pressure exploded from it, directly covering the entire tomb underground palace. The wall shook, and the ceiling kept shaking off dust. Call, a sound as heavy as muffled thunder, and like a beast slowly sounded from the coffin, breathing, and kept repeating. Boom! Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the coffin and heavily grasped the edge of the coffin. It was a pale right hand with 5 long and slender fingers, and the nails were slightly sharp, and the color of the nail caps was a strange deep purple, exuding a coquettish aura. Buzz! The purple light gradually dissipated, and the pressure gradually became restrained. As the purple light completely disappeared, the figure inside the coffin gradually emerged. It was a tall figure dressed in black, with purple-black spiritual light constantly emitting from his body. His waist-length purple hair was fluttering wildly, and his dark purple pupils shone with a coquettish brilliance. He was clearly the person who had been sleeping for a month and successfully completed the evolution of Tanjitsu. Li Guanqi. Ding! Talent evolution. Tongyu red, Tongyu gold. Tongyu, gold in addition to spell spirits of the same level. You can also control night elves of the same level, and control the random transformation of night elves and elves. You can also activate the Tongyu blood in your body at any time, and briefly enter Tongyu. In this state, your spiritual strength will increase by 10 to 12 times, and your hair, eyes, lips, and nails will appear dark purple. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath and gradually calmed down, and his long purple hair fell on his shoulders. Purple? He glanced at a few strands of purple hair on his shoulders and whispered to himself. No, the fundamental gene that determines my hair color has not changed. This is just a temporary effect of the Tongyu blood that has been stimulated to the extreme. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi's purple hair turned white and his purple pupils turned blue. All of a sudden, he changed from the purple hair and purple eyes to his original white hair and blue eyes. But at the same time, the aura and pressure on his body also plummeted. Plummeting rapidly? Of course, this is relative. In fact, he in this state is the same as he was a month ago. In other words, the 6th level of nether blood does not permanently enhance spiritual power, but is temporary. Opening the netherworld blood at full strength is a short-term state increase, which can be regarded as an ability similar to the star skill. In other words, when I get the martial god star skill, and then superimpose the netherworld state, the increase will be even greater. So, turning purple means that the son of Tongyu is going all out. Li Guanqi looked down at his right hand, and suddenly clenched it into a fist, causing veins to bulge. Boom! The next moment, the coercion all over his body suddenly erupted, rising steadily at an astonishing speed, and his white hair automatically fluttered and danced without any wind. At the same time, the long hair quickly turned purple from the roots. In the blink of an eye, the hair, eyes, lips, and nails all turned into a seductive deep purple. With this appearance, he was more than 10 times more powerful than before. The ultimate nether blood in the 6th stage, converted into the 7th level system talent reward system, is the 6th level golden talent. One step further, it is the perfect nether blood, which is the 7th level, colorful quality, god level talent. Li Guanqi lowered his head slightly, raised his right hand to grab a strand of long purple hair, and murmured softly, Roger's 7th-stage theory says that in the 6th stage, the blood will turn purple only at night. But that is actually because Roger himself has not reached the ultimate state of the 6th stage of nether blood. And now Li Guanqi, with the help of the perfect drop of U blood, not only directly reached the 6th stage of U blood, but also went straight to the extreme, reaching the peak of the 6th stage. And now, he is the one who has activated the Yojia. The Netherblood with the Netherworld solution turned on can control Night Elves of the same level, and has the ability to turn Night Elves back into Elves, or mutate Elves into Night Elves. Although this ability is powerful, it's not that powerful. After all, to put it bluntly, he can only control the Elves. But the Elves this year are not very strong, regardless of the fact that various Elven tribes are now scattered all over the world. Even if the Elves all over the world unite, they will only be an ordinary first-rate force. However, this ability is very useful to the current Li Guanqi, facing the situation in the Elf Forest. His ability to transform elves can make a big difference. 6 stages of clearing blood. The ultimate. Li Guanqi clenched his fist slightly, his purple eyes filled with a hint of brilliance. His current Tongyu blood has evolved again, and it is the perfect Tongyu blood. According to you, her evolution of resurrection after natural old age and death has no theoretical basis at all, and it is difficult to draw a definite conclusion. It is not recommended that Li Guanqi tries suicide. After all, if it fails, there will be nothing. But Li Guanqi is going to find an opportunity to try it on the simulator to see what will happen after he commits suicide. What if it could evolve? So long. Feeling the touch of hair brushing his lower back, Li Guanqi couldn't help but feel a little curious. He has never had such long hair before. In the past, it was no more than ear length. It was considered long hair among men and short hair among women. But now this length can be considered as waist-length hair for women. Purple. Not purple gold. Pluto's heavy voice slowly sounded. So our next goal is to find a way to evolve the nether blood. Having the perfect purple gold nether blood is our ultimate goal. That nether dies and is resurrected. It has evolved to perfection. But we can't try it. Go out first and then talk. Li Guanqi took a step out of the purple and gold coffin. By the way, how long have I been sleeping? What's the date today? More than a month. This time Shakong came out and answered. If nothing else happens, it should be around January 12th, 4873, according to the customs of the Tulip people. The new year is over. I originally wanted to experience the Tulip New Year celebration customs. Now it's all missed. It's been 4,873 years. Li Guanqi's purple eyes narrowed slightly. In other words, I still have 9 months left for this 6th trip to the strange world. Fortunately, Taoist Lin extended the time for more than half a year. Otherwise, I would have been gone in 2 months. Gotta get back to reality. Calculating it this way. If I can leave the elf forest quickly, there is still hope of achieving the 7-star perfection before returning to reality. If I can upgrade my soul to the 8th level, then in the actual round of fate battle, the final benefits I will get, according to the usual practice, will most likely be to help me open a gene lock and step into the magic and Bagua class. Hope it can be like this. At this point in his fantasy, Li Guanqi couldn't help but nod slightly. If that were the case, that would be perfect. Suddenly, Li Guanqi looked at the purple aura surrounding him, and suddenly realized that his power had been restored. After Tanjiexu reaches the 6th level and activates Netherworld Relief, this tomb space will no longer suppress my power. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the passage of the tomb, with a hint of brilliance flashing through his purple eyes. In other words, I can now break the wall and fish out all the trap energy materials sealed inside the wall for my own use. There are a lot of materials there. After plundering and devouring them all, I guess the spiritual power can be increased a few levels. Boom! At this thought, Li Guanqi's whole body erupted with purple light, bursting out in an instant, smashing countless walls along the way, and taking out one after another colorful special stones. These are all specially made concentrated material stones, specially used as the energy core of the formation. They contain huge energy. To him, they are all cultivation resources that can be directly plundered and devoured. He didn't think that breaking the tomb was disrespectful to you. First of all, you didn't die here at all, and the theory of the tomb is unreasonable. Secondly, after finally making this trip, if we don't take away these resources, will they all be left here to eat dust? Thirdly, after turning on Netherworld, the power suppression will be gone. Maybe this is the original plan of Netherworld, and it is the final reward for the younger generations. Boom! Li Guanqi rushed into a tomb chamber and smashed the golden wall in front of him with one punch. Amidst the splashing of gravel, a golden prismatic stone suddenly floated inside. Its surface was like a mirror, reflecting Li Guanqi's purple-haired and purple-pupiled face. This is... Li Guanqi took the gold stone and said with some uncertainty, 8th level resource gold floating crystal. It is said that one high-level energy ore is enough to support an 8th level attack array. Hey, do any of you know? I only read it in the book. I've seen illustrations of this thing. Yes, that's it, Pluto replied lazily. My swallowing ability can swallow these things, and your looting spell should be able to do the same. Go ahead and swallow everything in this tomb, and then we should go out. But I'm a little curious. How will you solve the situation after you go out? After turning on the Netherworld solution, the 6th level Netherblood can control night elves of the same level. But what level are you at now? It is true that you can kill the 8th level, but combat power is combat power, and realm is realm. It can be seen from your previous control of spell spirits of the same level. The control ability of Tongyu Blood obviously depends on the life level, not combat power. After all, your realm is only 7 stars, and your life level is only 7 levels. But the group of night elves outside has a 9th level Night King, and you can't control it. Well, at this point, Pluto hesitated slightly, but continued, you don't need my encouragement, so I'll tell you the truth. What I told you before to believe in yourself was actually just to encourage you. But if I am to be honest, I actually suspect that the child of the prophecy is not you at all. The situation from beginning to end proves that there seems to be a slight gap between you and the son of prophecy. Kid, tell me, is it possible that the son of the prophecy is not you, but the son of Tongyu at the Jyogon level? For example, if the son of 9th Palace level Tongyu comes here, he will use a drop of Nether's perfect Tongyu blood to activate Netherworld Jie, and directly gain the ability to control 9th Palace level Night Elves. In other words, the Night Elf King can be directly controlled by him, and solve the problem directly. Bang! 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 Li Guanqi just smiled helplessly after hearing these words. He still shuttled through the tomb dungeon like a phantom, constantly smashing walls, and taking out the energy, and other resources that supported the formation. While plundering, he was distracted and said to Pluto in his mind, the matter has come to this, and it is meaningless to talk about it anymore. It is me who has activated the Netherworld solution, so I need to use this ability to save him. It's also me who belongs to the elves. So what are you going to do? Pluto was very surprised. Even if you have obtained the 6th level Netherworld blood now, According to my judgment, even if you activate the Netherworld blood with all your strength and fight against the 9 palace level Dark Knight King with your purple hair and purple eyes, it's still the same fate as being slapped to death. Do you only know how to fight? Li Guanqi continued to smash the wall to get the energy ore, looking a little speechless. In the old days, this was the only way your gods could solve problems. Oh, so you are ready to hide? Hades sneered. Persuading the Night King by talking? I am not sure. Li Guanqi shook his head slightly, then punched again, smashing the golden wall beside him and grabbing several energy ores of different colors from it. In this tomb of you, most of the traps are formations, and the starting energy for most of the formations is this high-grade ore. After all, that senior you didn't tell me the information I wanted to know. Li Guanqi put away the ore, flashed, and continued to move towards the far wall. At the same time, he whispered, from her projection, we clearly know that the improvement of the 6th Order Nether Blood is due to the Dark Knight, the fundamentals of elves. Therefore, those with level 6 Nether Blood that activates Netherworld Solution can control Night Elves of the same level. But the question is, how much can be controlled? The ability of the 5th level Nether Blood to control cursed spirits can only control a maximum of 1,000 cursed spirits within a radius of 1,000 meters. As the cultivation level increases, only the level of the cursed spirits, the range and the upper limit have not changed. Oh, speaking of this, Pluto, you told me before that you never enjoyed the benefits of connecting to the Netherworld blood in the old era. This is not right. Weren't you able to control the army of cursed spirits in the old era? Your ability to control cursed spirits does not come from your superpowers, but from this ability to channel the ghostly blood. So your level of Tanya blood in the old era should be level 5. Just like me before. You can control the same level of cursed spirits. Yeah, I forgot about that, Pluto echoed. However, although my upper limit is also 1,000, my army of cursed spirits is far more than that. The cursed spirits are intelligent and can be used as subordinates. Rather than controlling the cursed spirits, it is better to say that I united them in the old era. Just like humans establishing their power. It's just that in the new era, the cursed spirits are weak. Most humans will kill them when they see them. And the cursed spirits themselves are killing each other. Of course, I can guarantee that there are definitely smart people among the new age cursed spirits who are trying to reintegrate the power of the cursed spirits and unite this race. But I can also guarantee that once this sign is discovered, humans will use all their strength to kill it. I guess in the 4,800-year history of the new age, this kind of thing must have happened many times, etc. Wait, that's not right. As he said that, Pluto was a little impatient. Are these things important? Don't let the topic go astray. What did you want to say just now? Boom! Li Guanqi smashed the wall with one punch, fished out several stones of different colors, and then looked around. The empty tomb hall was surrounded by ruins, and there were no resources for him to take. And this is also the place where he took the golden dragon elephant before. It is already the outermost part of the tomb underground palace. All the things that can be taken in this tomb underground palace have been put into the space necklace by him, and completely looted. What I mean is that senior you didn't tell me about controlling the night elves. Li Guanqi sat on the ground, took out the energy ores he had just collected from the space necklace, and placed them neatly on the ground so that he could plunder them later. While laying it out, he said, she didn't tell me what the upper limit and scope of controlling the night elves was. Of course, what's more important at the moment is that she also mentioned the matter of changing the elves' genes. She only said that the 6th level of nether blood that has been activated in Netherworld Solution can transform and mutate elves into night elves, and can also transform night elves back into normal elves. But didn't she tell me that this transformation can only be used at the same level? I need to figure this out. If 7-star me can transform into a 9-level night elf, then I have the qualifications to negotiate with the Night King. Every night elf is a mutant from an elf. I think every night elf should miss the days when they could eat whatever they wanted and experience the taste of various delicacies, instead of being in the night elf state where they could only eat the flesh of elves. In other words, there is a high probability that the Night King also wants to change back to a normal elf. If I can do this, I can use it as a basis for negotiation to help them turn back into normal elves as a bargaining chip, allowing them to leave the Tulip Elf Forest and never come back. Of course, even if it doesn't work, we can do it. But we just don't have enough confidence. If what was just now was plan A, then this is plan B. I can show this ability to the Night King. First help a 7th level night elf become a normal elf, And then tell the Night King that when I reach the 9th palace level in the future, I will help him return to normal. However, this plan B needs to be carefully considered. Having said this, Li Guanqi, who was sitting on the ground, placed the last gold floating crystal in his hand on the ground. Although it floated up again as soon as he put it down, it was suspended 1 centimeter above the ground. Since then, a large area of colorful energy ores has been placed in front of him. Some are matte, some are reflective, sparkling and particularly dazzling. A total of 728 energy ores are neatly laid out on the golden floor in front of him. After absorbing these, I will go out and do experiments, Li Guanqi said softly. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a large piece of thick black mist spewed out of his body, sweeping up these energy ores, plundering the huge energy contained inside, and then returned to his body to convert this energy into his own power. Li Guanqi's path of cultivation is to plunder. And now, the plundering technique is activated and the training begins. Chapter 534 Night Elf in the Hot Spring. Boom! Li Guanqi was dressed in black, eyes closed, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the tomb hall, with long purple hair flying wildly, and waves of surging purple aura erupting from his body, the pressure rising steadily. The energy ores beside him all lost their original luster and turned into piles of gray-black powder. These ores were originally used by Yu to provide energy for the tomb trap formation, and that Yu was in the realm of the 9 palaces before she passed away. No matter how you think about it, the formation energy she left behind will not be of a lower grade. They are all energy ores of the 8th or 9th level. They are from Li Guanqi, untouched high-end goods. But rather than selling money, he obviously prefers to use it directly to improve himself. But now, after being transformed by the plundering technique, all the energy of these high-grade energy ores has been integrated into Li Guanqi's body and became part of his own strength. Spiritual power, LV76 LV.82, 82.3, spell 7-star. Physical body, LV70, 70.3, peak of Lioha level in martial arts. Soul, LV79, 79.9, 7th level death realm peak soul. Comprehensive level, LV81 LV.83. My spiritual power is already level 82, but my overall level is only level 83. Therefore, my current level 70 body and level 79 soul combined, at the 8th level, is a completely insignificant increase, Li Guanqi whispered to himself. As his thoughts moved slightly, he gradually restrained his pressure, and the purple aura emanating from his body also dissipated, and at the same time, the fluttering purple long hair also fell down and fell on his shoulders. At the same time, he took the initiative to restrain the power of the 6th level Tongyu blood, allowing his hair and eyes to return to their original white and blue colors. White hair and blue eyes are Li Guanqi's normal appearance after becoming a human of different blood. Of course, if he wanted to, he could completely suppress the power of the alien blood and regain black hair and eyes. However, he has had black hair and eyes since he was a child, and he has kept it for 18 years. Now he really doesn't want to go back to black hair. I thought you would cut your hair short. Pluto suddenly said something. Li Guanqi glanced at the few strands of long white hair hanging down his shoulders, and said with an indifferent expression, Besides, the feeling of having long hair flowing is quite new. It's the first time since I was a child. He is more concerned about the current situation than this. 7-star, pulling 3 stars, should be called the mid-7-star spell realm. But now, he has spiritual power of level 82. According to the state of his spiritual power, he has always been able to achieve a level of spiritual power higher than his realm. In other words, at his 7-star peak state, he should have completed pulling the Beta star sequence group. And then, he can increase his spiritual power to LV89. But it is easy to improve the level. And then he can continue to pull the stars. But training resources is not easy to come by. This time I swallowed all the energy ores in the U-tomb, and I reached LV82. Next, I want to continue to upgrade to LV89. God knows how many resources it will take. And according to Li Guanqi's feeling, he has now attracted 3 stars, Greedy Wolf Star, Juman Star, and Lutuan Star. But the upper limit of spiritual power strength should have been raised to LV84. But he has not been raised to the current upper limit because there are not enough energy ores. Looting and devouring use energy ore. So many 8th and 9th level ores are not enough to help him upgrade to LV84. There's definitely nothing you can do on your own in the short term. Li Guanqi raised his head, and there was some thought in his eyes as bright as sapphires. I wonder if I can go to the queen and ask her to provide me with resources. After all, she is willing to provide me with the Beidou Star land. So expensive for Her Royal Highness the Queen. It shouldn't be difficult to give her some training resources. Really? Pluto suddenly smiled. This man, once he has tasted the sweetness, it will be difficult to forget it. Once a man eats soft food, he will feel his teeth tingling if he eats hard food in the future. Hearing this, Li Guanqi suddenly felt a little ashamed. What's wrong with eating soft food? At this time, Shukong ran out and said, What's the shame in eating soft rice? Being able to eat soft rice is a matter of ability. Some people can't even afford to eat. Anyway, Master, I support you. I will go to see Her Royal Highness the Queen next. It is better to have a few mouthfuls of soft food than to eat hard food in bitterness and tears. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Okay, don't mention the soft rice thing again. Something feels wrong. He stood there and sighed. When I was at the 4 elephants level and the 5 elements level, when I was wandering around southern Xinjiang and the Sakura shogunate with my senior sister, I felt that I was quite strong. I would crush enemies of the same level I encountered. And I would crush them when I encountered high-level enemies. I can defeat enemies at level 1. So how come I am now at 7-star level? And all the difficulties I encounter are related to 9-level enemies? They are 2 levels higher than me. Who told you that your level is not enough and your circle is too rigid? Pluto said lazily. From the time you came to the palace of the Tulip Empire to find the queen, your current situation has been destined. These 9 palace-level circles are still a bit early for you now. But now it's all said and done. That's nonsense. Get out of here and do some serious business. Yeah, that's right. Li Guanqi pushed himself up, stood up from the ground, and then walked towards the tomb passage in front. After more than 10 meters into the passage, a purple space vortex appeared in front of his eyes. Before he could get closer, it automatically flew over and completely engulfed him. Just like when you came here. After passing through this space vortex, you should be able to return to the amethyst tomb space on the 1st floor. Right. Gulyalu. Li Guanqi had just come out of the space vortex. He was caught off guard and choked on a large mouthful of water. He was completely confused. What's the situation? He looked around and found that he was actually in a green lake, and the water temperature was still a bit hot. Li Guanqi began to float upwards, using the power of the law of water to directly control the water flow to lift him upwards. Thump! He surfaced, smoothed his long white hair that was wet by the green water, combed the white hair back, and then looked at the surrounding environment. Then his pupils shrank slightly. The surrounding area is surrounded by a large green lake with steaming water. And then, there is a boundary surrounded by stones. The farther away, it is blocked by the white mist, making it impossible to see clearly. But Li Guanqi already figured out where this place was. Green lake water. Hot. Steaming water. Surrounded by stones. This is a hot spring. Mingling hot spring. The former high priest said that the second prophetic picture he saw was the Dream Spirit Hot Spring. This is a Tulip Fairy tourist attraction. The high priest found the space entrance at the bottom of Mingling Hot Spring Lake, and then refined a bottle of teleportation potion for Li Guanqi. In other words, the entrance to the 1st level of the U tomb is originally at the bottom of the hot spring lake. The mechanism she set up should be that the son of Tongyu, who has been inherited by her, after leaving the 2nd layer of space, that is, the tomb underground palace, will no longer be transported to the 1st layer of amethyst tomb space, but directly return to the hot spring. Because of this, Li Guanqi was now directly teleported to this mingling hot spring. But the situation is different. The current Tulip Elf Forest is under the control of the Night Elves, and the Dreamling Hot Spring is naturally also the territory of the Night Elves. Which means, squeak. Suddenly, Li Guanqi heard the sound of a wooden door opening and closing not far away. Correct. Since just now, his extraordinary hearing has not heard the sound from 100 meters away. Now that he thinks about it, it should be blocked by a layer of sound insulation formation. But now that the wooden door is open, he can hear the sound of insects in the distant woods. In other words, the wooden door is the switch of the sound insulation array. Opening and closing the wooden door represents the opening and closing of the sound insulation array. But now, with Li Guanqi's extraordinary hearing, he could hear the chirping of insects in the distant woods for only a few seconds, and then heard the sound of the wooden door closing. The wooden door opens and closes. Someone comes in from outside. Paw. Paw. Suddenly, the sound of bare feet on the wet floor came from far to near. Li Guanqi suddenly turned his head and followed the sound. In the white mist on the shore of the green hot spring, a slim figure wrapped only in a short white bath towel slowly emerged. For a moment, their eyes met. Li Guanqi looked at the other party in astonishment. It was a tall female elf with pointed ears. But she had white hair, black skin, and yellow eyes. With her beautiful face and hot figure, her dark skin not only did not make her ugly, but gave her a bit of unusual wild beauty. 7-star Night Elf. Humanity? The female Night Elf looked at Li Guanqi. She was in disbelief and shock at first, but she soon regained her composure. She scratched her short white ear-length hair, slightly tightened the knot of her white short bathrobe, and then sat down on the shore. The slender and plump legs were immersed in the green hot spring, and the black jade feet were slightly teased, causing ripples of water in circles. Why are you so calm? Li Guanqi, who was soaking in the hot spring more than 10 meters away, couldn't help but be curious when he saw the scene. Because we already knew that a male human was going to appear. The female Night Elf sat on the shore and soaked her feet, looking at Li Guanqi with her bright yellow eyes. In the past 6 months, we have captured several elf scouts and learned about the elf from their memories. What one told them is the so-called prophecy left by the elf god to the former high priest. So it's you? Can you save the elves with your 7th level power? She is also a 7-star star and feels the power of the stars in Li Guanqi. Of course, this kind of perception can only check the general state, and she cannot judge the specific situation of Li Guanqi. But in her opinion, there seems to be no difference whether it is the early 7th level or the 7th level Dzogchen, not to mention facing the Night King. Even those 8th level Night Generals. This male human is no match. This thing can also be a savior? I mean, are you too calm? In the hot spring, Li Guanqi soaked in the turquoise hot spring water and looked at the female Night Elf sitting on the shore soaking her feet in confusion. I thought you would at least do something after seeing me. But as far as my perception is concerned, come on! You didn't do anything. I really didn't do anything. The female Night Elf shrugged, and then looked at Li Guanqi with interest. I have lived for 500 years, but I have never seen a human being. Hey, do all humans look like you? I can't tell, but I always feel that except for the ears, your facial features are also very different from ours. I am an Eastern human. Li Guanqi looked at her and said calmly. The ones with facial features similar to yours are Western white people. Should they be Western black people? Although you Night Elves say they have dark skin, they are actually far from that dark. At least, judging from the Night Elf Ossel and this female Night Elf he first met. The Night Elf said he had white hair and black skin, but in fact his skin was far from as dark as that of a pure black man. My name is Delika. What's yours? The female Night Elf crossed her legs, held her chin with her right hand, looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. Li Guanqi. Li Guanqi replied, and then asked doubtfully, Delika? I thought your elves' names all had 4 digits. The Night Elves will not continue to use their previous form, Delika said softly. From the day we officially accepted ourselves as Night Elves, we abandoned everything before, including surnames and clan names. Because if we didn't do this, it would be difficult for us to swallow it with peace of mind. Fellow flesh and blood. Oh, compatriot? Li Guanqi carefully observed the micro-expressions on her face. His eyes narrowed slightly, and there was something special in the depths of his blue eyes. It's an elf. Delika tilted her head, then looked at the stone tiles on the shore, and added softly, I mean, elf flesh and blood. Hey, Delika, please allow me to ask you. In fact, you are still nostalgic for the past, right? Li Guanqi didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly smiled, and then asked softly while walking out of the green hot spring. With your feet in the void? With every step you take, a few drops of water on your body will rise out of thin air. When he finally reached the shore of the hot spring, there were no traces of water droplets on his body. Delika actually didn't make any move when he approached him. She just sat quietly with her head lowered. If I answer yes, will you laugh at me? This beautiful female Night Elf lowered her head. Her voice seemed to be filled with suppressed crying. I won't. Li Guanqi sat directly next to her and said softly. Could someone laugh at you because of this? Why? That's right. Why? As soon as these words came out, I don't know which one of Delika's psychological defenses was poked, causing her eyes to burst into tears. She wiped her tears and cried loudly. Can't I be nostalgic for the past? Just because I ate elves? Is it shameful and despicable for me to linger on the past? Will I be laughed at or even insulted by all the night elves? But what did I do wrong? I obviously didn't do any bad things before. I have been conscientiously contributing to the tribe since I was a child. I have always listened to my mother's teachings, and should be a kind elf. I have always done this. When I was in the tribe, everyone praised me and liked me. But what's the result? I turned into a night elf for no reason. Can you blame me? I obviously did nothing wrong. But those elves directly pointed their spears at me. They usually smiled and praised me as a good girl. But that day, they suddenly changed their attitude. Their faces were full of resentment and fear. And they actually wanted to kill me. But what did I do wrong? Is it my fault that I became a night elf? At this point, Delica raised her head and looked at Li Guanqi, with tears in her eyes. I felt pity for him. I obviously didn't want to. Mr. Human, tell me, is this my fault? Forehead. Li Guanqi was startled. Mr. Human. Woo-woo. Tears welled up into Delica's eyes, and she threw herself directly into Li Guanqi's arms. Her sad cry was heart-shaking. I didn't want to either. Woo-woo. Me too. Suddenly, Delica's 5 hook-like fingers on her left hand pierced Li Guanqi's black clothes and clawed directly into his heart. She forcefully grabbed out the still beating heart and penetrated it through his back. Blood spurts. But she did not withdraw her hand, but just passed through Li Guanqi's heart, blocking him there so that he could not heal the wound. Boom! At the same time, Delica grabbed Li Guanqi's neck with her right hand and slammed him to the ground. Well, Li Guanqi's face turned red. He held Delica's right wrist with both hands and kicked it weakly with his feet. He kept struggling, but couldn't break free. Humans of different blood need both their heart and head to be damaged before they die. But even then, losing a heart will cause serious injuries. Delica's left hand was blocking his heart, preventing him from healing it, and her right hand was strangling his neck, making him unable to resist. A set of consecutive actions directly restricted a human of different blood to a state where he was seriously injured but unable to die. Ha 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 ha! Delica looked down at him, with a ferocious expression on her beautiful face, and she grinned wildly. Then, she quickly switched her movements and placed her right foot on Li Guanqi's left chest and continued to block it, preventing him from healing the wound. Then the female night elf withdrew her left hand, put it with Li Guanqi's heart to her mouth, and took a bite with intoxication on her face, as if she was eating a red apple. Blood splattered like juice from gourmet food. Huh? Human heart tastes weird. Delica looked at Li Guanqi, the corners of his mouth covered with scarlet blood, and said while chewing, with a sick smile on his face, Hey, humans, don't you all like to see stories like this? The night elves feel guilty. We don't want to eat the elves. We feel wronged. Oh my, we are so weak. We really want to lean into the arms of human men, kiss and hug each other for comfort. Yes, isn't that true? Aw, human beings, you, with your semen brain, didn't even think that I was faking. Did you? You? Puff. Suddenly, a laugh sounded from behind her, as if someone finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Delica's expression changed drastically. She turned her head suddenly, and then her bright yellow pupils suddenly shrank. A few meters away, Li Guanqi, dressed in black and completely intact, was seen sitting on a stone on the shore of the hot spring, looking at her, shaking his head and laughing. Sand Sculpture. Chapter 535. Control the Night Elves and Heal the Night Elves. Sorry. The script is okay, but the acting is too bad. Li Guanqi sat on the stone on the shore of the hot spring, looked at Delica holding a broken heart in her hand, and smiled softly. I have a saying. If you go to the human world for further training and learn how to be a good actor, maybe my acting skills can be improved a little bit. You. Delica looked at Li Guanqi, who had no heart at his feet and was seriously injured, and then looked at Li Guanqi in front of him, with a face full of shock and anger. You have noticed it a long time ago. So you have been playing tricks on me? You? Sealing the sky. Suddenly, Li Guanqi's whole body erupted with dazzling silver stars. He raised his right hand, opened his fingers towards Delica, and then clenched it tightly. Ah! At the same time, Delica let out a wail of pain, and her seductive body suddenly twisted into a twist, and then suspended in midair. Her whole body seemed to be still and motionless. In fact, she wanted to move but couldn't, because the space she was in at this time had fallen into severe spatial stagnation, and she could not break free with her realm and strength. This is Fontion. Beidou sequence. Greedy Wolf Star Technique. After mastering the Sealing the Sky Star Technique, Li Guanqi's space solidification application of space laws will skyrocket to a whole new level. During the battle, he used Sealing the Sky all at once. Even his opponents at the 8th level, let alone those at the same level, would basically be restrained in place by the suddenly solidified space. Not to mention that this Delica is only at level 7. 7 stars. However, even Li Guanqi did not expect that his one move, Sealing the Sky, could control Delica for so long before using it. And it seemed that Delica was unable to break free in a short period of time. This girl is only in the early stage of 7-star cultivation, and has only comprehended the cultivation level of 1 star. Pluto's lazy voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. And do you still remember? Before we cooperated, last time in order to drive you out and seal the memory, I gave you a large wave of space perception, which directly improved it has reached the peak of 7-star level. Coupled with your Sealing the Sky star skill, you can already improve the effect of space solidification. So it's normal for this bitch to be unable to fight back now. And it's normal for her to be sealed by you for a few minutes. Don't worry. But what I'm more curious about is, kid, you just used the star technique. Why did you still shout? Seal the sky. Isn't it embarrassing? Forehead. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment and scratched his head in embarrassment. This is the first time I've used it against an enemy. Plus, I got emotional and couldn't help but shout. Ah! Pluto's sneer was unabashed. Shame on you. Li Guanqi looked hopeless. Dry. It's so frustrating to have other people in your head. Hello! Li Guanqi looked at Delica, who was frozen in midair with resentment, and said displeasedly, Now let's talk about you. When did you find out that I was lying to you? Delica remained motionless, but a burst of soul power was released to convey her thoughts. The space was frozen, unable to trap her soul. However, Delica obviously also knew very well that she could be controlled by the solidification of space, which meant that she was no match for Li Guanqi. Instead of using her soul to give it a try, it was better to wait and see what would happen. Forehead. Li Guanqi touched his chin with his right hand and pretended to think. What should I say? Why don't you let me pretend? Well, I can smell it when you open your mouth. He looked at Delica with a smile. Hey, is this okay? Exclamation point. Delica didn't speak, but the fluctuations in her soul fully expressed her raging anger. I originally wanted to trick this human being, but in the end, I was seen through at first sight. I wanted to trick others, but I was treated like a monkey by others, while I was still watching for a long time as if watching a monkey show. What a shame. All in all, it's not that much. You're simply not good at acting. I just saw through it at a glance. Li Guanqi waved his hand, then casually sat on a rock on the shore of the hot spring and snapped his fingers. Snapped. The next moment, the seriously injured Li Guanqi, lying on the shore with a missing heart, and the broken heart bitten by Delica's hand, turned into smoke and dissipated in the air, being attacked at close range and having his heart ripped out. However, in fact, Li Guanqi has no heart at all. Is this a clone technique? Then when did your body leave? Also, you are obviously a human of different blood. How did you do it? Delica sent out soul thoughts. Who knows? Maybe it's because the weather is nice today. Li Guanqi was too lazy to answer. In fact, he had already made a plan and started taking action when he first noticed that Delica's expression seemed a bit artificial. While walking out of the water, he secretly used a 5th level clone spell called the Real and Virtual Self. The name seems a bit upscale. In fact, this spell is indeed commendable. The Real and Virtual Self is a 5th level clone spell, but compared to other clone spells, this spell can release the clone while making the main body invisible for a few seconds, while simultaneously controlling the clone. This was what Li Guanqi did just now, releasing the clone, then turning invisible and walking aside to control the clone's actions. The most interesting thing is that the more spiritual power this spell provides, the higher the spiritual power intensity will be, and the spell effect can also gradually increase from the 5th level. Judging from the consumption of Li Guanqi's spell just now, this clone can be regarded as a 7th level clone spell. In fact, Li Guanqi had never used this spell before. He only saw this spell in the Moxie family's massive collection of books when he was in Moxigu village in southern Xinjiang and wrote down the method of using it. But the first time he performed it, the effect was great. But there is nothing to say about this. After all, the ability to master spells at high speed is one of the talents of nether blood. You didn't call anyone because you wanted to catch me alone and then take all the credit alone. Li Guanqi raised his head, looked at Delica who was frozen in midair, and chuckled. So, you used the fake story you made up and the pitiful expression to deceive me. And you want me to relax my vigilance so that you can succeed with one strike. After all, they are both at the 7th level. So you don't dare to overdo it. And when I took the initiative to come over, take the initiative to sit next to you, I guess, at that time, you must have been thinking, what a lecherous man. You took the bait so quickly. Right? It's a pity. If you were not so greedy, but called me as soon as you found me, I guess the outcome would be different. Maybe? Delica was silent. After a few seconds, she sent out cold soul thoughts. I admit that my greed killed me. But what I want to correct you is that I did not make up the story. And the story was not false. That's the truth. A true story not just for me, but for most night elves. We were all perfectly fine and had done nothing bad. But because we suddenly turned into night elves, we were about to be executed? But is this what we want? If we couldn't control our appetite, committed a crime, and ate elves, then it would be fine if they wanted to put me to death. But I haven't done anything bad at all. And I am innocent. Do you think this is fair? I resent the disgusting faces of those elves. By the end, Delica's soul thoughts were extremely intense. Although her body was restricted and unable to move, Li Guanqi could fully imagine her angry expression. Is that fair? I don't know. Li Guanqi sighed softly. I am just an outsider. And I am not qualified to judge who is right or wrong in this matter. Or maybe, there is no right or wrong at all. Hello, Delica? As he spoke, he looked at the female night elf and asked softly, if your story is not made up, what about your feelings? Are you really nostalgic for the past? You were laughed at by the night elves for being nostalgic for the past. Everyone goes through this period. Delica's soul wave began to tremble. Those seniors all said this. I am just going through a normal transition period. This is normal. When I stay as a night elf for a longer time, I will no longer be nostalgic. Those days are gone. Li Guanqi said nothing more. Suddenly, he was slightly startled. Then, Li Guanqi stepped forward, raised his right hand, and hooked Delica's left index finger. Then the nail of his thumb suddenly turned purple, and he lightly scratched the pad of the black index finger. Threads of blood seeped out. Facing the sunlight, these drops of blood glowed with a purple light. The blood of elves will reflect green light. The blood of night elves will reflect purple light. What are you doing? Delica noticed Li Guanqi's behavior and felt surprised thoughts in her soul. Li Guanqi did not answer, but dipped his thumb into some of Delica's blood, then put it into his mouth and swallowed it. Strange to say, he just thought that it was time to try controlling the night elves. But you didn't teach him the method. So he just tried to activate this ability based on his feeling of controlling the same level of cursed spirits. Then, the control failed, but he felt that the blood all over his body suddenly became restless. Then, he suddenly understood how to control the night elves of the same level by swallowing their blood. Is this a blood inheritance? Li Guanqi whispered to himself. Some demon species with noble bloodlines, such as the giant dragon clan that he has never seen with his own eyes, have the ability to pass on blood. As the descendants of the dragon grow older, they will gradually receive the memories left in the blood of their ancestors. Now that I think about it, it's not that you didn't teach him the specific methods, but that they were all included in the bloodline inheritance, so that when he needs it, he can naturally learn it. Ah! Suddenly, Delica's soul began to twitch wildly, but the process didn't last long, and she returned to normal after a few seconds. Owner! Her soul thoughts began to convey a state of submission, respect, worship, and admiration. Buzz! Li Guanqi dispersed the sealing the sky star technique. The space fluctuated, and then Delica fell from midair to the ground. Although this female night elf was twisted into a knot by Li Guanqi's control of space, and her bones and muscles were all broken, she was a 7-star alien blood elf, and she completely healed herself in the blink of an eye, regaining her ability to move. And after this, Delica completed her self-healing. She immediately came to Li Guanqi's feet, knelt down on the ground, looked up at him with a smile. Her bright yellow eyes were full of admiration. Master, this control ability is a complete and profound control of the mind. Li Guanqi looked down at her and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to rub her head. And Delica was like a pampered puppy. Her eyes closed comfortably, her face full of happiness. Hey kid, what special tricks are you doing? Pluto suddenly spoke. Can you be normal? You are me in another world after all. You act like this and make me feel like I am a pervert. But I am clearly not. You are the pervert. Oh? Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment. And then his expression turned strange. Delica was kneeling at his feet. And he touched it subconsciously without thinking about anything. But when Pluto said it, something seemed wrong. Ahem. Li Guanqi coughed. Then retracted his hand. Delica, stand up. Yes, master. Delica stood up obediently. Is there something wrong with your memory? Li Guanqi asked curiously. No. Delica shook her head slightly. I still remember everything that happened just now. And I also know very well what you did to me to cause me to be like this. But I just don't know why. And I can't feel any resentment or resistance against you. She looked at Li Guanqi. Her bright yellow eyes filled with autumn water. Now I only have deep admiration for you. I don't know why. But I can't change this state of mind. It's really strange. Oh. Interesting control. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. And then said, actually, you want to capture me and claim the reward. I shouldn't have kept you. Let alone helped you return to normal. But forget it. It would be troublesome to find another night elf. So I might as well just do the experiment on you. So, Delica, if you are really nostalgic for the days when you were a normal elf, then give it a try. I don't know what the future holds. I can't say you have anything wrong. The reason why you became a night elf is not because of yourself, but because of that bastard elf god. Maybe you have killed and eaten elves, but humans also kill each other. Although I have never eaten my compatriots, I have plundered and devoured the bodies and souls of many humans. And I have also killed many humans. So I am really not interested. What are you accusing you of? And if you, the elves, have to decide what is right or wrong in this matter, you must choose a position. From the standpoint of the elves, you are night demons and devils who devour your fellow humans. You should indeed be killed. If I were an elf, I would kill you as well. From the perspective of a night elf, you don't want this, but you can't control it. You turn into a night elf for no reason. If you don't eat elves, you will starve to death. If I were a night elf, I would eat it. But I can't starve myself to death. But I don't want to choose a side. I am a human being and an outsider regarding matters between you elves. I don't want to find a position, because I have no interest in intervening in your affairs. And I don't want to judge who is right and who is wrong. I just want to get out of here quickly. That's all. So, give it a try. Delica. Whether you can return to your old life depends on you. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Guanqi raised his right hand and gently placed it on Delica's head. Then he closed his eyes gently. Corresponding memories began to appear in his mind. Memories conveyed from Tongyo's bloodline, which made him understand how he could restore a night elf to a normal elf. Buzz. Li Guanqi's body suddenly emitted a purple light, and he couldn't help but enter a secluded state. His white waist-length hair suddenly turned purple, fluttering automatically without wind. And Delica also released a burst of black mist from her body. As the black mist dissipated more and more, Delica's black skin became lighter and lighter. Even at the roots of her white hair, there was a hint of pale gold, and even her bright yellow pupils were visible. Seems to be gradually changing towards green. Blonde hair and blue eyes are the original characteristics of normal elves. Delica felt the changes in her body. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly, with a look of disbelief on her face, and tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Kilometers away, a hillside cliff in the forest of elves. Two night elves with white hair and black skin stood here, looking in the direction of the hot spring. One of the men, dressed as a knight, was covered in heavy black armor, with only a handsome and cold face showing, and a white giant sword slung behind him. Standing in front of him was a female night elf. She is wearing a golden crown, a beautiful face, and a silver white cloak. She is looking at the hot spring intently, looking at the figures of Li Guanqi and Delica. Her beautiful golden eyes are full of hope, and she seems to be looking forward to it. What? King. The Dark Knight looked at her. The word stopped abruptly, because this female night elf wearing a golden crown, although still looking intently at the hot spring 1,000 meters away, raised her right hand to signal the knight to be quiet. The Dark Knight was speechless. Will it succeed? The female night elf looked at Li Guanqi and Delica from a distance, her eyes full of hope, her voice trembling slightly. Please. However, in stark contrast to her was the Dark Knight standing next to her. This tall and muscular male night elf looked at Li Guanqi in the hot spring. His expression gloomy to the extreme, and his scarlet pupils revealed a murderous intent. Chapter 536, The Queen of the Night, Who Cannot Be Completely Cured. Buzz. In the hot spring. The water is misty, and the purple light flickers, gradually dissipating as time goes by. When the purple light completely dissipated, the slender figures of Li Guanqi and another female elf immediately emerged. Li Guanqi is still the same Li Guanqi, dressed in black, with purple hair flying. But the female elf Delica next to him has completely changed her appearance. From her original white hair, black skin and bright yellow pupils, she has completely transformed into a beautiful female elf with fair skin, blonde hair and blue eyes. Me. Delica looked down at her white arms and body, tears flashing in her green eyes. And she was so excited that she couldn't say a word for a long time. Back to normal? She actually returned to normal like this? Call out! Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the giant forest outside the hot spring. With a move of his right hand, he used his spiritual power to detect the object and directly released his spiritual power. He picked up an apple-sized green fruit from the tree out of thin air. It looked a bit like a miniature watermelon. Try it and see if you can eat it. Li Guanqi threw the apple and watermelon in his hand to Delica. Yes, yes. Delica quickly stretched out her hand to catch it, then put it to her mouth. Her glossy red lips slightly opened, her delicate body trembling. With immense anticipation, she closed her eyes and took a hard bite, causing juice to splash. She suddenly opened her green eyes, her expression extremely excited. It's so sweet! It's so sweet! It's sweet! It's sweet! And my stomach is not burned. I can eat normal food. I have recovered. I've recovered. So sweet. So sweet. The female elf, who returned to normal, was extremely excited, and then took several more bites of the fruit. She was so happy that she couldn't help but spin in circles. And one fruit was not enough. After she finished eating the fruit in her hand, she jumped directly to the tree outside the hot spring. Her body flew between the treetops like a phantom, eating the sweet fruit and feeling the countless sweet fruits, a sweetness that has been unavailable for hundreds of years. Li Guanqi looked at this scene. His purple eyes narrowed slightly. It worked. According to the description in the book, night elves do not actually feel delicious when eating elf flesh. It simply eliminates the horrible hunger and replenishes life energy reserves. Every night elf has lost the ability to taste delicious food, and now they are naturally excited to regain their sense of taste. Conjurers do not need to eat, no matter what race of magician is needed. Spiritual power is the highest level of energy supplement. Moreover, the magic organ will suppress the magician's desire for food. Most magicians have no feeling about eating, including Li Guanqi. When he was at the first level and the second level, he still liked to eat delicious food. But after his cultivation improved, he had no idea about what to eat. But humans of different blood are different. Elves, like humans of different blood, need to eat demon flesh and blood to replenish their life energy. Although demon flesh is best eaten raw, cooked demon flesh will be more delicious. If conditions permit, they don't mind sacrificing some effects in exchange for the enjoyment of their taste buds. Because of related needs, both elves and humans of different blood attach great importance to eating. The food culture in the New Age is actually very prosperous. However, Li Guanqi is not interested in food due to the suppression of his magical organs. He has not thought about going to these big restaurants. The most important thing is that the prerequisite for enduring darkness is that you have never experienced light. But every night elf was transformed from an elf. They all experienced the light of normal elves and tasted the taste of delicious food, but later lost the ability to taste it. Therefore, the temptation to regain their sense of taste and eat normal food without having to eat elven flesh is absolutely huge for the night elves. This is also an important bargaining chip that Li Guanqi will use to negotiate with the Night King. There was just one more thing he needed to figure out. Can transforming elves be applied to those whose realm is higher than his? 8th level. Li Guanqi turned his head and looked at the giant trees in the distance. Delica's figure was flying back and forth picking fruits. He whispered to himself, "That female elf is only a 7-star star. She is in the same realm as me. I need to find an 8-star girl. Let's try it with the night elves. Is it okay to just use the 9th level one?" Suddenly, a hot and moist breath was felt in his earlobe, and the cold voice that followed immediately made the hairs on Li Guanqi's body explode. His purple pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant, but he forced himself to calm down and looked sideways slightly. What caught his eye was a very close and extremely beautiful face of a night elf, with a dark golden crown on top of his snow-white hair. 9 palace-level night elf magician. The Night Queen? Li Guanqi looked solemn, took 2 steps back, and looked seriously at the beautiful night elf wearing a silver cloak. For these female elves, he could almost only use the words beautiful and beautiful to describe them, because these elves are beautiful, but in fact they are all the same. After watching too many of them, Li Guanqi became a little face-blind and couldn't tell who was who. For example, this Queen of the Night is almost as beautiful as the previous Dalika. However, although the level of beauty is similar, the difference in strength is huge. Dalika is only at the 7th level, while the one wearing the crown is at the 9th level. This strength and the crown directly indicate the other party's identity as the King of the Night Elves. How do I get you to let your guard down? The Queen of the Night stood there, looking at Li Guanqi, with a gentle smile on her beautiful face. I hope we can have a good talk. We can be friends, not enemies. You should also know this. Or maybe, you actually want to talk to me. Certainly. Li Guanqi heard this and nodded quickly. I had this plan. Dear Queen of the Night. You don't have to call it that. The Queen of the Night smiled and waved her hand. Just call me Alina. This is my name. You are a human, not an elf. There is no need to call me Queen. I am not your king. By the way, what do you call me? From Daluo? Or Nanjiang? My name is Li Guanqi. From the east. Li Guanqi replied. Well, Dongfang. Alina, Queen of the Night, smiled softly, and then said, It is a beautiful place, and I heard that there are countless delicious foods. When I was young, I dreamed of going to the Eastern Kingdom and tasting all the Oriental foods. It's just a pity that I can't. Before I could fully realize this dream of mine, I became a night elf. So, speaking of this, she looked at Li Guanqi with deep hope and expectation in her beautiful golden eyes. Mr. Li Guanqi, can you help me realize this long-cherished wish? If you can, you will always be my aide. Lina's friend. Forever. All I can say is I'll try my best. Li Guanqi looked embarrassed, but in the end, there was some determination in his purple eyes. He looked at Alina and said seriously, Let me try. Your Majesty the Queen. Although the Queen asked him to call her by her first name, Li Guanqi always felt that these superiors had different opinions. How could someone who was used to hearing the Queen's honorific title like to be called by her first name? What's more, this person is weaker than her. Like what we just did to Dalika. Alina smiled and raised her hand, taking off the dark gold crown on her head. Well, although I don't like having my head touched, in this case, it doesn't matter. Come on, Mr. Li Guanqi. Well, actually physical contact is fine. Li Guanqi heard this and said quickly, My queen, just give me your hand. Oh, that's perfect. Alina put on the dark gold crown again, then stretched out her little hand, motioning for Li Guanqi to take it. Call. Li Guanqi took a deep breath, held the smooth little hand of the 9 palace-level Dark Night Queen with his right hand, then closed his eyes, and his whole body began to emit purple aura. At the same time, wisps of black mist gradually escaped from Alina's body, just like Dalika before. But unlike Dalika, Alina's appearance with white hair and black skin has not changed at all. Her tied hair is still snow white. Her skin is still the dark night color, full of wild beauty. And her beautiful eyes are still the same, golden. There is no sign of any change. As time went by, more and more black mist escaped from Alina's body, but her appearance remained unchanged. Buzz. 10 minutes later, the purple aura on Li Guanqi dissipated, and he immediately opened his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes and looked at the Queen of the Night, who still had white hair and black skin in front of him, his heart sank. Failed? The transformation ability cannot be used on night elves whose realm is higher than one's own? This is the fragrance of flowers. However, Alina raised her head slightly, with an intoxicated look on her face. I finally smelled it again. The smell of flowers. So fragrant. I finally smelled it again. Some crystal tears slowly welled up in the corners of the Queen of the Night's eyes. Li Guanqi stood in front of her, still holding the other person's little hand, and was a little confused about the situation for a while. Sorry, Mr. Li. I lost my temper a little. Alina looked at Li Guanqi, raised her left hand, and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Seeing this action, Li Guanqi realized belatedly that he was still holding the other person's right hand. Quickly let go, and then said in surprise, "Your Majesty, Queen, what is your situation now?" "I do not know." Alina shook her head slightly, then looked at the giant forest outside the hot spring with a smile. And with a move of her right hand, she shot a few fruits out of the air. She put the fruit into her mouth and tasted them one by one, although her expression did not change much. The crystal tears that could not help but well up in the corners of her eyes fully explained her situation at this time. Fruit that she could eat without burning her stomach. She can also fully appreciate the sweet taste of the fruit. "My ability to eat and my sense of smell have returned." Alina looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. "Thank you, Mr. Human. Thank you. But you?" Li Guanqi looked at her appearance with white hair and black skin, and it was difficult to understand. Why? Why hasn't your appearance recovered? Did you have white hair and black skin before? This is impossible. I don't know either. Alina smiled. However, I have a guess. I am not actually a pure elf. My father is a human. I am a hybrid of humans and elves. Maybe this mixed race has affected your view of me. Treatment. However, there are too few cases to judge more. I asked Mr. Human to come back to the Night King City with me and help me heal more night elves. After more cases increase, we can guess what my situation is. Please, are you willing? Certainly. Li Guanqi nodded. Then let's go. Alina turned around and walked step by step towards the wooden door at the hot spring exit. Her back swaying and her steps elegant, neither fast nor slow. This made Li Guanqi very strange. Forehead. Li Guanqi followed Alina's footsteps and said hesitantly, Your Majesty, Queen, are we just going to walk there like this? Can't you yourself tear open the rift in space in the forest of elves? Okay. Alina looked forward with a smile. But I want to walk slowly in the forest. Can you accompany me? Of course. Li Guanqi was surprised, but still nodded. A request from the 9 palaces leveled to a 7-star star. Can that be considered a request? In Li Guanqi's view, there is no difference between this thing and an order. Although Alina now looks gentle and kind, Li Guanqi is very aware of her other side. Elf Scout Amen. In the memory of that elf, he saw the scene of the Night Elf siege half a year ago. That night, Alina was wearing a dark gold robe, holding the head of the former elf high priest and gnawing on it. Her face was bloody and ferocious. However, in the memory of Ossel, the first night elf he met, he saw Alina treating every night elf in the city of the Night King with kindness and amiability. On the battlefield, Alina kills without mercy. Alina, who was in the royal city, was close and considerate to her people. To the night elves, she was a king, an impeccable king. To normal elves, she is a terrible enemy, a devil. Squeak. At this time, Alina walked to the door of the hot spring and gently opened the wooden door. What hit me was the relatively cold air outside, compared with the hot air in the hot spring. It seemed particularly cool, and it also brought the fragrance of distant flowers and plants. Li Guanqi was used to this smell and didn't feel anything at all, but Alina stood there while smelling the fragrance, gently closing her eyes, her beautiful face filled with intoxication. Outside the gate of the hot spring, Dalika, who was blonde, blue-eyed, and fair-skinned, looked at Alina, who was still white-haired and dark-skinned. Her face was full of shock and disbelief. How could it be? Your Majesty. You? Why haven't you changed? Return? I do not know. Alina opened her eyes, looked at her and smiled helplessly. Maybe it's because I'm a mixed race? How can you do this? Delica suddenly became anxious and quickly looked at Li Guanqi. Master, please help His Highness the Night King. Li Guanqi didn't know what to say. From Ossel's memory, he learned that these night elves were absolutely loyal to Alina. And Alina actually didn't have any airs of being a queen. And she had always been friendly towards the night elves. However, now Dalika is calling him master in front of Alina. Mr. Li? Suddenly, Alina looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. I saw it before. You drank a drop of Dalika's blood. And then she seemed to recognize you as your master? I don't want to know how you did it. But I would like to ask if you can take back this power of yours. I hope this child is free and not someone else's slave. The Queen of the Night has a gentle smile and a nice voice. But maybe it wasn't an illusion. From the depths of her beautiful golden eyes, Li Guanqi saw a bit of unspeakable thunderous anger. As if he dared to say, no, the consequences would be serious. Thankfully, he was actually able to take back control. Sure. Li Guanqi nodded quickly. I was just trying it out before. I never thought about actually taking her as a slave. I'll take care of her now. After that, he forced out a drop of blood from the tip of the index finger of his right hand, and then said to Delica, "Open your mouth." Eh? Delica was stunned for a moment, but she still opened her cherry mouth obediently. Call out. At the same time, Li Guanqi flicked his own blood into Delica's mouth. By eating the blood of night elves of the same level, you can control them. Let the controlled night elf drink his blood to release the control. This is the knowledge that the bloodline inheritance of Tongyu blood told Li Guanqi, although he felt that this order was a bit strange. Buzz. Soon, a hint of purple light appeared in Delica's beautiful green eyes, and then quietly shattered. Her expression changed, and she looked at Li Guanqi with an extremely complicated expression on her face. After the control was released, the female elf's memory did not disappear. She still retained the memory of kneeling to Li Guanqi and looking comfortable when her head was touched. But now she no longer had that kind of submissive feeling towards Li Guanqi. So she suddenly felt mixed emotions in her heart. Kneel down. Suddenly, Alina said coldly. Yes. Delica heard this, and without any hesitation, she knelt down directly in front of Alina. However, the elf culture in the New Age era did not have the etiquette of kneeling. So her kneeling at this time was actually more similar to kneeling, with her waist and back not even. Not straight. Kneel down to Mr. Li. Alina didn't correct her action. Maybe she didn't know it clearly, so she just added another sentence. Oh. Delica nodded slightly, moved her knees, and turned her body to face Li Guanqi. Seeing this, Alina raised her right hand and pointed her slender index finger at Delica. Boom. The next moment, the head of Delica, a beautiful female elf, suddenly exploded, but all the blood splashed out hovered in front of Li Guanqi, and then fell straight down, splashing on the grass. Li Guanqi was stunned. Suddenly, Alina hooked her fingers again, and then Delica's entire body, except for her heart, was cut into hundreds of pieces, turning into a pile of blood and mincemeat scattered on the ground. Dyeing the lawn red? Li Guanqi was completely confused. My queen? He turned his head in confusion and looked at Alina beside him. Excuse me. What are you doing? Chapter 537 The Situation of the Night Elves. It's just a trivial apology. Alina glanced at the ground where Delica had turned into mincemeat, then looked at Li Guanqi beside her, smiling. Although this is nothing, Delica still has an intact heart. A 7th level heart. It's easy for her to heal herself. But in any case, this is considered severe pain and should be treated as punishment. For my sake, Mr. Li, please just forgive her. Okay? Forgive? Li Guanqi was startled. Yes, forgive me. Alina nodded lightly and said softly, earlier in the hot spring, Delica was greedy and wanted to capture you and return to the royal city to claim credit. Therefore, she designed and wanted to harm you. Although you saw through it, she still wanted to do it no matter what. With such thoughts, I did such a thing. And I deserve an apology. Please forgive me. Of course. Of course. Li Guanqi waved his hand quickly. I was not injured. And I didn't take it to heart in the first place. Your Majesty the Queen, you don't have to worry about it. That's good. Alina smiled softly, then looked at the intact heart mixed with blood and minced meat on the ground. Delica, Mr. Li has forgiven you. Please heal yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, based on the heart, nerves, bones, flesh and blood were rapidly generated. In the blink of an eye, the heart turned into a wonderful snow-white body, and it was Delica who had returned to her original shape. She was fair-skinned and extremely beautiful. She was kneeling naked in a piece of blood and minced flesh. She had a strange beauty. Continue to kneel and apologize to Mr. Li. Alina said softly. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I was obsessed with it earlier. Please forgive me. Delica looked at Li Guanqi and shouted seriously. Well, I forgive you. Get up. Li Guanqi waved his hand. He himself was not generous enough to say that with the 9 palace level queen of the night standing next to her, who would dare to argue with her except someone who was also at the 9 palaces level? Mr. Li said so. Then get up. Alina looked at Delica and smiled softly. At the same time, she gently tapped her right hand, and green light escaped from her fingertips. It fell on the naked Delica and turned into a beautiful green gauze, covering her body. her snow-white spring light. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. Delica looked at the green gauze clothes on her body, her face full of happiness. It doesn't matter. By the way, where's Cade? Olina looked around and frowned slightly. Strange. Did he hide his aura on purpose? Why can't I even feel where he is? Or is he hiding in some attached half-space? Have no idea. Delica scratched her head and said hesitantly, I was looking for fruit in the forest just now. And General Cade suddenly ran over with a stinky face and told me that Your Majesty, you want to enter the hot spring and let Mr. Lee treat you. He asked me to wait outside the door and then left. He was very murderous and didn't know what was going on. He was very resistant. There was a hint of brilliance in Alina's golden eyes. Why? Transforming back to a normal elf is obviously the long-cherished wish of every night elf. Why should he resist? Delica looked around carefully, then approached Olina and whispered, Your Majesty, is it true that General Cade is not nearby? Not here. Olina smiled helplessly. Do you want to say something bad about him? That's fine. I don't want to listen. No. Delica waved her hands quickly, then whispered in Olina's ear, I once secretly listened to the conversation between General Helyutil and General Abnalum. They said that General Cade used to be an Iabel. When we were in the prairie, we were bullied by the elves. Because the elf tribe he first stayed in was plundered by a group of human caravans from southern Xinjiang. Many elf women in the tribe were raped by the men in the caravan, including General Cade's mother. They even force-fed fertility potions to female elves. This is how General Cade was born. His elven tribe was plundered once by a human caravan, so it naturally hated humans. As for General Cade, he was born after a male human and that caravan raped a female tribal elf. So, General Cade was in that elf tribe, and he had been reviled, insulted, and bullied by the elves since he was a child. He hated the elves in that tribe and, by the way, all elves. After he mutated into a night elf, he directly ate several elves of the same age who usually bullied him the most, and then ran away. Later, after he became stronger, he returned to that elf, and it is said that he directly ate up the entire elf tribe. So General Cade originally hated elves. After becoming a night elf, he might be very happy. Naturally, he doesn't like to change back to a normal elf. And, having said this, Delica carefully glanced at Li Guanqi next to her and whispered, It's reasonable for him to be disgusted with humans. Cade actually has such an experience? Olina was a little surprised. Then she lowered her eyes and sighed softly. But he never mentioned it to me. At least, he is the general and you are the king. Right? Li Guanqi stood beside him, very calmly. So is there anything I need to pay attention to? With me here, Cade doesn't dare to mess around. Olina smiled at him. Don't worry, Mr. Lee. Nothing will happen. Let's go and walk with me in the forest. Delica, you too. Uh-huh. Delica nodded heavily. That's all. Olina. Li Guanqi. Delica, oh no. It should be one person and two elves, walking side by side in the forest of giant trees, walking slowly forward. At first, Li Guanqi couldn't figure out what the Queen of the Night was thinking and why she was walking so slowly. Olina herself looked intoxicated from time to time as she walked, and Delica also looked the same. Li Guanqi didn't understand it at first, but he soon figured it out. They are experiencing smell. After elves mutate into night elves, not only will their stomachs be burned when eating normal food, and they will lose their normal sense of taste, they will also lose their perception of sense, and can only smell smells that disgust them. But Li Guanqi couldn't figure out the specific definition of fragrance. But it was obvious that the fragrance of plants and flowers in the giant forest was a kind of scent. And it also made these two elves very intoxicated. After Li Guanqi figured it out, he understood it very well. He had lost his sense of smell for hundreds of years and finally came back. So he naturally wanted to experience it well. This should be the biggest reason why Olina chose the forest walking tour. Right, Mr. Lee. Suddenly, Olina walked and whispered something. Li Guanqi, who was still looking around and taking in the scenery of the giant tree forest, heard this and turned his head immediately, and then suddenly met Olina's face that had also turned around. For a moment, their eyes met. Li Guanqi saw sincerity in the beautiful golden eyes of the Queen of the Night. After you cure us all, we will leave the elf forest. Olina looked at him and said softly, We will return this place to the tulip elves, including the elves captured by us. At the same time, The space barrier covering this elven forest will also disappear. This it's my promise. Space barrier. When Li Guanqi heard this, his eyes suddenly focused. My lady queen, I want to know, what is the thing you used to confine this elven space? Where did it come from? Oh, something? Olina raised her eyebrows slightly. You seem to have a lot of knowledge, Mr. Li. But, sure. The Queen of the Night nodded slightly. It is true that I did not rely on my own strength to confine this space, but borrowed the help of others. But I can't say more. After all, confidentiality is the promise I made with that person. All I can say is, it's a deal. The deal with the Tulip Queen. Right? Li Guanqi said calmly. Olina was obviously stunned for a moment, then smiled and continued walking forward. As she walked, she said softly, Mr. Li, it seems that your origin is not simple. But this is natural. After all, you are the son of prophecy. By the way, you guessed this yourself. And I didn't say anything. If you want to know more, just ask yourself. I have to keep my promise to keep it confidential. So, you gain the ability to confine space from this transaction. Li Guanqi followed the Queen of the Night and said in a deep voice, the Forest of Elves is in a restricted space. And those elves cannot teleport away. You can kill all the Tulip Elves in one go, and make most of the elves become your meat animals, and be imprisoned in the holy city provides you with food. Meat animal? After hearing this, Olina just smiled and shook her head. I will give them the best environment, the best clothes, the most delicious food, the highest quality demon flesh and blood, and complete freedom of movement within a certain range. I treat them well. And what do they want to give me in return? All they want in return is to give us 2 hands every day. The elves selected by us are all 3rd level elves. For those elves above 3rd level, it only takes a short time to heal 2 arms. Is this considered a meat beast? Mr. Li, I believe that I have tried my best to treat them well. Sounds good. Li Guanqi looked helpless. But, both humans and elves need dignity. And living like this has no dignity for those elves, who live in shame every day. Well, don't get me wrong. As he spoke, he quickly added, I'm not avenging them. Nor do I want to accuse you of anything. I just said a few words based on my feelings as an outsider. I understand. But I would say, we have to do this. Olina walked slowly in the forest. Her voice sobbed. If you do this, those elves will feel undignified. But if you don't do this, we night elves will all be tortured to madness by hunger. There is no way. Yes. Indeed. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. From your point of view, this is indeed the case, huh? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and looked at the white-haired and dark-skinned Olina in surprise. Your Majesty, Queen, can't you night elves change their appearance at any time? The night elf I first met, she can disguise herself. It looks like a normal elf, but its eating ability cannot be changed. Purebred night elves can indeed do that. Olina smiled helplessly. Unfortunately, I am not a pure night elf. As I said before, I am a hybrid of human and elf. I was originally a half-elf, and later I mutated from a half-elf to a half-elf. Of night elves, if I had to say it, I should be a half-night elf. My mixed-race physique did not bring me any special talents. Instead, it deprived me of some abilities, such as changing my skin color. Purebred night elves can change their appearance to blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair complexion at any time. But I can't. I have never had this ability. I see. Li Guanqi suddenly realized. With a smile on her face, Olina continued to follow the forest path and slowly moved forward. Delika followed her on the right and said nothing. Li Guanqi didn't know what to say. For a moment, the scene became quiet. 3 figures walked side by side. However, while walking, Li Guanqi suddenly remembered something. That is the memory of Yaman, the current chief elf scout. He saw a lot in that memory, such as the night siege 6 months ago. Yaman did not participate in the frontal battlefield at that time, but witnessed the whole process of the Queen of the Night killing the former high priest in another place. At that time, the Queen of the Night, after killing the former high priest, ate his head on the spot. But her expression was incredible. First, his face was full of hatred, roaring and roaring. But soon, he showed sadness again, with tears in his eyes. Li Guanqi didn't know why. He was curious. Your Majesty, Queen? Li Guanqi hesitated a little, but still looked at Olina and asked, Your Majesty, there is one thing. I don't know if I can ask you. Just ask. Alina's voice was soft. I saw an elf's memory. Li Guanqi then asked. From the memory of that elf, I saw the whole process of you killing the former high priest. That night, were you crying? But before crying, you looked at the expression of the former high priest. There is obviously strong hatred between you. Is there any old grudge between you? Alina's face was expressionless. My husband was killed by that guy. This time I invaded the Tulip Elf Forest, not only to find a stable home and food source for everyone under my command, but also to repay myself. Personal enmity. Is he also a night elf? Li Guanqi asked curiously. No, it's not. Alina heard this and glanced at Li Guanqi with a smile. He is just like you, both human and oriental. He was born in the slums of Goose City in southern Xinjiang, but he was extremely talented and later became a very famous person. A talented 7th level alchemist. Maybe it's because I'm a human-elf hybrid, so I don't have any feelings for male elves. But I have a crush on that man. The Queen of the Night said this with a smile. But Li Guanqi saw a hint of deeply hidden sadness in this smile. 92 years ago, he was looking for medicinal herbs in a valley in the Anluo province of the Tulip Empire. Alina withdrew her gaze and continued walking forward, narrating softly. I wasn't with him that day. It would be great if I was there. If I was there, I could protect him. But I was not there after all. Then, he and the former high priest of the elves met. They both fell in love with the same herb. And it was obviously my husband who discovered it first. But even so, my husband still chose to retreat and gave the herb to that bastard. But what's the result? The moment my husband turned around, his body was smashed to pieces by that bastard. Even his soul refused to let go and was crushed on the spot. That bastard was even still laughing after killing someone. But what he didn't expect was that there was a smart 7th level red dragon in that valley. That red dragon had a good relationship with my husband, and they were friends. But that bastard is at the 9th level. How dare a 7th level red dragon come out? It hid in the dark and watched that day, not daring to come out. Afterwards, when I searched and finally reached that valley, the red dragon came out and told me the whole process. Since then, I have been practicing hard with the goal of killing that bastard. It was not until 6 months after 1992 that I successfully avenged my husband and solved the problem of food sources for everyone. Having said this, the Queen of the Night stopped speaking and just walked forward in silence. Expressionless, Li Guanqi didn't know what to say. As for the third Delika, she has remained quiet since just now, keeping her presence to a minimum. Let's just stop here for a walk. We'll go back to the royal city directly. Not long after, Alina stopped, said something calmly, and then with a wave of her hand, she directly tore open a special space crack that shone with black light. Perhaps it was Li Guanqi's question just now that brought back her sad memories, and directly made the Queen of the Night lose her mood and elegance of walking in the forest. Mr. Li, please come with me. The scenery in Wancheng is very beautiful. I hope you like it too. Alina said something, and then stepped into the space crack. Li Guanqi followed closely behind. Delika entered last. The black light in the space crack flickered for a while, then quickly closed and disappeared. In the empty forest of giant trees, silence returned again, with only the chirping of birds and insects, and the faint roars of monsters coming from deep in the forest. Chapter 538 The Dead Artifact Loya Giant Tree. Buzz? In the blue sky, a space crack suddenly tore open, and 3 figures slowly stepped out. It was Alina, the Queen of the Night, Delika, the female elf of the night, and Li Guanqi, who was dressed in black and had returned to his white hair and blue eyes. Although Li Guanqi did not expect to appear in the air, he reacted immediately, and used the power of the law of space to keep his feet in the void so as not to make a fool of himself. This, Li Guanqi looked forward, his blue eyes widening slightly, with a look of shock on his face. I see. No wonder Arena would set the teleportation point in the sky, because this is the boundary line of the giant forest, and beyond here is a vast green grassland. And thousands of meters away, on the plain, there was an exaggeratedly huge tree, at least 1,000 meters high, with lush branches and green leaves that almost covered half of the sky. The most important is, on the countless branches of the 1,000-meter-long giant tree, there are countless houses, thousands of rooms, and countless strange-shaped buildings dotted here and there, connected with walls. All kinds of wonderful buildings stand there, like giant buildings. The branches and leaves of the tree form a natural blend and are indistinguishable from each other. Magnificent. Spectacular. With Li Guanqi's extraordinary eyesight, he could also see many white-haired and black-skinned night elves walking among the giant branches and buildings. The trunk and branches of the 1,000-meter-long giant tree are also extremely long and extremely thick. The night elves walking on it feel like they are walking on layers of streets. City of Giant Trees. This is an elf city built on a 1,000-meter giant tree. This is our city of dark night. Olina hovered next to Li Guanqi, looking at the city of giant trees, and chuckled softly. Of course, if you want, you can also call it the holy city of the tulip elf. They are just names, but really well. This city built on trees has an ancient name, Loya. Loya? Li Guanqi was a little curious. Does this name mean anything? A name is a name. Olina smiled. Not all names have meanings. In other words, the meaning of the name Loya is it. This city built on trees. Wrong. Suddenly, Xuankong's voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind. This black-skinned woman must have read some ancient books with historical deviations. In short, her statement is wrong. So what's the right thing to say? Li Guanqi turned to look at the giant tree city 10,000 meters away. Very curious. Loya is just the name of the tree itself and has nothing to do with the city on the tree. Xuankong's voice was erratic, as if he was caught in some kind of reminiscence. Loya, it turns out you are here. It turns out you haven't completely disappeared yet. Master, that tree can be said to be a tree, but it can also be said that it is not, because it is not a tree that grows completely naturally. It is an artifact called Loya. Loya is one of the oldest artifacts, one of the first 9 artifacts created. In the early days of the Age of Gods in the Old Era, there were only 9 gods, including the god of fire, because they have mastered the 9 basic laws that are relatively easy to control. In the early days of the Age of Gods, humans had not yet realized that everything in the world was governed by laws, and thought that there could only be 9 gods at most in the world. The 9 of them were also named the original gods. Among them, the god who controls the law of which shrine is named Andal Charlotte. Charlotte is a female deity from the West. She was born in the year 3287 of the Old Era. Compared to the other 8 original deities, especially compared to gods like Vulcan who emerged from the end of the 21st century, she is considered a junior. But her contribution to mankind is still huge, because the birth of the artifact was led by her. She was the first to discover the technology of using human souls to create artificial consciousness. Let's not mention the moral standard of this technology. At least this technology does allow artificial intelligence to have complete emotions. The most important thing is that during that period, humans generally believed that it was a good thing to use the soul of a death row prisoner to create an artificial consciousness that would be beneficial to mankind. As Charlotte perfected this technology, the world's first artifacts were born. 9 artifacts, with the joint participation of the 9 initial gods, and the assistance of countless divine craftsmen. These 9 artifacts representing the 9 basic laws were finally created. Among them, the divine weapon of Charlotte, the god of wood, is the giant tree Loya. Loya's normal form is a giant tree with a height of 3,872 meters. Its main function is not combat or defense, but growth. Within a radius of thousands of miles where Loya takes root, the concentration of the wood's spiritual energy will skyrocket, and the distance further from the trunk of the tree will increase. Recently, the increase has been higher. The area under the tree can increase at least 800 times. In the Old Era, Loya had long been rooted in the center of the wood god's domain, near the wood temple. The Loya we see now is only about 1,000 meters away, so it is obviously not in its normal form, because it died very early. At the end of the sentence, Shudkong sighed softly. Died? Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment, and then asked curiously in his mind, what happened? Did Pluto do it again? Hey. Pluto made an unhappy sound. It's none of my business. If you have to say it, I helped beat up the murderer, No, it should be the murderer. I even beat up the murderer. Li Guanqi was completely interested now. What's going on? Tell me. Don't keep it secret. Hey, Stinky Machete, come out to make your presence felt. At this time, Ares, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly smiled. That's right. Padao, why don't you come out and say a few words? Shankara also smiled. However, Demon Sword was extremely confused. What does it have to do with me? I have no impression at all. Not even the name Luya. Oh, yes. The level of unblocking of this broken knife is too low. and a lot of memories are still sealed. Ares suddenly lost interest. Loya was killed by a broken knife. Shutcom didn't whet Li Guanqi's appetite anymore, and said directly, "Back then, Mr. Killer God wanted to save an adopted sister he recognized, and needed the god-level elixir Kantian Mugen to cure the curse. At that time, only Wood God had this stuff. Mr. Killer God went to ask for it. The Wood God obviously had it, but he wouldn't give it life or death. In the end, the adopted sister died. Mr. Killer God immediately became furious and rushed to the Wood God's domain with a broken knife. He severely injured the Wood God with one knife, but the Wood God ran away, and Mr. Killer God directly chopped down the remaining giant tree Loya, crushed the origin of Loya's artifact, and left in anger. Later, it was the God King of that generation who came forward and put an end to the matter. We will not discuss whether it was right to kill Mr. God. Afterwards, Loya lost the origin of the artifact, and his consciousness immediately dissipated, turning into a dead artifact and an empty SHL. Later, a magical craftsman repaired it. But Luoya, who had lost the origin of the artifact and lost consciousness, said it was an artifact, but in fact it was no different from a 9th-level magic weapon, and his body shape also changed from the original height of more than 3,000 meters. It shrank to more than 1,000 meters. As for its effect of increasing the spiritual power of wood, it has also plummeted, and it can only be used as a mascot in the God of Wood domain. And later, after Ragnarok, the Wood God also fell. As for Loya, although I don't know the specific situation, I guess he is living in the world, moving around. In today's new era, God knows what Luoya has gone through. Now it seems that its effect of increasing with spiritual power is already quite impressive, and it can only increase it several times. So, it is true. Mr. Killer and Broken Knife are the culprits who killed Loya, and Ragnarok has not yet happened. Pluto has not started to kill gods, and he is still a member of the Pantheon in name, although he has never participated in any battle for the God King in the Pantheon. The God of Killing has fought against Pluto in private. However, he was beaten badly, so Pluto just said that he had beaten the murderer. It turns out there is such a connection. Li Guanqi looked at the giant Loya tree on the grassland in the distance and nodded slightly. The communication with the artifact is all done in the mind with thoughts. He seemed to be having a conversation with the artifacts. But in fact, to the Night Queen Alina and the Night Elf Delika, who were standing next to him, Li Guanqi just stepped on the void and looked at the giant tree. His face was full of shock. The ground was in a daze. This is a great city. Alina looked at the giant Loya tree with a smile on her face. It's a pity that it doesn't belong to us after all. But it was clearly us who captured the royal city. Next to her, Delika pursed her lips. Just like the human kingdom conquering a city. It's ours. Why should we leave? This place is so beautiful. I've only lived there for half a year. I don't want to leave. It's a deal. The smile on Alina's face remained undiminished. Mr. Lee helps all of us Night Elves heal. All of us Night Elves leave here and return Loya to the Tulip Elves. We get treatment and lose Loya. One gain and one loss. It's fair. And really speaking, compared with Loya and returning to normal elves, we have already made a lot of money. This is a very worthwhile deal. The territory can be fought again, but the chance of returning to normal elves. But this time, history first time on. Delika glanced at Li Guanqi, then lowered her head and said nothing more. In fact, what this female night elf is thinking is that they can let Li Guanqi cure them, then drive the tulip elf out, and continue to live in the Dark Night King City. If Li Guanqi is not willing, then use violence to force him to do so. But it's obvious that the Queen of the Night has her own considerations. Mr. Lee, you should know the prophecies left by the former High Priest. Right? Suddenly, Alina looked at Li Guanqi and smiled softly. About the savior of the elves? Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded slightly. Of course I know. If nothing else happens, I will be the savior they call me. Although, he felt that there seemed to be an accident somewhere. The queen doesn't believe in elves and gods either. Li Guanqi suddenly realized the problem with Alina's choice of words just now, and asked curiously, So, do you know that these so-called divine prophecies are all the magic methods of the former high priest? It's just prophecy. Who doesn't know it? Alina shook her head and laughed. If a prophecy spell can represent a god, then this god is too cheap. And the Queen of the Night lowered her head and looked at her dark night skin, with a hint of brilliance in her beautiful golden eyes. If the elf god Edfins really exists, Then why doesn't he save us? Instead, he wants to let us elves become like this? If he really exists. But he turns a blind eye to the current situation. Then even if he exists, why should I believe in this kind of god that is no use to me? What's more, in the new age, no one has ever become a god. There has never been an absolutely real case of the gods from the old era appearing. I don't know if they are dead or alive. All I know is that whether they are dead or alive has nothing to do with us. Speaking of this, Olina smiled helplessly. It's funny. When I was a child, I was very devout in my belief in the elves and gods. But when I grew up, I became a non-believer. Ligwanchi didn't say anything. Just silent. In the new age, can no one become a god? Everyone thinks so. But the first son of Tanyu in the new era, Yu, is an exception that no one knows about. She disappeared in the long river of history, quietly became a god in a place where no one cares, and then used the perfect blood of Tanyu to escape the shackles of the star field. Leaving this planet, we went to the depths of the universe to find the footprints of a higher civilization. So can he do it too? Evolve perfect nether blood and become a god directly without source energy? I don't believe in God. But prophecy is prophecy after all. Suddenly, Olina spoke out again, interrupting Ligwanchi's wandering thoughts. Ligwanchi looked at the Queen of the Night, waiting for the next words. Although that bastard has a bad character, his strength is his strength, and it will not change because of his character. Olina had no expression on her face and said calmly, the prediction results, he spent a lot of his life to get are worthy of trust. After I learned about this, I performed a relative prediction technique. The specific process does not need to be described in detail. But the result is, at this point, she glanced at Ligwanchi, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. The prophecy told me that the savior of the Tulip Elves will also be the savior of our Dark Night Kingdom and all Night Elves. I couldn't understand it at first. But now, after seeing your ability to heal Night Elves, I finally understand. What? Delica next to her looked shocked. Your Majesty, you have never said this. Wait. No wonder. No wonder you said that those who bring the elf savior back will be rewarded heavily. But they are not allowed to kill them. It turns out there are. There is such a relationship. I certainly won't say anything if it's not certain. Olina smiled softly. After all, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. You should also understand this truth. That's why. After saying that, Olina looked at Ligwanchi again and said softly, you are not only the savior of the Tulip Elves, but also the savior of our Night Elves. So I will give you enough respect instead of tying you up and taking you to the royal city, forcing you to help us with treatment. Well, since that's the case, can I go even further and put forward more conditions? Ligwanchi blinked and said with some embarrassment, I need a lot of resources for my cultivation. In addition to asking you to change places afterwards, can you give me some more cultivation resources? Of course. You can take what we have. The smile on Olina's face continued. I don't know if you can understand it, but the fact is that returning to a normal elf, with normal eating ability, and not having to be enslaved by that terrifying hunger, is the most important thing in the Dark Night. The greatest wish of the elves. For this, we can give everything. Everything. Hey, hey, hey. When Delica heard this, her eyes suddenly widened, and she couldn't help but said, Sir Savior, although you say so, can you take a little less? Don't really take it all. When the time comes, we will leaving here to find another territory will cost a lot of resources to rebuild your home. I'm not a greedy person, Ligwanchi asked hesitantly. Then, I will only take the training resources that are enough for me to reach the Jogon level. Is that okay? Olina heard this, but her expression was strange. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee. I don't quite understand what you said. Enough cultivation resources to cultivate to the 9th level? You, for the 8th and 9th levels? Do you really know enough about the cultivation matters of this level? Chapter 539, the use of martial arts and Wenkuxingchen skills. What? Hearing what Olina said, Ligwanchi couldn't help but be a little confused. Is there anything wrong with what I said? Certainly. Olina nodded slightly. You said that you need enough training resources to reach the 9 palace level. But in the item of training resources, well, how do you say it? The Queen of the Dark Night seemed to be at a loss for words, and paused before saying, if we don't define the cultivation environment like the Land of Stars as cultivation resources, but only define certain things that can be drunk, eaten, and used, such as if elixirs, medicines, and other things are defined as cultivation resources. So, specifically speaking, the cultivation resources are only at the 7th level. As for the 8th level cultivation resources, if there are any, they are only soul-related cultivation resources. And there is nothing that can help you directly obtain the 9th level soul. As for the resources used to strengthen the 9th level soul, that kind of thing is too precious. Even I don't have it. Speaking of this, Olina was a little helpless. Speaking of which, my soul strength is still at the early stage of the 9th level. Li Guanqi was a little surprised. Shao Kong didn't mention these things at all when he was explaining things about the 8th and 9th levels to him before. You should also know that from level 1 to level 7, realm and power are related, but not completely synchronized. Olina saw Li Guanqi's expression, so she patiently explained with a smile. In these 7 cultivation stages, after improving the realm, although it can also lead to an improvement in strength, in general, we still need to find another way to cultivate resources to increase your strength to the corresponding upper limit of the realm. For example, after our realm reaches the peak of the 4 elephants level, the physical strength of the warrior and the spiritual strength of the conjurer may increase, but they cannot directly reach the corresponding upper limit. You need to find ways to improve it yourself. Warriors need to take potions, eat demon flesh and blood, eat cursed supernatural blood, and so on, to replenish various resources. Spellcasters also need various training resources to increase the strength of their spiritual power. We are like this until the 7th level, the 7-star stage of Dzogchen. But at the 8th level, there is no need for it. The 8th level is to open the 8 major acupoints. Some people also call it opening the 8 major gene locks. I also like this name better. It sounds like opening a lock to get a treasure. After all, isn't gaining power a treasure? Every time a gene lock is opened, our own power will directly soar to the limit of the current state, achieving the synchronization of state and power. The physical strength of the warriors will be directly improved. The spiritual strength of the conjurer will also be directly increased. At the 8th level, we don't need to find other resources to complete the improvement of strength. Therefore, the difficulty of 8th level cultivation lies in how to find a breakthrough opportunity to complete the opening of the 8 gene locks. Of course, the prerequisite before this is to improve your own understanding of the laws of space. Only when one's understanding of the laws of space reaches a certain level can one escape into the depths of the cracks in space. Being in that space plane, human beings can use the special environment there to more easily perceive the 8 acupoints in their physical bodies, which are the so-called gene locks. Feeling the location of the acupoints once is enough. Once you have been to that space, you will be able to remember the specific locations of your 8 acupoints forever. It is said that some noble families will send their seniors to take their juniors directly to that dimension to sense the location of the acupoints in advance. But I think this kind of pushback is meaningless. All in all, sensing the location of the acupoints is the first step, and finding the opportunity to open the acupoints is the second step. As for the 9th level, every time a law palace is opened, it is an improvement in power. Oh, it is said that warriors have more trouble. They need to find rare plants or minerals with the 4 characteristics of wind, thunder, light, and darkness naturally bred to integrate into their own 4 gods. Only with pulse can the 4 divine palaces be opened. But it's all the same. Just like the 8th level. When a 9th level practitioner opens a divine palace, his power will be directly increased to the corresponding upper limit. Having said this, Olina looked at Li Guanqi and smiled helplessly. So, Mr. Li, we can give you some resources so that after your realm reaches the 7-star perfection, you can also increase your strength to the corresponding limit. But, 8th level? Sorry. We don't have this method that can help you directly upgrade to an 8th level conjurer. And this method doesn't exist in the world. And after you reach the 8th level on your own, you no longer need any training resources. For 8th level practitioners, the only thing that can play a supporting role is the training environment. For example, the training ground left by some seniors, a sword mark containing will left by some seniors, the concrete realization of some seniors' understanding of life, and so on. It is said that among the stars in the beta sequence, there is a star named Winxiu. Wincuxing star skill is called synesthesia. I heard that people with this star skill can more easily get the opportunity to open the gene lock by observing these special environments. At this point, Olina looked at Li Guanqi with a meaningful smile. I heard this from hearsay. But Mr. Li, you should know better than me. After all, the star skill you used to trap Delica before. If you read that right, it should be the first greedy wolf star technique in the beta sequence. Right. The queen is indeed well informed. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. But alas, we don't. Olina didn't talk about it anymore, and changed the topic again, saying helplessly, whether it's a special training ground, or a sword mark that contains will, or someone's realization of life is embodied. These things we night elves don't have either. After all, before I united everyone, we were just a group of wandering elves wandering the world a few decades ago, with no foundation at all. These cultivation environments that are useful for 8th level practitioners are controlled by some great nobles with a long tradition and are deeply hidden. But to be honest, these cultivation environments have some uses, but they are not very big. For 8th level practitioners, if they want to unlock the gene lock, the most important thing is to rely on this. As she said that, Olina pointed to the left side of her heart and smiled slightly. When the state of mind is reached, unlocking the genetic lock is a matter of course. If the state of mind is not reached, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. Li Guanqi blinked. He actually wanted to complain that he actually had no heart. Just kidding. Of course he understood what Olina meant. State of mind? State of mind. This is similar to the situation at the 4 symbols level of martial arts. You need to find an opportunity to open the divine veins. And you also need an opportunity to open the 8 major acupoints. After going round and round, from the 4 symbols level to the Bagua level, and doubling it, his cultivation will return to the matter of looking for opportunities. But after he leads Wingkuxing to obtain the synesthesia star skill, maybe he will more relaxed. No, this is something that happens later. He hasn't even finished cultivating the 7-star level yet. Okay, everyone is here. Let's go in. Suddenly, Olina tore open a black space crack next to her. Everyone is here. Delica next to her was stunned and asked the same curious question as Li Guanqi. Your Majesty, what are you talking about? So the reason why you explained these cultivation matters to Mr. Li is because you are waiting for someone. Let's find a topic to talk about while we wait. Olina smiled and said, I'm waiting for Dennison. He was refining the potion just now and couldn't interrupt it. Now that he's done it, he's already waiting for us at the palace. Oh, I got it. Delica nodded. Li Guanqi also understood. Dennison, one of the 15 8th level Dark Knight generals in the Kingdom of Dark Knight, is an 8th level magician and an 8th level alchemist who is responsible for developing potions for the Kingdom of Dark Knight. Apart from that, the most commendable thing is his appearance, which seems to be handsome even for an elf. He learned this from Ossel's memory. He also saw the appearance of Dennison from Ossel's memory. But to be honest, he really couldn't distinguish the beauty of these elves. He felt that they were all handsome and similar in appearance. After looking at them for a long time, he became blind. Then let's go quickly. Your Majesty. At this time, Delica seemed to be looking forward to it. I haven't seen General Dennison for a long time. You? Olina smiled helplessly. Li Guanqi was very confused when he saw this scene. The things he had seen in Olina and Delica between then and now were really strange to him. On the one hand, Olina has absolute authority over Delica, and Delica is absolutely surrendered, loyal and obedient to Olina. Even though Olina cut Delica into pieces, Delica didn't complain at all. But on the other hand, the relationship between these two monarchs and ministers is like that of an older sister and younger sister. There seems to be no strict form of respect. The relationship between the kings and ministers of this Dark Knight kingdom is novel. Mr. Li? Delica had already walked into the space crack, and Olina also walked in with one foot. At this time, she looked back at Li Guanqi and smiled. Let's go! Okay. Li Guanqi came back to his senses, nodded slightly, and followed the footsteps of the Queen of the Night, stepping into the space crack. See, Your Majesty? For a moment, Li Guanqi followed Olina out of the space crack. Before he could see his surroundings clearly, 2 male voices sounded in his ears. Olina smiled and nodded. Li Guanqi, who was down to earth, also began to look around. At this time, the environment around him had changed from high in the sky to the interior of a delicate and elegant room. This room is very large. It seems that it can accommodate more than a dozen people without feeling crowded. The floor is covered with a layer of light red carpet, embroidered with strange golden lines. The walls are all white, and there is a spirit on the top. Structural horn chandelier. In addition, there is a luxurious golden wood desk and chair placed against the corner of the room. In another corner of the room, there is a blue sofa. No one was sitting on the sofa, but there were 2 male night elves standing next to them. and they were the ones who spoke just now. 8th level Night Elf Magician. 8th level Night Elf Warrior. The two male Night Elves were now facing Li Guanqi with their heads bowed slightly, and the 5 fingers of their right hands joined together, close to their left chest. Of course, they were not saluting him, but saluting Alina, the Queen of the Night next to him. "See, your Majesty?" the 2 elves said in unison. This white-haired and dark-skinned Night Elf was extremely handsome, but after Li Guanqi glanced at him several times, he finally had to give up on recognizing people by their faces. These elves all look so much alike. Maybe this is the so-called ugliness comes in various forms, but beauty is always the same. Unable to recognize the face, Li Guanqi had to rely on system prompts to help him identify. Of these 2 Night Elves, one was wearing black gold armor and was an 8th level Night Warrior. The other one is wearing a white robe, with white hair braided into whips and tied at the back of his head. His hairstyle is very distinctive. He is an 8th level Night Magician. He is the handsome elf. An 8th level Alchemist. Magician Dennison. General Dennison. At this time, Dalika, who was blonde, blue-eyed, and fair-skinned, walked up to Dennison, looking a little shy. However, Dennison's expression was very ugly. He first glanced at Li Guanqi, who was a human, and then looked at the white-haired and black-skinned Queen of the Night Alina next to Li Guanqi. Finally, he focused his attention on Dalika again and said in a deep voice, "Dalika, tell me, why do you want to change your posture in front of the Queen? You should know that this is not something you should do." Dalika was stunned. "I do not have it," the female elf quickly explained. "It's not that I changed, but that I recovered. I returned to a normal elf." "What?" Dennison looked stunned. The black-armored knight next to him was also confused. "Dalika, explain to them both," Alina said with a smile. "General Dennison, listen to me." Dalika's face was full of smiles. "I met this savior at the hot spring before. His name is Li Guanqi. He helped." While talking, the female elf pointed at Li Guanqi from time to time. Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this scene. From Ossel's memory, he learned that although all Night Elves can become blonde, blue-eyed, and white-skinned, they are always used to getting along in the dark night posture. That is, white-haired and black-skinned, in front of their own people. There are 2 reasons for this. First of all, the color of night is unique to Night Elves, and getting along with them in a night manner is conducive to unity, similar to the real world of humans. When fellow villagers see fellow villagers, they like to speak their hometown dialect together because it is unique to them. Secondly, all Night Elves respect and worship the Queen of the Night. Alina, the Queen of the Night, has always shown herself in a dark night posture. Over time, everyone has become accustomed to returning to white skin. It is generally believed that the dark night posture is a form of expression for them to follow the Queen. This is Ossel's memory. However, the little scout Ossel, who was only at level 4, didn't know the details at all. Li Guanqi guessed that only after reaching the 7th level, the Night Elves who entered the upper echelons of the Kingdom of Darkness would be told that it was not that Alina did not want to whiten her skin, but that as a half-elf, she simply did not have the ability to change her skin. "So, we don't have to eat elves anymore?" After listening to Dalika's explanation, the 8th level alchemist Dennison couldn't help but exclaimed and looked at Li Guanqi in disbelief. "Oh my god!" The black-armored knight next to him also looked at Li Guanqi with joy on his face. "In other words, I can eat stir-fried green dragon meat again? That was my favorite food in the past. Hey, that really doesn't work." As soon as he said this, Olina next to him smiled helplessly. "I have killed too many dragons. If the Dragon Clan comes to visit us, our little dark night kingdom cannot withstand the anger of those intelligent monsters. I need to calm down." Dennison took a deep breath, walked to the golden wood table next to him, picked up a gold pot on the table, and poured a glass of blood-red liquid. The blood of normal elves. The stomachs of the Night Elves can only allow them to drink this stuff. "Dennison!" However, before he could pick up the cup and put it to his mouth, the golden cup was snatched away by Olina. "His Majesty." Dennison looked at the Queen of the Night and was slightly startled. "Soon, we won't need any of this anymore." Alina smiled. "Buzz?" After saying that, the Queen of the Night casually opened a small space crack on the table with a wave of her hand, and directly threw the water cup and pot together into the space turbulence and destroyed them. "Dennison, I remember you said that you used to like to drink drinks made from Dreamfield grass juice. Didn't you?" Olina looked at him and chuckled. Do you still have Dreamfield grass? If you still have it, you can squeeze a cup for yourself right away. A flickering light gradually appeared in Denison's pale yellow pupils. Mr. Lee. The night elf suddenly looked at Li Guanqi and said hopefully, Please help me. Certainly. Li Guanqi nodded. This is what I came here to do. This is also a little experiment. Olina looked at Li Guanqi and pointed at Denison. His name is Denison, and he is our chief alchemist. But few elves know that he is actually a half-elf mixed with humans and elves. Just like me. Therefore, if his skin cannot turn white after returning to normal, it proves that, Mr. Lee, your healing ability cannot cure the dark night complexion of the mixed night elf. But this is actually a small thing. Not important. Just skin. As long as the ability to eat can be restored. These are trivial matters. As for this one, Olina pointed to the black-armored knight next to her. His name is Hivo Andal. He is a purebred night elf. If he can return to blonde hair, blue eyes and white skin like Delica after returning to normal, then it further confirms what I just said. And also further confirms the details of your healing ability. So, Olina patted Denison on the shoulder and smiled at Li Guanqi. He is ready. Mr. Lee, please start. Our hope for the Night Elves to return to normal rests with you. Chapter 540, The New Era of Night Elves. Bring it on. Li Guanqi looked at Denison, the 8th level alchemist, and stretched out his right hand. Give me your hand. Yes, Mr. Lee. Denison then stretched out his right hand and held it with Li Guanqi's hand. The next moment, Li Guanqi closed his eyes and activated the transformation ability of Tongyu blood. His whole body began to emit purple spiritual light. The nails on his hands quickly turned purple, and the long white hair on his head also turned into deep purple, automatically flying without wind. And wisps of black mist gradually dispersed from Denison's body. Delica next to her saw this scene. Her eyebrows were a little melancholy, but Olina just narrowed her beautiful eyes. No. Like her, Denison's dark night complexion did not dissipate with the dissipation of the black mist, and did not change at all. This is the third time that Li Guanqi has helped the night elf return to normal. Perhaps it is some kind of practice makes perfect mechanism. This time, it helped him recover extremely quickly. In less than a minute, Li Guanqi felt that there was nothing in the opponent's body that could be removed. Material. This feeling is actually the feeling of drawing out the black mist from the opponent's body. After all the black mist is drawn out, all he can do is done. Li Guanqi slowly opened his eyes, and then looked at Denison, who still had white hair and black skin and a dark posture in front of him, and couldn't help but frown. It's the fragrance of lily. However, Denison lowered his head, raised his right hand, twitched the tip of his nose, and smelled a bunch of small yellow wreaths on his wrist. He closed his eyes, with crystal tears shining in the corners of his eyes, and his voice trembled. I finally smelled this smell again. Vera, I'm back to normal. As he spoke, the night elf, who was mumbling to himself, suddenly burst into tears. He stood there, covered his face with his hands, and began to cry muffledly. Li Guanqi stood nearby, confused. The female elf Delica also looked confused. Only Olina, Queen of the Night, and the 8th level knight General Havo Andal next to her had expressions of concern, because they know the details. For Denison, the lily is more than just a fragrant yellow flower. It also symbolizes her. Decades ago, when Denison was still in the Iabel Prairie, he had a lover named Vera. At that time, they were about to enter the elf temple under the guidance of the tribal priests. Enshrouded in the light of the spiritual tree, an elf couple became married. But on the eve of the wedding, Denison mutated and turned into a night elf, and even almost ate the woman he loved most, driven by a terrifying hunger. However, Denison finally used his reason to overcome his terrifying hunger, escaped from the elf tribe, and said goodbye to his beloved. Even if he returns to normal today, he won't have to eat elves anymore. But then what? Can he still go back to his old life? Can I still go back? Dark Knight General Havo Andal lowered his head, looked at his hands with dark night skin, and murmured to himself. Even if we return to normal, we have killed our compatriots, and we have swallowed the flesh and blood of our compatriots. We are like this. Can it really be considered an elf? You can't go back. Right. Olina was slightly startled and her lips moved. But in the end, she couldn't say anything. She just raised her hand and gently rubbed the white hair on the top of Havo Andal's head. We can move on to a new life, Olina said softly, Just like when I found you 89 years ago. Just like what we have been doing all these years. Of course we can no longer integrate into the elves. But we can continue to live our own lives. Hivo Andal raised his head and looked at the Queen of the Night. What he saw was a face with dark skin color, but still beautiful appearance, and a gentle smile that was refreshing. Just like the gentle smile when he first met her in the deep cave 89 years ago. We are elves. Olina smiled slightly. No matter what others say. We are all night elves. You and me. Us and everyone outside. We will always be each other's compatriots. And we are one big family. A bit of light slowly emerged in Hivo Andal's golden pupils. What are you crying about? Brother? At this time, Li Guanqi, who was next to him, walked over and pointed at Dennison, who was crying with his head down in surprise. He hasn't even tried eating yet. What if he only regains his sense of smell, but not his ability to eat? Let him take it easy first, Olina said softly. I don't care. Li Guanqi shrugged. In fact, he was not too curious about this. After asking casually, he continued to say to Hivo Andal, Hey, it's your turn. Let me see if your skin can change back after recovering you. If so, then it means that my healing ability is fine. But it's not that perfect for mixed elves. Excuse me. Hivo Andal raised his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes, then looked at Li Guanqi and nodded seriously. You are welcome. With that said, Li Guanqi grabbed the opponent's hand with ease, and then closed his eyes. While the purple aura was emitting from his body, wisps of black mist gradually escaped from Hivo Andal's body. Unlike Olina and Dennison, this Hivo Andal is not a mixed blood, but a pure-blooded elf, and a pure-blooded night elf. And now, as more and more black mist escapes from his body, the white hair of this black-armored knight gradually turns golden, and his skin gradually changes from the original dark night complexion to becoming fairer. In the blink of an eye, Hivo Andal's complexion became extremely fair. The sunlight projected from the window shone on him, and he even had a faint, white and rosy, feeling. Although this kind of skin seemed a bit strange to a man, but for an elf, who was so handsome that it was difficult to tell the difference between male and female. Well, that's okay. Well, I've recovered. Olina smiled lightly. At this time, Hivo Andal had completely transformed from the original white-haired and dark-skinned night elf into a handsome elf with blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. The fair skin paired with black armor made him even more tall and heroic. As the last ray of black mist flowed out of his body, Li Guanqi, with fluttering purple hair, slowly opened his charming purple eyes. So, that's it. Li Guanqi looked at Hivo Andal, who had returned to normal in front of him, and nodded slightly. My healing ability can help pure-blood elves return to normal. But for mixed-blood night elves, I can't change their skin color. Oh, by the way, just to be on the safe side, you might as well give it a try. Thank you, Mr. Li. Compared to Dennison and Delica, Hivo Andal and Queen Olina were more similar, more stable, and did not show too much excitement after returning to normal. At this time, they just bowed to Li Guanqi seriously. Huh? Li Guanqi was stunned, because the salute Hivo Andal gave him was the salute of the Great Luo dynasty. Although there is more to the east than the Daluo dynasty. In fact, according to the common impression of most people, the Daluo dynasty equals the Eastern world. So after seeing the face of the East, people who know how to salute will basically do the Daluo salute subconsciously. But the question is, why does this night elf bow? Have you been to Daluo? Li Guanqi smiled and returned the salute. When I was wandering around, I was lucky enough to go there, Hivo Andal said softly, and then showed a look of fear on his face. It's just that I don't have any good memories. There is an organization called the Foreign Mansion in that place, which specializes in buying and selling people with special physiques, and people who are different from ordinary people. Elves are also among them. I was almost caught by them back then. But later. Okay. Memories are for recalling the good past. Why do you think about such nonsense? Stop talking and try it. At this time, Olina suddenly threw a green fruit over. Hivo Andal immediately reached out to catch it and took a bite. After chewing and feeling the taste in his mouth, although he was trying to control it, judging from the micro-expression on his face, there was still obvious excitement. He ate up the fruit in two mouthfuls. Not even the core was left. And then said with emotion on his face, Grandma, I will find a green dragon and kill it no matter what. If I don't eat fried green dragon meat, I am truly ashamed of Mr. Li's great kindness to me. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile. Green dragon is a common name, and its official name should be the giant wood dragon. This kind of giant dragon is furry, with green hair all over its body, like humans of different bloods. The giant dragon family also has innate powers. The wooden dragon's power is to control plants. Li Guanqi also has this power. Dragons are intelligent demons. As for their ancestors, there is no need to delve into which lizard or gecko was infected by the alien blood and evolved and grew wings after the doomsday blood rain of the 21st century. It doesn't matter what the ancestors are. The important thing is that after generations of evolution, this kind of monsters began to live in groups, and then called themselves the Dragon Clan. Today, more than 4,000 years ago in the New Age, it is even more powerful and has many branches. The Dragon Clan classifies itself as the age of adulthood as 300 years old. Adult green dragons are basically 7th level. In other words, the average age of a green dragon entering the 7-star level is around 300 years old. It is said that the Dragon Clan has its own place to attract stars, and the star skills are perfectly matched with them. Capable. For example, there is a star that turns the dragon's tail into a giant hammer with spikes. When the tail swings, the destructive power is quite astonishing. The Dragon Clan is also divided into warriors and spellcasters. When the Dragon Warrior is at the 4th level, in addition to the limbs, there is also a divine vein at the tail. A total of 5 divine veins. Because of this, in most cases, the individual combat effectiveness of giant dragons can match that of the human family. Only the family members with the 16th surname of Daluo can have the confidence to challenge a giant dragon of the same level one-on-one. However, among the giant dragon clan, the top dragon species, such as the Golden Dragon Clan that has taken over the position of Dragon King all year round, can even single-handedly challenge the children of families with surnames from the 8 kingdoms of Daluo. The Giant Dragon Clan is basically distributed in the north of the Violet Empire, an area that Li Guanqi has never set foot on. I quite want to meet the dragon. Li Guanqi looked at Havo Andal in front of him and asked with a smile. What are the Dragon Clan like? How about it? Havo Andal was stunned. I don't know. Before I became a night elf, I went hunting with the elders of the tribe. I met a 7th level green dragon with a bad temper. Afterwards, I got a piece of dragon leg meat. All I can say is, it's really delicious. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. Okay, put away your thoughts. Hearing this, Olina interrupted helplessly. The Dragon Clan is the most offensive. Your tribe is lucky and has not been discovered and held accountable. If the Dragon Clan finds out that you killed its compatriots, you will definitely be punished by the Dragon Clan. As a clan seeking revenge, you are not allowed to have such thoughts in the future. Yes. Havo Andal tilted his head and responded. However, even a fool can see that he obviously has not given up on this idea. Mr. Li. Olina did not discuss this topic anymore, but looked at Li Guanqi and smiled. Do you need a rest? If possible, I hope you will start to help us night elves heal today. After all, this kind of thing, if it can be done earlier. Son, that's naturally better. I can continue at any time. Li Guanqi nodded. Healing you won't cost me much. Let's gather all the elves. Thank you. Alina smiled. People of the Kingdom of Dark Night. Suddenly, the voice of Alina, the Queen of the Night, echoed on the many branches of the giant Loya tree and among the strange buildings. In this city built on giant trees, all the night elves heard this sound. More than 6,000 night elves, no matter what they were doing, put down their work at this time and looked up to the north in the sky. Those night elves who are close to the palace can directly see the beautiful figure of the Queen of the Night in dark gold robes above the palace of the night. And, suspended next to her, Dalika and Havo Andal, 2 elves with blonde hair, blue eyes and white skin, were munching on fruit and grilled meat. What are they doing? The night elves near the palace were immediately shocked. Aren't those Miss Dalika and General Havo Andal? How could they withdraw from the night posture in front of the Queen? This is disrespectful to the Queen and our identity as night elves. Are you so stupid? A night elf next to him slapped him on the head. Is this the hacking point? The point is that they are eating. Eating normal things. They are eating normally. Yes. This. How is this possible? Oh my god. In the end, what happened? For a time, the night elves around the palace were in an uproar and restless. Everyone, as you can see, Alina, Queen of the Night, floated above the palace, spread her arms, and spoke slowly. Her voice spread throughout the Loya tree, the entire city, and reached the ears of more than 6,000 night elves in the city. We have mastered the method of returning to normal. We can return to the way we were before and regain our normal ability to eat. No matter what we eat, our stomachs will no longer be burned, and we will no longer feel nauseated. We no longer have to eat elven flesh. We no longer have to be enslaved by that horrible hunger. We can finally be our own masters. Starting today, all night elves will usher in a new life. A real new life. Eat meat. After Alina made her declaration, Delica and Hivo and next to her raised their golden crispy roasted meats that were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, we no longer have to eat that disgusting elf meat. From today on, we night elves can eat whatever we want." If Queen Alina's speech was more formal, similar to a king's declaration, then the speeches of these two elves were more down to earth, directly stating the people's most real needs and hitting the nail on the head. Eat normally. This seemingly ordinary need is actually the lifelong wish of most night elves. It is the power they once had but were later deprived of without reason. Oh! This news was so shocking that all the night elves were stunned for a while. And then whispers gradually emerged. When the whispers reached their final stage, they turned into a burst of shocking shouts that resounded throughout the Loya tree. This cry is cathartic, venting all the beauty that these night elves have lost due to unprovoked mutations. The ability to eat. Just eating? No. That also means that everything they once had was deprived of them, as they became night elves and their ability to eat was alienated. And now, returning to normal eating ability may mean that they can return to their previous lives and return to the beauty they once had. This is what most night elves think. But, is this really the case? Li Guanqi didn't know. He only knew that there was nothing he could do about these things. There was only one thing he could do to help all night elves return to normal. Chapter 541. What is the side effect of Greedy Wolf Star? There are more than 6,500 night elves in the Kingdom of Dark Night. Queen Alina of the Night spent decades gathering them from all over the world. With so many night elves, even if Li Guanqi healed the night elves faster and faster, it took him several days without sleep to cure 99.9% of the night elves. But with his cultivation level, this level is nothing. Ah! Finally! It's just the last one! In the palace square of the night elves. In this wide square paved with white bricks, Li Guanqi sat in an ivy treehouse and stretched out. This treehouse was temporarily built by a night elf using his powers. All the furnishings in the house are made of ivy, such as tables and chairs. These days, Li Guanqi is sitting in this ivy treehouse, helping all the night elves back to normal. Oh no, not all. One more to go. The last one. Not coming yet? Li Guanqi sat on a wicker chair, stretched his neck, and looked outside the treehouse. At this time, on the white square, more than 6,000 night elves, to be precise. More than 6,000 blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned elves gathered together, with smiles on their faces and constant laughter. Everything is back to normal. The survival rate of elves infants is horribly low, and the survival rate of mixed-blood elves is equally low. There are very few mixed-blood elves, which makes the mixed-blood elves among night elves a truly rare species. The more than 6,000 elves outside were all pure-blooded elves. After being cured by Li Guanqi, they all returned to their normal appearance. There are only 3 mixed elves in the entire Dark Knight Kingdom. Queen Alina, Alchemist Dennison, and, the strongest 8th level under Alina, the legendary Dark Knight General, Cade, who has an undefeated record of single-handedly defeating the 9 Palaces level. Now, the only thing missing was that Cade didn't come to Li Guanqi for treatment. The giant Loya tree is huge, with countless houses and buildings built on its branches to form a city. But the giant Loya tree is too big, and the population of the tulip elf has never been large. So the giant Loya tree actually still has a lot of land to be developed, and many branches have no traces of construction. For example, the Dark Knight General Cade is currently located on this path. He was not wearing armor, just wearing a gray singlet. He was sitting on the tip of a branch, looking at the green grassland in the distance. His white hair was fluttering in the wind. His handsome face was expressionless, and his scarlet pupils were full of emotions. Melancholy. However, this place is said to be a branch, but in fact, standing on it with a normal elf's body basically feels like standing on a wide platform. Even if Cade is sitting on the tip of the tree trunk, it is similar to sitting on a tree cliff edge. Suddenly, Cade turned his head slightly, The space behind him fluctuated, and a black space crack appeared in the blink of an eye. It's Alina. Not wearing a silver cloak or a dark gold royal robe, but just wearing a light green dress. The Queen of the Night Alina walked out of it, with a smile on her face, and spoke directly. He sat next to Cade. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Cade suddenly became a little reserved and restless. Everyone is waiting for you! Alina just tilted her head and looked at him, and said softly, Cade lowered his head, not daring to look directly into the Queen's eyes. Why are you not going? Alina asked softly. I don't want treatment. Cade lowered his head and said coldly, I don't even want to call this treatment. Your Majesty, you know, when I was an elf, all I felt was pain. But after I mutated into a night elf, only then did I feel real freedom. For me, the mutation into a night elf is not a catastrophe, but a rebirth. I like the identity of the night elf, and I hate humans. That Li Guanqi is a human, an oriental human. I'm afraid that after seeing him, I won't be able to help but want to kill him. Because he is an Eastern human? Alina frowned slightly. Just because your mother was bullied by an Eastern human, you resent all humans? Then the person who bullied you when you were a child was an elf. I am also an elf. So do you hate me? Cade. Of course not. As soon as he said this, Cade quickly raised his head and defended anxiously. I didn't. Your Majesty, you are the king I respect most. I can't possibly ask. I know. Before he could finish speaking, Alina raised her hand, gently rubbed his white hair, and then smiled softly. I know you respect me. Of course I know. So, I want to let me tell you. There are elves who bully you. There are elves who like you. There are humans who are enemies. And there are humans who can be friends. Such as Mr. Li. He is a friend of all our night elves. He's just a friend of the tulip elf. Cade frowned. If he is really a friend of our night elves, then the conditions he offered should not let us leave Loya. He was just sent by the tulip elves. The tulip elf doesn't have that ability. Alina shook her head slightly and said softly, He is the savior of our night elves. He is just him, and has nothing to do with the tulip elves. Cade lowered his head and remained silent. Alina didn't say anything else. She just sat next to him and accompanied him quietly. The kingdom will cease to exist. Suddenly, Cade whispered, I have heard many voices in the past 2 days. Many night elves said that they would return to the Iabel Prairie, concealing their past, saying that they were elves who traveled to the grasslands in the west. I want to return to the elves and start a new life. If we continue like this, our dark night kingdom will disappear soon. This is a good thing. Alina smiled. Isn't this good? Everyone can live the life they want. Didn't I just have this dream when I started to create the kingdom of Dark Night? Now that the dream has come true, then this kingdom will originally there is no need to exist anymore. Cade was silent. Let's go. Alina raised her hand, rubbed his head gently again, and said softly, Let's go find Mr. Li. After he cures you, I will cook and make delicious food for you. How about that? Let me tell you, I used to cook really well. His Majesty. Cade looked at her with a complicated expression. But in the end, only deep determination remained in those scarlet eyes. No matter what, no matter whether the kingdom of night exists or not, no matter how many night elves are left to accompany you in the end, Cade, will always be the sword in your hand. Having said this, Cade stood up suddenly, then knelt down on one knee and lowered his proud head towards Alina. You will always be my king. Not coming yet? In the palace square in the dark night, among the tree houses. What's going on with that guy named Cade? I don't want to treat him anymore if he doesn't come back. Li Guanqi leaned back on the wicker chair and looked up at the roof of the tree house, becoming increasingly impatient. The queen said this morning that she would hold a banquet to celebrate after all the elves are cured. Now there are more than 6,000 elves outside, all waiting for that one. In the ivy tree house, besides him, there were 2 elves, Delika and Havo Andal, who were arranged by the queen to accompany Li Guanqi. Speak. Li Guanqi looked at the 2 blonde elves. I remember that guy. It's what Delika said before. Well, the elf mother was raped by human robbers, and then gave birth to a hybrid child. Because of this, he has been treated by the tribe since he was a child. He was bullied by the elves in there. So he hated elves and humans at the same time? Delika's expression changed. Delika. When Havo Andal heard this, he looked at the blonde female elf helplessly. You are really bold. You dare to say this kind of thing to others. I really don't know. If Cade kills you in anger, well, what will the queen do next? He's dead. And it has nothing to do with me how to deal with it. Delika's already fair face became even paler. I know you're still leaking. Havo Andal frowned. So, are all of us just waiting for him? If he doesn't come, will the celebration not start? Li Guanqi leaned back on the wicker chair and spoke lazily. Are you looking forward to the celebration? Havo Andal looked at him, thought for a moment, and then said, But, if nothing else, you probably won't like the food at our elf celebration too much. After all, in my impression, there is a difference in taste between humans and elves. There are some delicacies that both our races like to eat. But there are some things that we elves like very much, but you humans hate. Such as the juice squeezed from tulip purple blood moss. Correspondingly, there are some things that we elves hate, but you humans like very much. For example, you humans like to extract oil from plants. When I was a child, the tribe elders brought some. I drank 2 sips and almost died of boredom. Li Guanqi was stunned. Who the L is drinking oil as water? Alas, forget it. This guy named Havo Andal is a pure foodie. If he continues this topic, he may have to talk more about food. Li Guanqi decided to interrupt this trend in advance. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered something. Li Guanqi looked at Havo Andal and directly changed the topic. Spellcasters don't need to eat to make up for their physical consumption. They can just absorb spiritual energy. So after the queen becomes a night elf, she doesn't need to worry about whether she can eat anything else. Food. The only thing she needs to consider when it comes to starving to death is the hunger caused by not eating the flesh of elves. This is the most important. Havo Andal lowered his head and said in a low voice, We generally call that feeling horror hunger because it is really scary. Believe me, Mr. Lee, if there was no such terrifying hunger, 99% of night elves would rather choose to starve until all their life energy is consumed and they starve to death. But we can't, because that horrible hunger will change our mental state. When we are extremely hungry, we will directly lose our minds and want to eat when we see elves. When we mutate into night elves for the first time, we will directly enter this state. When many night elves mutated for the first time, they would lose their minds and eat their relatives. So I admired Dennison very much, because he relied on his own willpower to push away his girlfriend and leave alone. He even insisted on setting up a formation to trap himself and prepare to starve himself. Die in there. What happened next? Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but become interested. He was finally affected by that terrifying hunger and lifted the formation? Delika next to her also looked curious. No. Havo Andal shook his head slightly and said with emotion, That's not the case. That formation was specially set up by him. Even he himself cannot untie it inside the formation. Under normal circumstances, he will starve to death inside, or first be tortured to the point of going crazy by the horrible hunger. So, there was an accident. Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows. It's the queen. Havo Andal smiled. At that time, the queen passed by, broke the formation, and forcibly fed Dennison a piece of elf meat, saving him. I guess Dennison must not have wanted to be rescued at that time. Li Guanqi said softly. Yes, that's right. Havo Andal nodded, then lowered his eyes, looking at the emerald ring on his fair right hand, his eyes wandering. I was there that day, and I followed the queen before Dennison did. It was a night with heavy rain, thunder and lightning, and a lot of noise. It made me wonder if the wife of the legendary Thorcassius had run away with someone, which was why he was so irritable. It was raining heavily, but the queen did not use magic to block the rain, but just stayed with Dennison in the pouring rain. 2 magicians with strong spiritual powers, but weak bodies were soaked in the rain. To be honest, I was worried that they would catch a cold at that time. Also, at that time, Dennison was not yet at the current 8th level, but only at the 7th level. A 7th level man actually dared to yell at the 9th level queen. Curse her! Why did she do this? Why did she force him to eat the flesh of his compatriots? Why should he be corrupted? And why should he be unable to go to the elven realm after his death? But the queen was still like that. Neither angry nor annoyed. Just smiling lightly. She said it was not our fault. The reason why we become night elves is not because we did something wrong and were punished by the Lord God Edfins. This is just a disease that exists in the genes of elves. Just like the genetic diseases of babies. It is innate. It has nothing to do with ourselves. That being the case, why do we punish ourselves by committing suicide? She said she didn't want it. She wants to live. Live. even if she has to eat the flesh and blood of her fellow elves. She will live until she finds a way to save the night elves. Until she develops an antidote to this genetic disease. And until she saves all the night elves who have lost everything. After saying this, Dennison gradually calmed down. But of course, this was not enough. The queen then told him a lot more. Eventually, Dennison, like me, joined the queen's kingdom, and began to follow in her footsteps. Oh no, I shouldn't say that. After all, we hadn't established a kingdom at that time. We were not from the kingdom at first. But like all the elven forces, we called ourselves the Dark Knight tribe. Until that day, 39 years ago, we encountered a war to destroy the country. Those are two vassal countries belonging to the Violet Empire. One is named Kalman. One is called Mod. With Violet's consent, the kingdom of Kalman began to launch a war against the kingdom of Mod, and would not stop until the other side was destroyed. The kingdom of Mod was on the verge of collapse, and was quickly defeated by the kingdom of Kalman. However, King Mod remained on the wall of the royal city until the last moment, and did not let the enemy troops enter the royal city until his body was trampled on. We were passing by the queen and originally wanted to leave directly. After all, we did not dare to intervene in the dispute between the vassal states of the Violet Empire. But the queen suddenly passed over, walked to the city wall, and walked to the dying King Mod. She asked, "Why are you doing this? You are obviously at the 8th level. Can't you escape by yourself? You can still live that way." He replied, "I am the king, and the king must die before the country is destroyed. The king's duty is to protect his people. No king will watch his country being trampled on, and his people being violated. If it is irreversible, then he would rather die in battle early. Use your own soul to apologize to the people." A conversation. Just a question and an answer. In the end, King Mod died, and the kingdom of Mod was destroyed. We did not intervene. After all, this was a dispute between the vassal states of the Violet Empire. We were weak, and did not dare to intervene. But since that day, the queen has been in a state of despair for several days. Until that night, the stars were shining brightly, and the queen suddenly stood up in front of the bonfire. She said to us very seriously that we also want to establish a country. And she herself will be the king. The same king as King Mod. The king's duty is to protect his people. Unless she dies in battle first. Otherwise the night elves will not be violated. After that night, the kingdom of Dark Night was born. And she was the queen of night, the only king in our night elves' hearts. The true king. Having said this, Havo Andal lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and gently touched the emerald ring on his right index finger with his forehead. "This is the ring given to me by the queen. I swear that I will follow the queen with my life from now on. General, you are one of the first few to follow the queen." At this time, Dalika looked at the 8th level knight general with longing on her face. "What about you? What's your story? Why did you follow the queen in the first place?" Havo Andal was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Forget it. Forget it. It's okay to tell other people's stories. How can you tell your own story? It's embarrassing. No. 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 I can't tell it. Hey. Don't. Dalika suddenly felt extremely regretful. Next to him, Li Guanqi was sitting on an ivy chair with a thoughtful look on his face. "King? Is this the king?" From the moment he entered the strange world, one now occupied an extremely high position in the information he received. Ruler, Emperor, Emperor, King, King. These synonyms all mean ruler. Today, more than 4,000 years ago in the new era, the person with the highest nominal status and the strongest individual combat power is located in the east. That is, the emperor of the Daluo dynasty, Emperor Luo, the ruler of a dynasty. An emperor. Li Guanqi has always heard the word king. And coincidentally, because his mother's surname was Wang, his original nickname in the Weird World system was also the single word, Wang. Later, among the extraordinary people in the real world, he also had the title of Extraordinary King name. But of course he is not a king. He also didn't understand what kind of person could be called a qualified emperor. What is a king? Li Guanqi didn't know. He only knew that Alina, the female night elf, was the only supreme king in the hearts of the more than 6,000 night elves nearby. It's so enviable. Suddenly, Li Guanqi leaned back on the wicker chair, closed his eyes, and murmured softly, "The story about Alina told by Hayward Endel is just the tip of the iceberg. She must have done more. More. More things to make so many night elves respect her from the bottom of their hearts. So, what kind of charisma can people respect from the bottom of their hearts and be willing to follow with their lives? Such an existence is really enviable and desirable. Huh? Li Guanqi suddenly opened his purple eyes and smiled softly. He suddenly felt that if he could, he would also like to be such a person. Deep in his soul, Hades raised his head suddenly, feeling heavy. Hello! Xuankong's anxious voice suddenly came. Pluto, I'm not sure. Master, is this a side effect of the greedy wolf star that has finally taken hold? At that moment, his desire to become a king seemed to have suddenly increased. Chapter 542 The Night Elf's Grand Dinner. No, it's not. Pluto's voice was low. In other words, not entirely. This kid was not originally affected by the side effects of greedy wolf star. It would be better to say that it was his own will that in turn affected and activated the power of greedy wolf stars. Damn it. He shouldn't have come to this damn place. Human beings are creatures that are affected by the people around them. Alina, Queen of the Night, was originally infected by the martyred King Maud, and came up with the idea of creating a country for the Night Elves. So does this kid. The Queen of Night's personality charm is part of it. But this kid doesn't actually get along with the Queen of Night much. So the most important thing is the admiration and respect of the Night Elves for the Queen of Night, which changes the kid's thoughts a little bit. Change! Who doesn't want to have many subordinates who are loyal to them? Because of this kid began to yearn for the status and charisma of the Queen of the Night. And he also wanted to become such a person. This idea activates the side effects of the power of greedy wolf star. The side effect of greed wolf star is increased desire. But it does not occur originally. And it is not determined which aspect of desire is increased. However, now because of the respect these night elves have for the Queen of the Night, this kid has a little yearning in his heart. The birth of this little longing activated the side effects of the power of greedy wolf star, and began to subtly strengthen his desire to become a king. Coupled with the current turmoil in the world, the civil war on the Daluo dynasty will begin. Damn it. All kinds of conditions are catalysts. Damn it. It is not good to strengthen the desire in any aspect. You must strengthen the desire to become a king. How could he strengthen his desire to become a king under such circumstances? Even if the sleep he had with the Tulip Queen had strengthened his sexual desire, it would have been better than this desire. By the end, Pluto was obviously in a bad mood. So, should I go out and warn the master? Shukong hesitated slightly. If you want to exacerbate this change faster, say so. Pluto shook his head and sighed. The matter has reached this point and is irreversible. If you go and tell him now and make him subjectively aware of the situation, it will only aggravate the side effects of greedy wolf star and make him think more urgently. Become a king. So I can't say anything? Shukong was stunned. No way. Master will not really want to compete for the world in the end. Right. I don't want to be an emperor's artifact. I heard that emperors are all alone, although they have wives, concubines, and younger brothers, but she never trusts anyone around her, well, although the Queen of the Night is not such a king. There was silence. Strangeness. Suddenly, a third person's voice sounded. It was Ares. His voice was full of doubts. What's wrong with becoming a king? Master obviously doesn't want to be a puppet emperor, but wants to be like the great Luo Shenwu emperor. Isn't it great that one person can defeat a country? Shukong, you seem to be very resistant. But I don't think it matters. Still silent. No one paid attention to him. Ares, who felt ignored, had nothing to say for a moment. It's not completely hopeless, Pluto suddenly said. Do you remember? What? Shukong was stunned. This brat's senior sister, Pluto said softly. That woman named Wang Yanqing. Wang Yanqing? What happened to her? Shukong was still puzzled. Wang Yanqing is obviously very resistant to Li Guanqi's struggle for power, Pluto said slowly. When we were in southern Xinjiang, didn't that woman make the kid promise that she would never participate in court disputes? The most important thing is that this kid has been an only child since he was a child. Due to his family upbringing environment, he has almost no resistance to this kind of sister affection. He will listen to Wang Yanqing. So, if there is anyone else who can change Li Guanqi, then it's just her. The master's family growth environment, isn't that the environment where you grew up? Shukong thought for a while. Well, in this case, your words are very credible. Pluto was speechless. But that's not right, Shukong continued. Ever since Wang Yanqing was taken away by the ancestor of the Wang family in the Sakura shogunate, they have been separated for a long time. They don't even have a means of communication and have never contacted each other again. The fate is not over yet. Hades smiled. They will meet again. Always. Buzz. In the palace square in the dark night, among the tree houses, Li Guanqi was originally lying on the wicker chair with his eyes closed and concentrating. But suddenly the space at the door of the tree house was distorted. And then a black space crack appeared. And two figures slowly emerged. It was Alina, the queen of the night, wearing a fresh green dress. And there was a handsome night elf who was 2 meters tall and wore no armor but a gray singlet. He had a cold expression and his scarlet pupils made people shudder. Different from the handsomeness of most elves, this white-haired elf has a very masculine appearance, similar to Wang Xiu. Although handsome, perhaps it is the slight bonus brought by his strong body that makes him masculine. The smell is also very heavy. 8th level night elf knight. To be honest, just one look made Li Guanqi feel a little fond of him. Because according to Li Guanqi's personal aesthetics, every one of these elf men is more or less effeminate. After finally seeing a male elf with a masculine atmosphere in the sissy den, he naturally likes him. Because of this, Li Guanqi's impatience caused by waiting for a long time disappeared. Are you Cade? Li Guanqi stood up from the wicker chair, looked at the stern-looking night elf and smiled. Nice to meet you. My name is Li Guanqi. From the east. I hate humans. Especially eastern humans. Cade frowned slightly. But I heard that you also hate elves. Don't you? Li Guanqi smiled indifferently and looked around. At Delika, Havoandel, and Olina. Night elves are also elves. And they are all elves. But you don't hate them. Do you? As he spoke, Li Guanqi's smile grew brighter. Human beings are a group. But making friends depends on the individual, not the group. Of course there are scum in the east. But there are also good people. Some humans are enemies. And some humans can be friends. Like me. When Cade heard this, he was slightly startled and subconsciously looked at Queen Alina beside him. Alina was also smiling. What a coincidence. What Mr. Li said was so similar to what she had said to persuade Cade before. You are not a friend. You are a benefactor. Cade looked at Li Guanqi and suddenly took half a step back. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the center of his chest. He lowered his head slightly and said seriously, You have helped many night elves return to normal. I know this is their long-cherished wish. So I appreciate you. I am Cade, the general of the Kingdom of Dark Night, the sword of the Queen, if necessary, as long as the Queen agrees first. The sword in my hand can be used by you at your disposal. Ah? Li Guanqi was stunned at first, then smiled. Huh? Cade, you are an interesting elf. Maybe one day I will need your help. Come on. Let's start the treatment. Everyone outside is waiting for you to hold a banquet. After saying that, Li Guanqi stretched out his right hand towards Cade. Cade lowered his head slightly, then stretched out his right hand and held his hand together. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, Li Guanqi, who closed his eyes, turned purple and turned into a man with flying purple hair. As for Cade, like Alina and Dennison, the two half-elves, although black mist also escapes from the body, the dark night complexion with white hair and black skin has not changed at all. Half-elves are already rare, and half-night elves are even rarer. Maybe you, 4,000 years ago, never encountered such a situation? But all in all, at least Li Guanqi can't do anything about it now. He can't change the dark night skin color. However, it is said that the 8th level alchemist Dennison has been studying this matter in the past 2 days. According to him, after he returned to normal, he felt that his genes had changed. Maybe he could study them to develop a drug that could change his skin color. His initial conclusion was, it shouldn't be difficult. I can't change my ability to eat and the generation of horrible hunger. How can I not change my skin tone and hair color? That's what it says. But in Li Guanqi's impression, those engaged in development generally have a mysterious sense of self-confidence. All right. Li Guanqi opened his eyes and looked at Cade, who was as expected, still white-haired and dark-skinned. He nodded gently. No way. You are a half-elf like the Queen. I can't cure your dark night complexion. This is better. Cade glanced at Queen Alina next to him, who also had white hair and black skin, and a dark night posture, and said calmly, I like the way I look now, and I have no intention of changing it. Then, Let's go out and have a party. Havoandel, a pure foodie, raised his hands in excitement. I guess everyone outside can't wait too. Well, the time is just right. Olina glanced at the dim sky outside the treehouse and chuckled. Originally, I wanted to hold a banquet from morning to night starting from early morning. But now it seems that we have to hold a banquet that lasts all night. It's a bonfire party. Hey, a bonfire with barbecue will make the atmosphere even more exciting. Havoandel grinned. Mr. Lee? Olina looked at Lee Guanchi and said with a smile. Let's come together. As for the reward, it's not too late to wait until the banquet is over. But don't be fooled by the taste buds of the elves. In fact, we elves also have many delicacies that are human. I also like it. Of course. Of course. Lee Guanchi smiled and nodded. It's a banquet. If you want to join in the fun, add me. Olina then turned around and walked outside. Queen. Yes, Queen. The Queen is out. Shh. Be quiet. Hey, everyone. Stop chatting. After Olina, Queen of the Night, walked out of the treehouse. She didn't say anything, and the originally noisy square quickly became quiet. The eyes of more than 6,000 blonde elves were all focused on her, with respectful expressions and admiration and respect in their eyes. Because the queen in front of them is the only supreme king in their minds, and a great leader worth following with their lives. Lee Guanchi stood behind Olina, watching this scene, his purple eyes filled with a bit of splendor. Just the loyal gazes of more than 6,000 people were already so hot. Just 6,000. What if it were another kingdom or empire? Or even, what about the entire dynasty? I heard that when Emperor Luo ascended the throne, he was suspended in the sky above Luojing. At that time, the people who were watching him were not 6,000, not 60,000, not 600,000, not 6 million, but more than 30 million. That day more than 30 million people in the capital knelt on the ground, looking up at the emperor. How exciting should such a scene be? A king who only seeks pleasure, and is not loved and worshipped by his people is meaningless. And even Lee Guanchi despises him. What really makes him yearn for is a king like Olina. The king who truly makes his people surrender, respect, and even believe in him. The real king. Such people are leaders. Everyone. Olina, who was not wearing a dark gold king's robe, but was only wearing a green dress, but was still a true king, walked out step by step and walked through the air. She walked directly to the palace square, facing the brilliant sunset on the horizon, and laughed loudly at all the elves. With the recovery of General Cade, I announce that everyone in the Dark Knight Kingdom has returned to normal. We no longer have to eat elves, and the horrible hunger has completely become a thing of the past. Let us cheer for it. Oh, oh, oh. On the square, more than 6,000 elves raised their arms and shouted, the shout shaking the heaven and the earth, full of indescribable excitement and joy, as if they wanted to use their roars to completely vent their grievances over the years. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Olina opened her arms, with a beautiful and bright smile on her face, and her voice spread throughout the Loya tree. We are going to have a grand bonfire dinner and endless delicious food to loudly announce our new life. Come on! Come on! My people, let us cheer and celebrate together tonight. Everyone, let's shout! Oh, oh, oh! The cheers of the elves resounded through the sky, as if shaking the world, and the echoes continued for a long time. All the necessary supplies for the celebration have been prepared. Following the Queen of the Night's brief declaration, many elves began to move everything into the square and began to quickly decorate it. In almost no time, the square was decorated into an exquisite bonfire dinner venue. At this time, it was already dark, and the bright stars hung high in the sky. On the square paved with white bricks, huge bonfires are lined up, providing bright firelight to the square, and the bright yellow light is very atmospheric. Many barbecue grills have now begun to operate. Various golden barbecues that are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside are constantly turning over. The fat dripping from time to time falls into the fire underneath, and there is a loud roar, the sizzling sound of a person's index finger moving. Oh, with all kinds of food prepared. Some elves also climbed onto the high platform and began to clear their throats, preparing to show off their voices and sing the traditional songs of the elves. Many elves began to sing and dance. The elves and men who had a crush on each other took this opportunity to completely eliminate each other's shyness. They held the hands of their sweethearts and invited each other to dance to declare their love. In the midst of music and dance, confirm their relationship. After experiencing a life of being enslaved by terrifying hunger for a few years or hundreds of years, these elves finally returned to normal with the help of the human savior, regained their ability to eat, and once again had the ability to eat normally. Ability. This is a celebration. A grand dinner where all the elves are laughing and laughing. Let's have some fireworks! Let's have some fireworks! On the bonfire square, an 8th level knight general held a mead bottle in his hand and shouted incomprehensibly, "How can there be no fireworks at the bonfire dinner? Hey! How come those magicians have no eyesight at all?" "None. But give me some movement." "Yes. Of course there is. As many as you want." An 8th level elf magician immediately stood up. With a drunken face, raised his head, laughed and made secrets with his hands. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the Loya giant tree, flames rose, and countless bolides were generated out of thin air, all of which crashed towards the center. The explosion caused by the collision directly formed countless flame tassels, which scattered down in the night sky. Gorgeous and beautiful. The location of the palace square was selected. Looking up from here, there is no branches covering the giant Loya tree, which is a rare vacuum zone. So at this time, all the elves in the square could fully see the beautiful scene of bolide fireworks. For a moment, the handsome faces of the elves were illuminated by the firelight, and coupled with the bright smiles on their faces, they felt a bit like human faces with peach blossoms complementing each other. Fireworks are nothing but fire. Suddenly, another 8th level elf magician stood up, shouted at the top of his lungs, and then frantically mobilized the power of the law. Cyan wind, purple thunder, golden light, and so on. The power of various colors manifested, appeared one after another in the sky. Boom! For a moment, the explosion roared and the stream of light was colorful. The colorful lights exploded, turning into a dazzling fireworks display, raising the atmosphere of the bonfire dinner to the highest level. The cheers continued, and the singing and dancing elves became more and more passionate. It's really a worthwhile trip. Beside a bonfire, Li Guanqi, with white hair and blue eyes, sat on the ground, holding a bottle of mead in his left hand and a barbecued leg in his right hand. His face was illuminated by the light of the fireworks, illuminating the bright smile on his face at this time. Smile. Now he is wearing the traditional attire of the elves, with a garland on his head, coupled with his handsome and heroic appearance that is not inferior to the elves. He feels like he is blended in with the elves. The meat and barbecue are also pretty good. Li Guanqi took a bite of the barbecue and nodded slightly with his mouth full of oil. The tastes of these elves are very strange, but generally speaking, they have some overlap with humans, such as the wine he drinks and the meat he eats now. Huh? By the way, Li Guanqi looked around among the group of singing and dancing elves, but did not see that figure. Where's that foodie? Hivo Andal? There are so many delicious things here, but he's not here? At the same time, in a laboratory in the Dark Knight Palace. Dennison, are you sure this will work? Hivo Andal was wearing black armor, holding a bottle of purple potion in his hand, and his green eyes narrowed slightly. Hey, you have to think about it. Dennison sat at the alchemy table next to him and looked at the other party seriously. This potion is a test product I made. It was originally intended to be used to reversely study the drug that changes skin color. If you drink this test product, you will become a Dark Knight skin color forever, and you will never change it again. Have you thought about it? You will have a Dark Knight skin color like me for the rest of your life. Do I need to change back? Hivo Andal put the purple potion into his pocket and grinned. And what does change back mean? He pointed at the fair skin on his body. What I want to do now is to change back. I don't want blonde hair, blue eyes and white skin. I am an elf? I haven't finished the word. I am a night elf. With you have the same white hair and black skin as the queen, which is your true original appearance. Gone. Hivo Andal turned away and waved his hand with his back to Dennison. Dennison looked at his back and sighed helplessly. Oh, you idiot. Chapter 543 King. Mr. Li, how about this bonfire dinner? Li Guanqi was sitting in front of the bonfire, originally watching a group of handsome guys and beauties singing and dancing, when suddenly a man's whisper came to his ears. He turned around and looked up. Seeing Cade standing behind him, the bonfire burned and crackled. The bright yellow firelight shone on the face of this handsome elf, seeming to erase a bit of the cold temperament on his body. Speaking of which, this guy didn't even change his clothes. He was still wearing the gray singlet he wore during the treatment. In fact, It seemed that Li Guanqi had not seen this guy since the dinner started. The dinner was great. But it seems like it's not your place to ask me this question. Li Guanqi took a sip of honey liqueur, and then looked at Kate in front of him with a strange expression. After all, you didn't come to this dinner yourself, but you came to ask me how the banquet was. And you always seem to feel that something was a little weird. So where have you been? I didn't go anywhere. Just sitting in the back garden. Kate said and sat down on the right side of Li Guanqi. Nah. Li Guanqi casually took out a glass bottle of honey liqueur from the wine box next to him. Thanks. Kate took it, unscrewed the cap of the bottle, but only took a polite sip, then placed it on the ground, looking at the elves singing and dancing around the campfire in front of him, his eyes wandering. You came to chat with me? Li Guanqi looked at him and couldn't help but smile. It's strange. I thought you would hate me because I am a human being. You were right about the evening. Cade looked at him and said seriously, Tell me. Human beings are groups, and communication depends on individuals. Indeed, some human beings give me tragedy, but I cannot resent all human beings for this. Just like some elves bullied me. But there were also some elves who gave me warmth. And you, Mr. Li, as a human being, similarly, maybe we could be friends. Am I right? Li Guanqi smiled and shook his head. I'm afraid that's not entirely true. Cade was a little confused. Did the queen say something similar to me? Li Guanqi took a sip of the honey liqueur, turned his head, and looked at another part of the bonfire square. There! Alina, the queen of the night, wearing a green dress, without the airs of a queen at this time, was celebrating and dancing with several blonde female elves. And the laughter continued. I'm just a human being. So what am I? Li Guanqi looked at Alina's figure and chuckled. No matter what I say makes sense. You won't listen carefully. The only explanation is that the queen went to you in the evening and said something similar to me to convince you. Then you agreed to come with her for treatment. Right? Cade was stunned. You can guess this. With that said, the handsome night elf shook his head. Mr. Li, you are a smart guy. But unfortunately, I don't like smart guys. You people always make me feel stupid. And I'm annoyed by this feeling. Ha 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 ha. Li Guanqi couldn't help but raise his head and laugh when he heard this. Seeing this, Kate also smiled. Come on. Let's go. Li Guanqi picked up the mead bottle, smiled and stretched out his hand. Cheers. Kate also smiled, picked up the wine bottle and touched the bottle with him, making a soft ding-dong sound. Two transparent glass bottles, with light yellow mead liquid shaking. Bonfires burned, and the beautiful voices of elves lingered over the square. Li Guanqi and Cade, a human and a night elf, just sat together, watching the elf celebration ceremony. Silent, except for clinking bottles to toast from time to time. Why do I feel that you are not happy? Suddenly, Li Guanqi glanced at Cade beside him. Why is there something wrong with your attitude on this happy day? I always feel that you seem a little vaguely sad? Or is this my misunderstanding? You handsome guys just like to be melancholy. Wind. Melancholy wind? I don't understand what you are talking about. Cade shook his head slightly, and then looked at the bonfire square, with a somewhat complicated look in his red eyes. Today is of course a good day. There is no doubt about it. But I can't be happy. The night elf lowered his head and sighed softly. Because after tonight, the kingdom of Dark Night will probably cease to exist. The Dark Night home that your majesty has worked hard for decades to build will fall apart and go their separate ways after tonight. Huh? When Li Guanqi heard this, he just shook his head and laughed, then raised his head and drank a few sips of honey liqueur. He actually doesn't like drinking, but this thing is more of a wine than an alcoholic drink with a slight alcoholic content. The kind with honey added. It tastes very sweet, like flat Sprite. The queen herself should know very well. Li Guanqi put down the bottle of wine and said softly, After all, the person who invited me here is the queen herself. In fact, everyone knows that the existence of the kingdom of Dark Night is because the queen gave the night elves a home. And this united all the night elves. But now the night elves are no longer night elves. Except for you, Dennison, and the queen herself. All the more than 6,000 night elves in the entire Dark Night kingdom have now returned to their original appearance. Since they are no longer troubled by the terrible hunger, it is natural to leave. Those who are not discovered by their own tribe only need to make up an excuse. And then, they can return to their original elf tribe. At worst, they can say that they were abducted and trafficked by the Daluoyuan mansion during the years they disappeared. Anyway, it doesn't matter if Daluoyuan Mansion takes the blame. Even those who are discovered by the original tribe can hide their names, disguise their identities, change their lives in an elf tribe, and return to the world of elves. I remember that there seemed to be many elf forests in the Iabel Prairie. Right? Yes. Thinking about it carefully, there is really no need for them to follow the queen anymore. Having said this, Li Guanqi lowered his head, looked at the light yellow wine in the wine bottle in his hand, and said softly, "So, for the unity of a country, the people must make a profit? If there is no interest in uniting, it will fall apart. Sooner or later, even if they are so loyal and worshipful to the queen, they're all a bunch of white-eyed wolves." Cade was expressionless. If there was no queen, 50% of those singing and dancing would be slaughtered by the elves. The other 30% would be abducted and trafficked by the Daluoyuan Mansion. And the other 10% would die tragically for various reasons. Only the remaining 10% can survive. It was obviously the queen who gave them dignity. But when they no longer needed the queen, they actually wanted to leave. In the past few days, I have heard various plans to leave in the entire city of giant trees, which is chilling. Having said this, Cade turned his head, looked at the group of singing and dancing elves, and gritted his teeth. Once they recovered, they forgot how the queen usually. Everyone. Suddenly, on the other side of the bonfire square, Alina, wearing a green dress, raised a glass of potpourri wine and laughed loudly. "Let's drink to a new life. Cheers." All the elves stopped what they were doing. Singing, dancing, barbecuing, etc. At this time, they all raised their wine glasses and bottles and loudly echoed their queen. Cheers. Even Li Guanqi was moved by the atmosphere when he saw this scene. He looked in the direction of the queen and raised the mead in his hand with a smile. "Let me say a few words. Okay?" Olina drank the wine in her glass in one gulp, and then walked step by step to the sky. She looked around and looked at her more than 6,000 people with a smile on her face. The elves in the square also fell silent, preparing to listen to the queen's speech. "Our journey has not been easy." Olina looked at the elves with gentle eyes and chuckled. "There are a total of 6,572 elves in the Kingdom of Dark Night. Some of them were following me when we were still in the Dark Night tribe. Of course, more are still here. We only found it after the founding of the People's Republic of China. We are all night elves. Desperate night elves. Abandoned, hated, and even hunted by their former relatives and friends. But here, we are a family. We night elves are one big family. Whether you come early or arrive late, you must know that it is not easy for our Kingdom of Dark Night to get to where we are today. It is not easy. Okay, I don't want to talk about this anymore. What I really want to say is that those days are gone. The arrival of the Savior Mr. Li has completely restored our health. We no longer need to devour the flesh and blood of our fellow elves. And there will no longer be the fear of hunger. We have regained our freedom. We have regained possessions. And returned to the ancient elven tribe. The qualification to start a new life again. None of you here need to be bound by the word Dark Night anymore. You are elves. Pure elves. Blonde and fair-skinned. You can go back to any place you want to go and start your life again. Everyone. Look." As she spoke, Olina pulled the green skirt on her body and smiled. "I am not wearing a king's robe. The dark golden night king's robe was voted for by everyone and represents our kingdom. But I'm not wearing that royal robe tonight. Because from now on, I will no longer wear royal robes. And I no longer need to wear royal robes. I declare." Olina took a deep breath, then looked at the more than 6,000 night elves in the square, and laughed loudly. "I declare, after tonight, when the sun rises tomorrow, when the first ray of morning light shines on Loya, it will be when the Kingdom of Dark Night is disbanded." What? As soon as this statement came out, the whole house was in an uproar. More than 6,000 night elves all looked shocked. However, after a brief shock, their expressions all looked extremely complicated and a little ashamed. Because isn't that what they want when the kingdom is disbanded? In front of a bonfire, Li Guanqi turned his head slightly and looked at Cade beside him. At this moment, the night elf clenched his hands into fists. Veins popped out in his arms. His face was ugly. His teeth were gritted, and his red eyes were full of dissatisfaction. The matter has come to this. But His Majesty is still looking at those people with blank eyes. For the sake of the wolf, I also want them to leave with more peace of mind. The queen is a gentle elf, Li Guanqi said softly. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Queen Alina in the sky again. When the discussion in the square became quieter, the Queen of the Night smiled again and said, "Tomorrow, when it gets light tomorrow, everyone will go back to pack their things. Tomorrow evening, I will take everyone to leave Loya collectively. Leave this forest of tulip elves and go wherever you want to start a new life." "Then where are you going, Queen?" Suddenly, at the end of the square, a male elf with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing black armor walked over. It was the 8th level Knight General Hevo Andal, who was obviously a foodie but had been missing since the dinner. We elves, whose appearance has returned to its original state, can remain anonymous and rejoin the elven tribe. What about you, Queen? Hevo Andal came slowly, and the elves around him gave way. The 8th level Knight General also walked through the air step by step, and soon he was in midair, so that all night elves could see his figure with flowing blonde hair and fair skin. This hair color and skin color suddenly stood out compared to the white-haired and dark-skinned Queen of the Night, Alina. "Queen, you are a half-elf." Hevo Andal looked at Alina and said softly, "You will remain in the Dark Knight posture for the rest of your life. You cannot change it, and cannot return to the elf tribe. So after the Kingdom of Dark Knight is disbanded, where will you go? Will you wander the world like us before?" Alina looked complicated. "Go back and stop talking. Okay? Wandering." Hevo Andal did not reply, but turned around and shouted loudly to the more than 6,000 elves in the square. "Please tell me, before the Queen found us, who of you here was living a precarious life? A wandering life? Who is worried about the arrival of the alien mansion all day long? Who is worried about being discovered by elves all day long? Who is worried that one day they will not be able to find elf meat to eat, and will be tortured to madness by the horrible hunger?" The Knight General's continuous questions silenced the entire square, and all the Night Elves lowered their heads and remained silent. "Who saved us?" Hevo Andal looked at them, took a deep breath, and said softly, "It's Mr. Lee. But without the Queen, who can come to this Loya Tree City? Who can meet here and get treatment from Mr. Lee? Without the Queen's leadership, we would never have come here, and we would never have met our savior, Mr. Lee. The existence that heals us and redeems us is Mr. Lee. However, I implore you not to forget how we were able to persist until today, how we came here, and how we met Mr. Lee." Taking a step back, "Do you really think you can go back? Elf, never harm your fellow man. I believe that every one of you here has sworn an oath to the statue of our Lord Edfens when he came of age. But have you done it? No. You, like me, have broken this elven promise. Our hands are all stained with the blood of elves, and our stomachs have digested the flesh and blood of elves. We are no longer pure elves, and those pure elves will no longer regard us as compatriots. They will only think that we are night demons, devils, disgusting scum, and damned bastards who should not live in this world. The monster of the world. They won't recognize us. So who are we? Have no idea. I don't know who you are, but I know very well that I am Hevo Andal. I am the general under the command of Alina, Queen of the Night. I am the 3rd general of the Kingdom of Dark Night. I am a night elf." The cry of this black-armored elf pierced the night sky, like thunder exploding across the ground, striking hard in the hearts of all the elves. Above the bonfire square, all the more than 6,000 elves had tangled expressions. Some of them gritted their teeth and clenched their fists tightly, as if they were fighting with their own psychology. "That's it. I don't want to say too much." Hevo Andal, who was floating in the sky, shook his head slightly. "I'm not a lobbyist. I don't have an eloquent mouth. I only know what I should do." At this point, he stretched out his right hand, took out a bottle of purple potion from his pocket, raised it high, and said loudly, "This is the potion refined by Dennison, the chief alchemist of our Dark Night Kingdom. It can restore me to my original appearance as a night elf. It is true that I was cured by Mr. Lee, but what I dream of is just the ability to eat normally. After drinking this potion, I will permanently give up the appearance of a pure elf, and live in the Dark Night posture with white hair and black skin forever, unable to change. But I don't need to change either, because the Dark Night posture is the posture of the Queen. I will always maintain the Dark Night posture, and always follow the Queen's footsteps. Where my king's gaze points is where my blade points." Hevo Andal shouted, directly opened the cork of the potion, and poured the purple potion directly into his belly. For a moment, just for a moment after drinking it, the appearance of this blonde, blue-eyed, fair-skinned 8th level elf completely changed, and he once again transformed into a dark night figure with white hair and black skin. Just like before. I, Havoandel, swear allegiance to the queen to the death. He faced Alina, knelt down on one knee, roared and shouted. Alina's eyes were filled with tears, and she covered her mouth with her right hand, unable to hide her tears. She didn't stop Havoandel from drinking the medicine, because Havoandel was not her slave. She could stop it this time, but she couldn't stop it the next time. This guy can always find an opportunity to drink the medicine whenever Havoandel wants to. There is no point in blocking. Even a king cannot change the will of his people. Lord Dennison. Suddenly, on the square, a blonde female elf gathered up her courage, closed her eyes and shouted, Please give me a bottle of potion. I will also swear to follow the queen to the death. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound broke through the air and flew from the depths of the palace. It was a bottle of purple potion, which was exactly the same as the purple potion that Havoandel drank. Gulyulu. The blonde female elf took off the cork of the bottle and drank it all in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a dark night figure with white hair and black skin. Then she knelt down in the direction of the queen and shouted loudly, I am Ymir. I am the queen who you saved 18 years ago. You told me that night elves have the right to live. I will always be loyal to the queen. I also want. Lord Dennison. Please give me a bottle too. And I also want. And here. I want 2 bottles here. My kids want it too. All of a sudden, one after another, the more than 6,000 elves on the square all shouted loudly, and bottle after bottle of purple potion kept flying out from the depths of the palace. As more and more elves drank the potion, all the elves in the bonfire square turned into white-haired and black-skinned night elves again. They all faced the direction of Queen Alina and knelt down on one knee. We will swear allegiance to Her Royal Highness the Queen to the death. We will swear allegiance to Her Royal Highness the Queen to the death. We will swear allegiance to Her Royal Highness the Queen to the death. The shouts of more than 6,000 night elves were like thunder, as if they were roaring across the sky and shattering the vast sky. The only figure still standing on the square was Li Guanqi with white hair and blue eyes. At this moment, he looked at the scene, looking at the scene where all the night elves swore allegiance to the Queen of the Night, with a dazed expression, as if some kind of strong vision began to take root in his heart. Li Guanqi raised his head slightly, looked at the back of the Queen of the Night Alina in the sky, and whispered softly, This is the king. She founded the country not to conquer, but to protect. She wanted to protect her people from the bottom of her heart. So she gained the love and respect of all her people. Tonight, Alina has no royal robe or crown. But that's not important, because royal power comes from the king himself, not from any external thing. That female elf of the night, the Queen of the Night named Alina, just standing there is the best embodiment of the word king. She is the king of all night elves. The only king. The true king. The one who can win the loyalty and worship of all night elves. The king of the night. Call. Li Guanqi's body trembled, and he took a deep breath, forcing down the blood that seemed to be boiling and roaring in his body. Finally, when he opened his eyes again, his eyes, as bright as sapphires, were already flashing with bright look and yearning. Chapter 544 Hidden Mission. Golden Talent and Golden Ability. The bonfire dinner finally came to a successful conclusion. However, perhaps for the first time in her life, Queen Alina broke her promise to her people. When the morning light fell the next day, the kingdom of Dark Night did not disband, as she said last night. On the contrary, it is stronger. After last night's night, it can be said that the kingdom of Dark Night has been completely passed down. Because the reason why the people of this kingdom gather together is no longer to join a group to keep warm, nor to make a profit, but to follow in the footsteps of the Queen of the Night, but to prove his identity as a night elf. These white-haired and black-skinned elves completely recognized their identities, and decided to continue living as night elves. This was their recognition of themselves. Starting last night, night elves have truly become a race, an independent race with its own kingdom. And Li Guanqi later learned that the night elves and the elf babies born to the night elves were born as night elves, which meant that the kingdom of Dark Night had successors and could continue to be inherited through reproduction. And according to Dennison's observations, the survival rate of night elves infants is 38% higher than the average survival rate of pure elves in the Iabel Prairie. Of course, this data still needs to be further confirmed, because today's night elves are no longer the night demons they used to be. They no longer need to devour elves' flesh. It will take time to verify the future survival rate of the night elves after being completely cured by Li Guanqi. But regardless, it's a good thing. The night elves will be passed down forever. As an elf people, not as monsters. Well, the weather is so nice. In a high-rise room in the Dark Knight Palace, Li Guanqi, with white hair and blue eyes, was wearing black clothes and standing on the balcony. He leaned against the white carved jade fence and looked at the horizon. The dappled sunlight shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves of the giant Loya tree, bringing light to the entire city of giant trees. Bright. It is not accurate to say that the skin of night elves is black. In fact, it is more similar to brown. It is just called black skin. But regardless of black skin or not, the future of these night elves is not dark, but bright. Leading them toward the light is Alina, the queen of the night. But it was Li Guanqi who really brought them light. Without Li Guanqi to help them cure their eating abilities, these guys who can only survive by eating elves will always be black-skinned monsters, and will never be able to live in the eyes of the world. It is actually not an exaggeration to say that Li Guanqi is the savior of these night elves. Bang bang. Mr. Li? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside the room. And at the same time, there was a sweet and gentle voice of a woman. Her Royal Highness the Queen asked me to inform you that the kingdom's treasure trove has been prepared. You can go and pick it at any time. You have saved the night elves. After that, I will give you what you deserve. And I will guide you whenever you are free. Ding. As soon as the female elf finished speaking, before Li Guanqi had time to respond, a system notification sounded in his mind. You have completed the hidden mission, Land of Darkness. Hidden mission. Now an explanation. There will be no prompt for the triggering of the hidden mission. And there will be no prompt for the completion conditions and completion rewards of the mission. They will only appear after the mission is completed or failed. Kingdom of Darkness Hidden. Mission Introduction. There is such a group in the world. They were born as elves, but due to an inexplicable genetic mutation, they turned into night elves one day. They can only survive by devouring the flesh and blood of their fellow elves. Because of this, they have become what their fellow elves call night demons and monsters. But are they really monsters? Do night elves have no right to live? Some people have been looking for this answer, and some people have been chasing it, such as the Queen of the Night named Alina. She founded the Kingdom of Dark Night, gathered most of the night elves in the world, stayed together for warmth, and worked hard to find a cure. She had such a dream, but the dream may not be realized. Everything in the world is just a coincidence. More than 4,000 years ago, a woman named Yu completed the evolution of her own bloodline by extracting the genes of night elves. Because of this, she happened to gain the ability to control the genes of night elves. Today, more than 4,000 years later, Yu, the son of Tongyu in this era, received a gift from Yu and obtained this ability. So, will you be the savior of the night elves? Will the night elves usher in true light? Mission conditions. 1. Go to the Loya giant tree and find the kingdom of darkness created by the night elves. Square root. 2. Gain the trust of the night elves. Square root. 3. Heal all night elves. Square root. 4. Let the kingdom of dark night survive, and let the night elves truly exist. Square root. 5. Obtain the friendship of the kingdom of dark night. Square root. Mission rewards. 1. The golden gift of the hand of the soul. Hand of the mind, gold. You no longer need to seal with your hands to cast a spell. You only need to complete the spiritual power circuit in the body, and you can cast it directly. Whether it is a low level, same level, or even higher level spell. As long as the spiritual power circuit is completed, you can cast it directly. If your strength allows, you can perform the spell. You can completely free your hands. But conversely, you can also use your hands entirely. When you cast the same spell with both hands, the spell will be overloaded into a more powerful spell, achieving an increase of 1 + 1 greater than 2. 2. Platinum level, level 9, ability spell specialization. Spell specialization, platinum. You have mastered most of the spell knowledge from 1 yuan level to 9 palace levels. Aha! Suddenly, Li Guanqi felt a massive amount of information burst out in his mind. Countless spell knowledge appeared in an instant, which directly made him feel unspeakable and terrifying pain. As painful as his head was about to explode. He covered his head with severe pain with both hands, fell to the ground, and kept rolling. His face was extremely ferocious, and he kept wailing. Mr. Li? There was an exclamation from the female elf outside the room. And then she pushed the door open from the outside. It was a beautiful female elf wearing a black and white maid uniform. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. When she pushed the door open and saw this scene, she suddenly looked horrified and covered her mouth with her hands. Well, Li Guanqi's wailing didn't last long, and he soon fell to the ground and passed out. Mr. Li? The blonde female elf was startled, but she quickly reacted and ran out of the room, shouting as she ran. Master Guard! Master Guard! Someone come quickly! Call. I do not know how long it has been. Li Guanqi endured the dizziness and opened his eyes bit by bit. What came into view was a white ceiling with green patterns, and an exquisite horn chandelier, which exuded a bright white light and illuminated the entire room. He should be lying on a big soft bed now. Well, Li Guanqi covered his head, gritted his teeth, rolled over and took stock of the environment. It was already dark outside the window. The window he was sitting in was a very normal and exquisite room, but quite large. In addition to the luxurious red bed, the area next to it was like a living room, with a set of golden wood tables and chairs that were obviously used for dining, and several light yellow sofas, a transparent coffee table, and other furnishings. In addition, there was a blonde female elf with an attractive back, her back turned to him, cooking something alone in the open kitchen, and humming softly. First order elf? Li Guanqi was stunned for a moment and regained some consciousness. Hey, who are you? He asked. The blonde female elf heard the sound and turned around quickly. Only then did Li Guanqi learn that he couldn't understand what she was cooking. Anyway, it was a steaming hot drink served in a white ceramic cup with gold patterns. My name is Chrissy Jasper Tulip. The blonde female elf looked at Li Guanqi and replied timidly. You are not a night elf. Li Guanqi covered his head, slowly got up from the big red bed, and walked towards the living room. You still have blonde hair and a 3-part name with the suffix tulip. The most important thing is that I didn't see you during treatment a few days ago. So you must not be a night elf. Why are you 3-part? Style? You didn't even have a professional title in the elf? Not yet. The blonde female elf Chris whispered. You were captured by the night elves when you didn't even have a professional title? Li Guanqi walked to the golden round table and sat down, covering his groggy head, and glanced at her. Chrissy nodded slightly. Where's the family? Li Guanqi asked again. I was caught too. Chris replied truthfully. What do the night elves do to you? Li Guanqi continued to ask. Okay. Chris blinked her beautiful big green eyes. My parents and I are both first-level elves. The night elves will only let those above the 3rd level to provide them with flesh and blood. They say that all those below the 3rd level can heal themselves. Half a day. So we haven't had any meat cut. Since half a year ago, my parents have been sweeping the floors in the palace, and I have been working as a maid for General Evinrude. He treats me. At this point, a blush appeared on the blonde female elf's face. She lowered her head and said in a voice like a mosquito, He is very gentle. Level 1. Li Guanqi didn't pay attention to the female elf's nymphomaniac, but his expression was strange. You and your parents are both at the 1st level, so your family's talents are considered, nothing. He shook his head and said nothing more. As elves, the parents of this female elf are in their 50s or 60s, when they are old enough to give birth to and raise children. But even then, they are only at the 1st level, and can be said to be useless elves. Ridiculously poor talent. But it is normal. There are always individual differences in the group. Most elves have good talents, and can reach the level of ordinary nobles, with the surname of Dalio or below. But there are also those with poor talents, who are like human waste. What happened to me? Li Guanqi decided to bring the topic back to business. Oh, right. As soon as she said this, Chris quickly placed the gold-patterned ceramic cup in her hand on the table in front of Li Guanqi. Her Royal Highness the Queen came here this morning. If nothing unexpected happens, you should wake up tonight. Please keep me like this. The temperature of a cup of healing potion will be given to you when you wake up. Healing potion? Li Guanqi lowered his head and looked at the steaming cup of green potion with a strange look on his face. Buzz? Suddenly, the space beside him was distorted, and a black space crack soon formed. Queen Alina, who was wearing a dark gold royal robe, walked out slowly and looked at Chris with a smile. Okay, you can go back. I sent you to take care of a man. For this matter, Evinrude, it's been very noisy in my ears these days. Chrissy's fair face suddenly turned red. Seeing this, Alina narrowed her beautiful eyes and said softly, I remember. Your name is Chrissy Jasper Tulip? Yes. Yes. Your Highness the Queen. Chrissy nodded quickly. You and Evinrude need to think about it carefully, Alina said calmly. We will leave soon and return Loya Tree City to you Tulip Elves. Of course Evinrude will also leave by then. What about you? You don't have much time to think about it. Go ahead. As she spoke, the Queen of the Night waved her hands gently. Yes. Chris was a little lost for a moment, nodded slightly, and without even a single courtesy, turned around and left the room, her back looking very sad. The girl is in love, but it's a pity that we are about to part ways. Li Guanqi shook his head and laughed. And it's the love between elves and night elves. What kind of bloody story is this? Alina looked curious. What? What does dog blood mean? Forehead. Li Guanqi was stunned, thinking about it carefully. He actually didn't know how to explain this word. It does not matter. Li Guanqi waved his hand, then looked at Alina and asked seriously. Queen, what happened? How do I know? Alina couldn't help but smile. Shouldn't you ask yourself this? Mr. Li, did you suddenly accept the inheritance of some kind of memory? Your soul was suddenly overloaded because you accepted too many things in a short period of time. The huge amount of information cannot be processed by your 7th level soul, which is why you are in a coma. Oh, so I had a panic attack before. Li Guanqi was slightly startled. Alina looked puzzled, but did not ask. She probably mistook death as some Eastern proverb. Li Guanqi didn't pay attention to her, just lowered his head and sorted out the situation. Therefore, the Night Elf incident also involves a hidden mission, Land of Darkness. It is said that this hidden task is really hidden, from the time it is triggered until it is completely completed. It is all hidden. The notification will only appear after the task is completely completed. And the rewards for this hidden mission are generous enough to live up to the name of hidden. A golden gift of mind. The significance of this talent is quite huge. This means that from now on, Li Guanqi no longer needs to make seals with his hands to perform spells. After activating the 3 heads and 6 arms, all 6 of his hands can be used to hold the artifact. Well, although he does not have 6 offensive artifacts, Snow Gun, Magic Knife, and the Qingxian Sword, which has the foundation of a divine weapon. It's just 3 pieces if you're full. In addition to this, there is the Platinum Level 9 Ability Conjuration Specialization. The rewards of the system are different. Talent rewards are divided completely independently, with only 7 levels and 7 qualities in total. White, green, blue, purple, red, gold, colorful, god-level talent. But in addition, there are 10 rewards, such as items and abilities, in 10 levels. 1 white, 2 green, 3 blue, 4 purple, 5 red, 6 black, 7 gold, 8 black gold, 9 platinum, 10 colorful gods. This also corresponds to the 1 yuan level to the 9 palace level, and the 10th stage of cultivation, the immeasurable level, or the god level. The spell specialization, reward obtained after completing the hidden mission, Land of Darkness, is a platinum level 9 ability. This ability is too terrifying. Although the emergence of this ability directly gave Li Guanqi a considerable amount of spell knowledge. But most of the spell knowledge from the 1 yuan level to the 9 palace level appeared directly in Li Guanqi's mind. The quantity units of these spells were completely calculated in 10,000. Such a massive amount of knowledge appeared in an instant. And his 7th level knowledge was instantly transferred to Li Guanqi. The pinnacle soul was jammed and fell into a panic. By the way, thinking of this, Li Guanqi looked at Alina. Your Majesty Queen, how long have I been frozen? Oh no! How many days have I been unconscious? 5 days, Alina replied softly. Today is January 23rd. January 23rd. 4873. Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. After his stay was extended once by Lin Xiaobai, the next time he returned to reality would be October 8th. 4873. There are less than 9 months left, and there are still 4 stars left. Mr. Li, this is a 7th level magic potion. Alina pointed to the cup of healing potion on the table. After drinking it, your soul can recover a little, and you won't feel so uncomfortable. Thank you. Li Guanqi nodded, picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. The effect was great. In just a few seconds, the dizziness and drowsiness in his head disappeared. Then, Now or wait until tomorrow? Olina looked at him and asked with a smile. Our Dark Knight Kingdom's treasure house has been prepared. You can go in and choose what you want at any time. You are welcome. This is the gratitude that our Dark Knight Kingdom wants to express. In addition, the Queen of the Night looked hesitant, but she still made up her mind and said seriously to Li Guanqi. Besides, we have an unkind invitation. Chapter 545 Alina's Way of Becoming a King. The Treasure Trove of the Kingdom. An unkind request? Li Guanqi looked at Alina, Queen of the Dark Knight, in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. My queen, you should speak first. How will I know how to reply to you if you don't tell me? 2. Olina also smiled when she heard this, then straightened her expression and said seriously, Mr. Li, you have helped more than 6,000 elves in our Dark Knight Kingdom return to normal. But not all night elves in the world are they all gathered here. There are always some scattered, and we haven't found them yet. In addition to these, mutations will also occur among the elves from now on. In the future, there will still be elves that mutate into night demons who need to eat elves. I want to save them, but I don't have the ability. So, you want me to help? Li Guanqi frowned slightly. But Queen, I think you should know very well that I cannot follow your Dark Knight Kingdom forever. I still have my own things to do, and I cannot be a doctor for your kingdom forever. Of course. Olina nodded quickly, and then said, So my idea is, can you please take the time to come to our Dark Knight Kingdom as a guest every once in a while? While we entertain you, please also help us heal our newly found night elves, and we will provide rewards every time. This is okay. Li Guanqi smiled. After all, a beautiful queen of the 9 palaces level discussed it with me so calmly. I can't help but know what is good and what is good. Mr. Li's words are serious. Alina lowered her head slightly. Your Majesty, you have flattered me. Seeing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, from beginning to end, during the process of these things, I really never thought that you would be so polite. After all, given our strength gap, this is really unimaginable. If we can disrespect the Savior, then we night elves will really become monsters without moral values. Alina said softly. After saying that, the Queen of the Night turned her head, looked out the window at the night, and murmured softly, I hope that from now on, in the eyes of the world, whether in the eyes of humans or elves, night elves will no longer only eat their fellow humans. A monster, but a commendable race. This is my next goal, although, in my remaining 200 years of life, there is a high probability that I will not be able to do it. But there will always be descendants who can inherit your will. Li Guanqi smiled and said, After all, isn't this one of the meanings of the kingdom? Inheritance. Your great will definitely be inherited by new night elves, and your unfinished great cause will definitely be succeeded one day in the future. A night elf with the same ideal, fully realized. Then I'll lend you some good advice. Olina turned to look at him, a moving smile blooming on her beautiful face. Queen, I have a question for you. Li Guanqi hesitated for a moment, but still asked seriously, How did you do it? Why do you make everyone follow you so loyally? If everyone followed you before because you could protect them, but now that I have cured them, they no longer need your protection and can return to the elves' homeland at any time. Why are they still willing to follow you? What Hevo Endel said last night was not the main reason. It was impossible for more than 6,000 elves to make such a life-defining decision just by relying on his few words. Drinking the night potion will turn you back into an elf with white hair and black skin, and you will never be able to change your appearance again for the rest of your life. There is no need to regret this decision. There is only one reason for them to make this decision. That's you, Alina, Queen of the Night. Li Guanqi looked at her. The more he spoke, the more curious he became. How did you do it? Why are they so loyal? And they are loyal from the bottom of their hearts. Who knows? Olina shook her head and laughed, then looked at the windowsill, looking out at Loya Tree City in the night, looking at the figures of several night elves that appeared in the city from time to time. The Queen of the Night had erratic eyes and whispered softly, I don't know. I really don't know. Although I have been a queen for more than 30 years, I still don't know how to be a king. I actually never thought about becoming a king. In the culture of the elves, there is no concept of king. Well, although I have read in some ancient books that the elves of the old era seem to have established an elven empire. But that is a thing of the past after all. At least the New Age elves have no concept of a kingdom. This is also the philosophy I have been influenced by since I was a child. Until that year, I met a human male 39 years ago. He was the king of the kingdom of Mord. When the country was destroyed, he clearly had the opportunity to escape and survive. But in the end, he chose to die in battle on the eve of the destruction of the country. I asked him why. He told me that the king's duty is to protect his people. If he cannot protect his people, he would rather die in battle to apologize to his people. This is what King Maud taught me. The king's duty is to protect his people. Maybe this is it? After saying that, Olina looked at Li Guanqi and smiled softly. Protecting the people is what I have always done. Maybe this is why everyone loves me. Protect. Li Guanqi looked thoughtful. Humans, like elves, are constantly changing since birth. Olina smiled slightly and said in a gentle voice, the things we encounter and the people we meet will make us change more or less, for better or worse. Isn't there a saying in the East, which is called the person who is close to the red is close to the ink is it black? It is said that it was passed down from ancient times. It seems to be said that if you are close to red cinnabar, you will be stained with red. And if you are close to black ink, you will be stained with black. The implication is that whoever you get along with will change the kind of person you become. I'm lucky that I've met some good people. What I'm even more fortunate about is that I didn't let those good people turn into bad people. Instead, I let those good people turn me from a damn bastard who did many evil things to a good person who did many good things. Well, just think of me shamelessly boast. At the end of the sentence, Alina couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Doing a lot of evil? Damn you bastard? Li Guanqi was a little curious. Why did you say this? Forehead. Olina's smile froze slightly, but she still smiled and said, earlier, my husband, that human being from the East like you, Mr. Li, taught me other things earlier than King Maud. 4 words. Protect the weak. My husband told me that the strong are born to protect the weak, which is why God gives us powerful gifts. So, actually, I myself was not like this at all a long time ago. Having said this, the smile on Alina's face could no longer be maintained, and she suddenly lowered her head, with a complicated expression on her beautiful face. A long time ago, I was rubbish. A complete bastard. The Queen of the Night seemed to have recalled some long-lasting memories, and whispered softly, at that time, I kept my eyes high and never took the lives of the weak at risk. The time when I first became a night elf. Many night elves would go through a period of psychological suffering when they first mutated, but I do not have. At that time, I was an 8th level elf. After the mutation, I was also an 8th level night elf. I was not the strongest, but I was still very strong. At least I had not experienced any situations where I was hunted down by my compatriots. After all, I am the only 8th level member of the elf tribe I am staying in. At that time, I didn't think eating elves was such a guilty thing, because I feel that I am an 8th level person. Isn't it reasonable to use the lives of lower level elves to ensure my continued survival as an 8th level person? Because I am better than them. This was my distorted values back then. At that time, I often even used the lives of elves as a game, letting them fight each other, and I would not eat whoever won. But I lied to them. Eventually I ate them all. The winner first, using the anger and desperation on her face to spice up my meal. At that time, I didn't feel any guilt at all, because I think the strong have the right to play with the weak. Until, after I met my husband. With his help, I gradually developed a healthy value system. He clearly, Olina closed her eyes and sighed softly. He is obviously such a good person. He always says that good people will be rewarded. So he wants me to do more good deeds. But why doesn't he himself get rewarded? Li Guanqi looked at her, silent, not knowing how to comfort her. Li Guanqi knew a long time ago that he did not have the talent to comfort people, so he never comforted others. At this time, being mute was the best choice. Once some emotions are turned on, they are difficult to turn off. Even Olina took a few minutes to regain her composure and looked at Li Guanqi with a smile. Mr. Li, shall we go to the treasure house now? Just now. Li Guanqi nodded slightly. Buzz? As soon as she said this, Olina immediately raised her right hand and tore it gently in midair, opening a black space crack. As she stepped into it, she smiled and said to Li Guanqi, also, Mr. Li, don't worry. After we leave here, the space blockade covering the Tulip Fairy Forest will also disappear. Li Guanqi responded, and then followed Olina's footsteps and stepped into the space crack together. Olina's words reminded him, after this matter is over, He will go to the Tulip Imperial capital to find out why the Queen asked Miss Ursha to bring him here even though she knew something was going on here. What exactly is that woman planning? Buzz? The cracks in the space tore open. And two figures, Li Guanqi and Olina, slowly walked out. As soon as Li Guanqi came out, his eyes were locked directly at the front. This place is very wide, somewhat similar to the structure of a museum in the real world. There are countless pedestal platforms, and various objects are placed on the pedestals. They are also surrounded by spiritual barriers formed by formations. You can only see but cannot touch. In addition, the walls of this place are not idle either. They are all hung with various magical weapons such as swords, guns, swords and halberds, which look very luxurious. However, Li Guanqi's eyes swept over all these things. And almost immediately, his eyes were fixed on the deepest part of the kingdom's treasure house. There is a circular platform made of white jade, 1 meter high and 10 meters in diameter. It is obviously different from the bases of other treasures. This circular platform is not only located in the deepest part of the treasure house, but also surrounded by an open space. It is directly isolated from other treasure house items, and the blood-red spiritual power barrier that covers it exudes an aura that makes Li Guanqi the breath that made everyone palpitate. The most important thing is that the protective formations on other base platforms are all translucent, so you can at least see what the treasures inside look like. Only the blood-colored light shield on the white jade platform was completely sealed, and the things inside could not even be seen. Mr. Li's vision is really vicious. Looking at where Li Guanqi was looking, Olina couldn't help but smile. That treasure can be said to be the most precious collection in this treasure house. And it is also my most valuable personal item. It's not that I have bad eyesight. Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment. The main reason is that its location and situation are special. Anyone who is not blind knows that it is very high-end. Huh? Wait. As he said that, Li Guanqi looked at Olina with some surprise. Her Royal Highness, what did you just say? Your most valuable personal item? Right. Olina nodded lightly, smiled and opened her hands. The collection in this treasure house, in addition to the original heritage of the Kingdom of Dark Night, also includes the accumulation of the Tulip Elf over the past 4,000 years, as well as all of my personal belongings. Olina, the collection is now stored here. If you like it, Mr. Li, feel free to take it. The accumulation of Tulip Elves. Li Guanqi looked around and narrowed his eyes slightly. That is a treasure that has been saved since the beginning of the new era. By the way, let's talk about this. Olina hesitated. I want to ask Mr. Li, do we want to return these treasures? If this is what you want to see, we will leave these treasures behind when we leave. No need. Li Guanqi shook his head. Winner or loser, this is your prize. I asked you to leave the Loya tree and return this place to the Tulip Elves. That's enough. What's more? As he said that, he smiled helplessly. It's a crime to have a treasure. Queen, maybe the Tulip Elves in the past had basically the same strength and treasure heritage. Their strength was enough to protect the treasures they own. But now the Tulip Elves don't have the 9 palace-level giants. The priest has fallen into the second-rate status. And even if he keeps the treasure, he probably won't be able to keep it. 2. Olina smiled meaningfully. Although the Tulip Empire is the protective umbrella of the Tulip Elf. But she didn't say much. However, Li Guanqi knew very well that the reason why Olina could confine space and wipe out all the Tulip Elves was because of the help given by the Tulip Queen. The water here is really a bit deep. However, Olina said from the beginning that she would keep it secret. So Li Guanqi knew that he would not get any more information from her, and had no intention of asking further questions. Let's look at the baby. Li Guanqi smiled and walked towards the white jade platform at the deepest part of the treasure house, pointing to the sealed blood light on the platform. By the way, Queen, you just said that it is the most precious collection in this treasure house. And it is also your personal treasure. The most expensive item in my life. That is to say, your own collection is actually more valuable than the entire Tulip Elf's accumulation over 4,000 years? Yes and no. Olina followed him. After talking about this topic, she suddenly looked solemn and said, This thing was also obtained by me accidentally. It is a trophy. I killed a Jyogun-level warrior from Dalyuo Irin Mansion. That one I almost died during the battle. No. If it wasn't for my good luck, I should have died. The reason why I was able to win against him was entirely due to luck. Dalyuo Irin Mansion. Li Guanqi was slightly startled. Why do I feel like I've heard this word so often since I came here? because one of the enemies of the Night Elves is the Aaron Mansion of the Daluo dynasty. Alina's face was expressionless. Those guys like to kidnap and auction rare species and special physiques. And Night Elves are among them. The reason why I faced off against that Jyogun-level warrior back then was because he discovered that he wanted to capture me and sell me. So I had no choice but to fight with him. But I couldn't figure it out. After I got his space necklace afterwards, I couldn't figure it out. As she said that, Alina frowned. I still don't understand why he has this in his space necklace. Even if he is at the Jyogun level. He just opened a divine palace. At the early stage of the Jyogun level, there is no way for him to do it. You shouldn't have such a precious and dangerous treasure. Danger? Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh and said, Her Royal Highness, don't be so pretentious. When you say this, I'm really getting more and more curious. Please open it quickly. But it doesn't matter. Alina smiled and walked towards the white jade platform, preparing to use a spell to lift the blood-colored light shield. Although this thing is precious. Firstly, even I don't know how to use it. Secondly, it is a hot potato. You probably won't take it away. And I don't recommend you to take it. After all, whether it's dangerous or not is another matter. Unless you are a Jyogun-leveled Zogshan weapon refiner. This top-notch material cannot be used at all. Oh! Li Guanqi raised his eyebrows slightly. Top-quality materials? Weapon refiner? However, he possesses a plundering technique and can devour any material. Buzz. As Alina began to seal and perform spells, the blood-colored light shield on the white jade platform also began to flicker. At the same time, she looked at Li Guanqi and asked with a smile, By the way, Mr. Li, do you know which dragon species is the most powerful among the dragon clan? The most powerful? Li Guanqi thought for a moment, then hesitated and said, Golden Dragon? At least in the Eastern world. It is generally believed that it is the Golden Dragon clan, because there have been the most dragon kings in their clan, and they can be said to be the spiritual leaders of the giant dragon clan. Then do you know who is the most legendary among the Golden Dragon kings? Alina asked again with a smile. Li Guanqi was stunned. The most legendary? No way. Li Guanqi suddenly turned his head and looked at the bloody light shield in shock, with disbelief on his face. Could the things here be related to the third-generation Golden Dragon King? Among the Golden Dragon clan, the most legendary Dragon King can only be the third-generation Golden Dragon King who disappeared 3,800 years ago. Yes, disappear. The end of the third-generation Golden Dragon King was a mysterious disappearance. 2 years after its cultivation reached the 9 Palaces level of perfection. That is, at the age of 738, when its combat power and spirit were at its peak, and it was known as the Demigod Dragon King by the world. It suddenly disappeared without any warning. Since then, nothing has been heard about it in the world. And its legendary color is more than that. All dragons are in the form of giant lizards. However, this third-generation Golden Dragon King is unique in the entire history of the Dragon Clan, in the shape of a winged snake. Chapter 546, The Remains of a Demigod. The skeleton of an atavistic Yinglong? Buzz. On the white jade platform, the blood-colored light shield flickered for a while, and then completely dissipated under Li Guanqi's expectant eyes. When the bloodlight dissipated, what appeared in front of him was a 10-meter-long golden skeleton. The structure of this skeleton is peculiar. It looks like the skeleton of a giant snake. However, the shape of the skull is obviously not that of a snake. Instead, it looks very much like a dragon. There are 2 antler-shaped golden dragon horns on the top of the head, which come from the back of the skull. The bones that extend out of the area. It also has 4 limbs, and it can be judged from the finger bones that each hand had 5 fingers when it was alive. However, no matter what kind of dragon it is, including the golden dragon, all dragons have only 4 fingers, judging from the snake shape, limbs, antlers, and dragon head of this golden skeleton. This creature is obviously not the same thing as the giant dragon of the New Age. If I have to say it, it is more similar to Li Guanqi's impression of the mythical dragon that soars into the clouds and rides on the mist. However, it's not the same. Li Guanqi's gaze moved upward slightly. This snake-shaped dragon skeleton is held up by various white jade brackets. Above, several of the highest white jade brackets jointly hold up another part of the dragon skeleton, the wing bones extending from the back. It was obviously the skeletal structure of a pair of wings. So, a serpentine dragon with wings? The most important thing is that it also has golden bones unique to the golden dragon family. Having golden bones during life is not exclusive to the golden dragon clan. However, many years after death, the remains can still maintain the golden color. This is a characteristic that only the golden dragon family has. After all, after the death of other creatures, their bones will gradually turn pale white. But only the golden dragons is the exception. Winged serpentine dragon with golden skeletal features.
So, is it really the remains of the third-generation golden dragon king?
Li Guanqi looked at this golden skeleton with disbelief on his face.
It is said that the third-generation golden dragon king disappeared mysteriously 3,800 years ago, and his whereabouts are unknown. Its current remains are placed in front of me, etc. It's not right.
He turned to look at the Queen of the Night Alina beside him, pointed at the 10-meter-long golden skeleton, and said in surprise,
"Isn't this a little too small? Isn't it recorded in the book that the third-generation golden dragon king is it 108 meters long from beginning to end? I don't know either."
Alina shook her head slightly, then walked forward, directly to the white jade platform, gently caressing the dragon's left arm and four-limbed skeleton. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly.
"I only know that this pair of winged snakes, the dragon-shaped golden skeleton, can't cause any damage even if I try my best."
Li Guanqi's expression changed slightly.
"So, I'm just guessing."
Alina smiled and turned to look at him.
"I actually have no evidence to prove that it is the skeleton of the third-generation golden dragon king. But, Mr. Li, you might as well think about it for yourself. Snake shape, dragon head, antlers, winged bones, golden bones, even corpse bones, are so hard that I, a Jiogong-level conjurer, cannot cause any damage. Adding up all these characteristics, who else could be the owner of this golden skeleton besides the legendary third-generation golden dragon king known as the demigod dragon king? At least, I am so short-sighted that I really can't think of a second answer. This is amazing."
Li Guanqi couldn't help but express emotion when he heard this. The story of the third-generation golden dragon king has been recorded in many books. He learned about it through reading books a long time ago. I would like to ask, which Chinese person will not have reverie after seeing this story? The serpentine dragon is the shape of the heavenly dragon in Chinese mythology. As for having wings, in Chinese mythology, there is also an existence like Ying Long that can correspond to it. The most important thing is that the third-generation golden dragon king finally disappeared mysteriously. After Li Guanqi learned about the story of Yu, he couldn't help but have another view on this matter. For example, did the third-generation golden dragon king return to his ancestors' Ying Long bloodline, and then break away from the constraints of the star field like Yu, and quietly go to the depths of the universe 3,800 years ago? So to the world it is equivalent to a mysterious disappearance? But now, with the appearance of this golden skeleton in front of him, Li Guanqi's conjecture was completely shattered. After all, I have only heard of shedding skin, but never of shedding bones. The third-generation golden dragon king is most likely dead.
So, this is the remains of a demigod-level dragon king.
Li Guanqi looked at the 10-meter-long golden keel in front of him, with a little heat in his eyes. With this thing, he no longer needs to look for resources to increase the strength of his physical body from now on. Just using the plundering technique to absorb the material of this golden dragon bone can directly increase the strength of his physical body.
This is also a hot potato.
Alina looked at the golden dragon bone with a look of helplessness on her face.
It is indeed very precious. Extremely precious. If we can hire a 9-palace-level Dzogchen weapon refiner, such as the one from the Conjuring Academy, or someone from the Daluo dynasty that won,
this golden dragon bone can probably create an unimaginably powerful tool. Right? But how dare you? Dragons have strong characteristics, no matter how they are processed. The dragon can smell the smell of dragon crafts and retaliate. So few people will choose to use dragon materials to make utensils. And I didn't even dare to sell them all, for fear that the news would be leaked and the dragon clan would come looking for me.
Afraid? Li Guanqi found it difficult to understand when he heard this. The power of the giant dragon clan is indeed huge. But in the new age, humans are the masters, facing top forces such as the Daluo dynasty and the Academy of Magic. The dragon clan does not seem so giant. At most they are little lizards. There is even an explanation. It is said that more than 2,000 years ago, the giant dragon clan actually had gathering places in the east. But later, because the Daluo dynasty did not like this kind of lizard dragon, these giant dragons had no choice but to go to the north of the Violet Empire. But Li Guanqi felt that the credibility of this stuff is not high. It is more like a rumor extended from the people of Daluo who
discriminate against heaven, earth, this and that. But I am the best in the world.
Although the Daluo dynasty is indeed infinitely close to being #1 in the world, a powerful country has given its people strong self-confidence. Why? Thinking of this, Li Guanqi became more and more confused and couldn't help but ask Olina.
How could it be possible? How could the Daluo dynasty be afraid of the Dragon Clan? Well, maybe I expressed it incorrectly.
Olina was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then smiled bitterly and said,
What I mean is not that the national craftsmen of Daluo dynasty will be afraid, but that I will be afraid. Even if I spend a lot of money to ask that person to help me make it, I don't dare to use the refining weapon. Once the news gets out, I will definitely die against the Dragon Clan.
Li Guanqi was startled.
So, how much do you trust me? Your Majesty the Queen? Do you dare to let me know such a thing? If I can't even believe in the Savior, who can I believe in?
Olina smiled lightly.
That's it.
Li Guanqi pointed at the golden keel, smiled at Olina, and grinned a row of big white teeth.
Her Royal Highness, please give it to me. Thank you for your generosity.
Olina was stunned.
Eh?
Immediately afterwards, Olina went from daze to shock and disbelief.
Why? What do you want this thing for? You can't use it at all. And it's so dangerous. Once the Dragon Clan knows you are holding them, the bones of your ancestors will definitely eat you, etc.
Olina seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Li Guanqi with a strange expression.
You don't want to go to the Dragon Clan's territory. Return this golden dragon bone, and then use it to gain the Dragon Clan's friendship and rewards. Right? Well, if that's the case, I advise you to give up this idea. Those dragons are all psychopaths and white-eyed wolves. They will never treat you as a friend, but will only treat you as an enemy who steals the bones of their ancestors. Don't worry. I don't want to give it back.
Li Guanqi smiled and said,
I have my own uses. I can ensure my own safety.
Olina frowned slightly and thought for a long time before saying,
This thing is very precious. Very precious. It is the most precious thing I have ever obtained in my life. However, the theoretical value and practical value are different. The theoretical value of this golden keel is very high. But at least for me, the practical value is about 0. I don't dare to use it at all. It is equivalent to waste. Moreover, I am always worried about hiding it here for fear that the news will leak out. It is a hot potato. So, I don't feel bad about handing it over. Only,
Olina looked at Li Guanqi, slightly hesitant, but finally sighed helplessly.
Forget it, Mr. Li. You are our savior. I hope you can be safe. But if this is your request, I will satisfy you.
Thank you, Your Majesty the Queen.
Li Guanqi's eyes suddenly shone. He turned to look at the golden dragon bone beside him, and put it directly into his space necklace. The white jade platform that originally held the 10-meter keel became empty in an instant. And even the white jade bracket supporting the skeleton was taken away by Li Guanqi. If we had to classify the dragon bones of this third-generation Golden Dragon King into different grades, it would be at least a 9th grade resource, or even a semi-god grade resource. After all, the third-generation Golden Dragon King's combat power was quite terrifying during his lifetime, surpassing the ordinary Jogon level, and he was known as the
Demigod Dragon King.
While pretending, Li Guanqi took a look at the items inside the space necklace, and then discovered that he still had a golden dragon elephant puppet that he got from Yu's tomb that he hadn't checked yet. He had to find time to ask Xiaoxue to activate it to see what the grade was.
Let's go this way next, Mr. Li.
Queen Olina turned around and walked towards the other corner of the kingdom's treasure house.
You are a magician. I have prepared an item for you. If nothing else happens, I will wait until you have attracted all the stars before using it. With this item, the spiritual strength can reach the upper limit of level 7 in less than half a year. As for the 8th level, as I told you before, you have to rely on yourself. After the 8th level, the increase in spiritual strength will be perfectly synchronized with the improvement of the realm, and you no longer need to find the corresponding resources. After saying that, Olina stopped and turned sideways, allowing Li Guanqi to see the item she wanted to display. It was a cylindrical white jade platform that reached about her waist. On top of it was a semicircular transparent light green mask, and the inside of the mask could be clearly seen. The item inside is a round gem emitting white gold light. What's this?
Li Guanqi looked at Olina curiously.
The 7th level magic weapon is blessed by the god of light.
Olina's eyes were lowered as she looked down at this platinum gem. Her light golden pupils shone with a bit of splendor.
This is also my personal private collection. Many years ago, I was hunted down by the alien mansion. It wasn't me who got the gold. That time with Keel. It was another one. I have been chased by the Urin mansion not once or twice. And I have killed more than 1 or 2 strong men from the Urin mansion. That time, it was another person. An earlier time. At that time, I had not yet opened the Palace of Laws. I was not at the 9th level. Just an 8th level night elf. The strong man from the Urin mansion is also at the 8th level. Although he belongs to the Urin mansion, which specializes in abducting and selling strange people. He actually has a special physique, which is called the Son of Light. If a child of light is a spellcaster, his use of the laws of light will be greatly enhanced. And his natural spells will also be changed into spells related to light. If it is a human of different blood, although the physique and abilities of the Son of Light cannot be reproduced and inherited, his own natural ability must be to control the power of light, no matter what family of different blood he comes from. The guy who was chasing me was an 8th level alien blood warrior with the power of light. And we night elves have extremely low resistance to the power of light. I was restrained by this child of light, and almost died there. I had been through many battles before that, but never as close to death as that one. It can be said that it was the first time in my life that my life hung on a thread. Of course, after a desperate fight, I finally succeeded in counterattacking, feeding the heart of the Son of Light into his mouth, and then blasting his disgusting head, killing him. In the body of the Son of Light, a white crystal called the Light Crystal will condense, which will not disappear even after death, and contain strong light power. Later, I took this white crystal and went to the Violet Empire to find an 8th level weapon refiner, hoping that he would help me make it into a sacrificial weapon to commemorate the first time my life was hanging by a thread. But,
at this point, Olina's expression was very complicated, and finally turned into a helpless smile.
That bastard old man completely got my wishes wrong. What I told him was to use this light crystal to help me make an 8th level defensive sacrificial weapon dedicated to defending against the power of light.
After all, as a night elf, my biggest weakness is the power of light. The result of it? What that bastard old man finally handed me was a level 7 auxiliary sacrificial weapon. Not only did the grade drop by 1 level, directly from level 8 to level 7, but the function of this thing is completely different from what I wanted. Its function became an auxiliary to refining spiritual power and increasing spiritual power intensity training supplies. Moreover, the old man, he actually carved words on the surface of this thing without permission, and named it something messy like Blessing of the God of Light. I was really speechless at that time.
Olina shook her head dumbfounded.
I took the light crystal of the enemy of life and death to him to refine a sacrificial weapon, and he named me Blessing of the God of Light. If I use this thing, I will still be able to use it.
Are you accepting the guy's blessing? Huh?
Hearing this, Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh.
So,
Olina sighed helplessly.
Mr. Li, when you look for someone to make weapons in the future, don't be like me and find such unreliable people. What happened next?
Li Guanqi was a little curious and asked with a smile.
If you drop from level 8 to level 7, will he compensate you?
Certainly. As soon as these words came out, the helplessness on Olina's face suddenly disappeared, and she turned to smile and said,
The Weapon Refiner Chamber of Commerce not only gave me the 7th level sacrificial weapon, but also compensated me with an 8th level light type weapon. Defensive sacrificial weapon. If you really want to talk about it, it's actually a bit of a profit. Well, light.
When Li Guanqi heard this, he suddenly remembered another thing.
My queen, wouldn't the night elves be burned by the power of the law of light? How did the night elf conjurer understand the law of light when he was at the 4th level?
Chapter 547. The frog in the well always heads to the new world.
Have no idea.
Faced with Li Guanqi's question, Olina spread her hands.
I was at the 8th level when I mutated into a night elf, and I had already understood the law of light. Later, although the power of the law of light would suppress the spiritual power in my body, I would not be able to survive.
On the one hand, my use of the law of light has not been affected. In other words, I can continue to use the power of the law of light. But after using it, if I get too close to the power of the law of light, my spiritual power will be suppressed. How to say? Well, it's a bit like ordinary people making fire for cooking. Although they have the ability to light a fire, they will get burned if they get close to it. As for other night elf magicians, I'm sorry, There are too few cases. So I really don't know. We don't have many conjurers in the kingdom of Dark Night. And most of them, like me, were already at level 4 or above when they mutated into Night Elves, and have long understood the law of light. Right now, we only have one level 2 Night Elf Warlock. The answer to this question may have to wait until he reaches the 4th level.
As she said that, Alina narrowed her beautiful eyes and seemed to be thinking deeply about this matter. If the 4th level Night Elf Conjurer cannot understand the law of light, then the problem will be serious. This means that the Kingdom of Dark Night will continue to thrive in the future, and future newborns with spell qualifications will never be able to pass the 4th level. She just hoped that wasn't the case.
What about after the cure?
Li Guanqi was unable to answer the previous question and could only change the question.
After you are healed by me, will you still be burned by the power of the law of light? Meeting.
Alina nodded lightly.
This characteristic still exists. But similarly, the characteristics of our night demon period are also still there. Our power against the law of darkness has increased exceptionally. And at night, our combat power has also increased accordingly. So the word Night Elf, in addition to its appearance, also fits our combat situation.
I see. Li Guanqi also nodded. It seems that the Night Elves really deserve the term
Dark Night. Okay. Let's get back to this.
Alina turned her head and looked at the white jade platform where the
blessing of the God of Light
was placed. Then she hooked her right hand, and the light green light mask on the platform immediately dissipated. She directly reached out and took out the platinum gem inside, and then handed it to Li Guanqi.
Thank you, Queen.
Li Guanqi lowered his head slightly and took it with both hands.
Right. That is it.
Alina smiled.
You only need to hold this gem with both hands, and then inject spiritual power. It can help you refine your spiritual power. According to my speculation, you can use it to refine your spiritual power in just half a year.
The spiritual strength has been raised to the upper limit of level 7.
Li Guanqi looked down at the platinum gem in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Alina believes that the upper limit of 7th level spiritual power is LV79 when converted into system values. But he possesses
100 refined spiritual power.
If he increases his spiritual power to the upper limit of level 7, although the intensity is the same as others, the amount of spiritual power is different. Since he has 100 times the total spiritual power of a human being, he will be banned from the system panel. It is directly judged to be LV89, and the actual effect is indeed the same. With his massive spiritual power, he can easily perform spells beyond levels. The system's conversion display is quite reliable. In other words, when Li Guanqi uses this platinum gem to increase his strength to the upper limit of 7 stars, the data displayed on the system panel should be spiritual power, LV89, 89.9. Jiogong level, LV90. The highest level of combat power in the new era. He is getting closer and closer to that level of power. And what did the Queen say? Use this thing to refine your spiritual power for half a year? Li Guanqi lowered his head and glanced at the platinum gem, and then put the 7th level sacrificial artifact called
Blessing of the God of Light
into the space necklace. It won't take that long. Although this thing was made into a 7th level sacrificial weapon, that's because it can help people refine their spiritual power. But in fact, only 7th level conjurers need to strengthen their spiritual power, not 8th level magicians. So it doesn't matter, no matter how you divide it. It can only be divided into 7th level sacrificial vessels. But in fact, the core of this platinum gem is the crystallization of light in the body of the 8th level Son of Light. Li Guanqi estimated that if he directly plundered and swallowed the entire gem and consumed it as a disposable item, he should be able to quickly increase his spiritual power to the upper limit of 7 stars. Well, let's do it. Thinking of this, Li Guanqi looked around and smiled at the various treasures in the kingdom's treasure house. In other words, this trip to the elf forest was really a good harvest, allowing him to obtain the inheritance of Netherworld and evolve the Nether Blood. The mission reward of the hidden mission, Land of Darkness, gave him a golden talent and a golden ability. Alina's gifts were a demigod-level dragon bone and a light crystal. The former helped him solve the problem of resources to increase the strength of his physical body in the future, and the latter helped him solve the problem of increasing the strength of his spiritual power. Next, you don't have to worry about the training resources for martial arts and spells.
So, there's still a soul left?
At this time, Alina turned around and slowly walked towards the other side of the treasure house. In the direction she walked, There was a large shelf covered by a blue defensive cover. Each small compartment on the shelf was filled with dark blue crystals of various sizes, large or small. And there were hundreds of them at least.
Mr. Lee, would you mind absorbing the souls of other creatures to strengthen your own soul?
Alina said softly.
Of course I don't mind,
Li Guanqi replied casually. Just kidding. How could he mind? Not to mention the souls of other creatures. He has plundered and devoured countless souls, even from the same human race.
That's good.
Olina stopped, pointed to the shelves with many blue crystals, and smiled.
These are soul stones. You can also call them soul crystals. It is essentially a soul storage. However, after special refining techniques, the stored soul will gradually turn into pure soul power after 10 to 30 days of storage, forming a stable structure that can be absorbed by people. And we can slowly absorb the soul power contained in it to improve our soul.
Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Isn't this almost exactly the same as his plundering technique?
But for such a convenient thing, why have I never heard of it?
Li Guanqi was a little curious.
Because the technology is not mature enough, and the spread is not high enough.
Olina smiled slightly.
The Soul Stone technology was only studied by the Violet Council more than 10 years ago. It is only circulated among the high-ranking nobles on the Violet side. Mr. Lee, you are from the East. There is no relevant news there. Normal. And the most important thing is that the current Soul Stone technology is not yet mature, and can only capture souls of the 8th level and above. Souls of the 7th level and below will be broken as soon as they come in, and cannot form a stable structure that can be absorbed by people. First of all, it was only circulated among the high-ranking nobles on the Violet side, and there was naturally no way for outsiders to obtain it. Secondly, the current Soul Stone can only store souls of 8th level and above. Practitioners of lower than 8th level and 7th level will of course find it difficult to obtain relevant information. Forehead.
Li Guanqi had a strange expression.
Then how did you get it? Queen? Isn't it another trophy? Congratulations. You guessed it right.
Olina smiled. Her beautiful face was filled with smiles and eyes that were touching.
3 years ago, I killed an 8th level noble from the Violet Empire, and I got these more than 100 pills from him. Soul Stone.
However, Li Guanqi smiled helplessly. This Queen of the Night always looks gentle now, but in fact she is a ruthless killer at heart.
But the Soul Stone is a disposable item.
Olina looked at the more than 100 Lunghu mountains on the shelf and said softly,
Once the Soul Stone stores the soul and is absorbed again, the Soul Stone will be scrapped. In addition, counterfeiting is expensive, except for the great nobles. Besides, there really aren't many people who can afford it.
As she said that, she stepped forward and reached out to grab the top shelf. The largest dark blue soul stone is placed on that floor, which is about the size of a head, while the other soul stones are only as big as a fist. There are only 3 in total. Olina took one down.
This is a soul stone that stores 9th level souls.
Olina handed the extra large soul stone to Li Guanqi and said with a smile,
After you have the 8th level soul, absorb it. If nothing happens, the soul strength should reach the peak of the 8th level. Thank you, Queen.
Li Guanqi took it solemnly with both hands, then bowed his head to thank the Queen of the Night. Of course he won't shirk it, because he really needs this.
Also,
Olina looked at the expression on Li Guanqi's face carefully, and then smiled.
Although it seems that you have no psychological burden at all, I still want to say it. The owner of this soul is a 9th level warrior from a foreigner's mansion. He has a fetish. The Daluo people of the Daluo dynasty originally discriminated against spellcasters. Those children who were born with physical disabilities because of their talent for spells would not only receive no sympathy, but would be dragged away and killed by the government. Perhaps it was this kind of growth environment that further amplified the 9th level warrior's fetish and made him more confident. Since he joined the foreign mansion, he has tortured and played with countless women with physical disabilities, and finally tortured and killed them one by one on the bed. That guy can be called a psychopath. I killed him last year. I rarely take risks to kill the Jiogong level powerhouse from Daluo Mansion for reasons other than the Night Elves. But he is the only exception because I really can't stand it.
I think, Mr. Lee, you won't feel guilty for absorbing and devouring the soul of such a scumbag, right?
At this point, Olina looked at Li Guanqi, whose expression remained unchanged, and asked hesitantly,
Well, Mr. Lee, you really don't seem to mind this kind of thing? Is it okay to absorb the souls of compatriots? What is a compatriot?
Li Guanqi shrugged, with an indifferent expression.
Partners who live and die together are true compatriots. Not every human being is my compatriot. There are also human beings who are enemies of human beings. Human beings have been killing each other since ancient times. It has never disappeared. As long as there is a reason, I will never hesitate to kill people, let alone devour the souls of such scum.
Right. Alina smiled and nodded.
So, thanks to the Queen for this gift. I will make good use of it.
Li Guanqi shook the extra large soul stone in his hand, and then put it into the space necklace.
But that's all I can do about the soul.
Alina looked at him and smiled helplessly.
After all, I really can't get the resources to upgrade my soul to the 8th level. Especially for those who want to upgrade my soul to the 9th level. It doesn't matter. I have a way.
Li Guanqi waved his hand.
Well, Lucy.
When Alina heard this, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly.
As far as I know, the Central Holy Spring in Loya Tree City has the power to help people ascend to the 8th level of their souls. But if they want to open it, the priests of the Tulip Elf clan must. The scepter is an essential item. And that scepter should be in the hands of the contemporary high priest of the Tulip Elf at this moment. Mr. Li, you should also ask for some reward for the Tulip Elf. Certainly.
Li Guanqi smiled and said,
This is the path I'm talking about. That's good.
Alina nodded slightly, then looked around, looking at the countless treasures nearby, and smiled softly.
So, Mr. Li, what else do you need? As long as you like these things, Mr. Li, just take them, that's it. I'd love to say enough is enough.
Li Guanqi suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
But, what should I say? How about I take a look again? No need to be formal. Please do as you please.
Alina smiled slightly and said,
Also, Mr. Li, you can put yourself in someone else's shoes and think about it. Except for the demigod dragon bone. The other things you took are actually not worth it to me. A 9th level elf magician.
Something to mention. And even the demigod dragon bone, as I just said, to me is something whose theoretical value is greater than its practical value. In other words, there is no need for you to be restrained. You can be more uninhibited and take whatever you want. The Queen has said so I won't be polite.
Li Guanqi smiled and nodded. Then turned around and started walking around in this spacious treasure house. Walking around from treasure to treasure, checking to see if there was anything he wanted. This look lasted for several minutes. Until,
this is a 9th level magic weapon. I don't know its name.
Alina saw Li Guanqi standing in front of a purple knight's sword. And then introduced.
This is also my trophy. I killed a Jiogong level violet knight back then. And this is that guy's matching sword. Another trophy?
Li Guanqi looked at Alina with a strange expression.
Queen, I used to think that the Jiogong level was a high ceiling of combat power. Why do you think that the Jiogong level is like cabbage on the street? Always killing one. Combat power ceiling?
Alina was stunned for a moment. Then covered her mouth and chuckled.
These words are not rigorous. There are 9 small stages of the 9 palaces level. Each time a divine palace is opened, the combat power is different. The initial stage of the 9 palaces level and the great perfection of the 9 palaces level are completely different. Laws can be compared. If we really want to talk about the ceiling of combat power, it has to be those 9 palace leveled Dzogchen who are known as demigods, such as Emperor Luo of the Great Luo Dynasty, or the Speaker of the Violet Parliament. Those are the ceiling. As for what you said about Jiogong level is like cabbage on the street, well, how should I put it?
Alina thought for a while, then looked at Li Guanqi and said softly,
It's probably a matter of hierarchy. For example, when I was a child and a member of the hunting team in the elf tribe, I felt that the captain of the hunting team was a very big official. How enviable. But later, when I became stronger and became a captain, I found that just in a meeting, there would be dozens of captains sitting next to me. At that time, I felt that the various chiefs in the tribe were the big shots. For example, Chief Hunting Officer, Chief Scout, Chief Magician, etc. But after I took over as the Chief Magician, the other chiefs began to hang out with me, and several chiefs would get together to drink mead. When I went to other elven tribes to attend a sorority party, I found that there were hundreds of chiefs from all major tribes in total. At that time, I thought the tribal high priest was the most powerful person. However, when I stepped into the 8th level and became the only 8th level person in the entire tribe, the 7th level high priest was also respectful in front of me, saying all day long that the hope of the tribe was all on me. At that time, I felt that I was so powerful, and I was the only one who fell to the 8th level. However, when I mutated into a night elf and had no choice but to step out of that small place and enter the truly vast world. I realized that I was just a frog in a well. The first time, I went to attend an auction in the capital of Beimei Royal Court. I was shocked to find that there were hundreds of 8-tiered people sitting in the venue. At that time, I began to feel that the Jyogun level talents were powerful, and each of them was a rare big shot. But what happens next? After I became a Jyogun level person myself, I discovered that those rare and superior people in my eyes were not that rare at all. And it's not condescending. Even those at the 9 Palace level can be turned into dead souls by me. But at this stage, I discovered that there are many powerful big names above me, such as the Tulip Queen, such as Luo Di, and so on.
Speaking of this, Olina smiled.
So, this world is really big, and the 9 Palaces level is not scarce. Some people think that the 9 Palaces level is mysterious and rare, but they just haven't reached the corresponding level. Mr. Lee.
The Queen of the Night gently patted Li Guanqi's shoulder and said softly,
As long as you don't stop in life, you will always see new things. Those things that you thought were unattainable in the past will one day become yours.
The things around us are so ordinary. Face it all with a normal heart and keep moving forward unswervingly. The meaning of life is to never stop.
Li Guanqi looked thoughtful.
Teachable.
A few seconds later, Li Guanqi looked at Olina seriously and lowered his head slightly.
Serious words.
Olina just smiled softly.
That?
Li Guanqi also looked to the side and pointed at the 9th level magic weapon long sword on the shelf.
My Lady Queen, please give me this again. Okay.
Olina waved her hand casually, and the red light shield covering the sword dissipated. Li Guanqi was also able to take out the long sword and put it into the space necklace. But in fact, he did not want to use this sword, but to eat it later for the Qingxian sword. The Qingxian sword, which has the foundation of a divine weapon, can evolve into a 9th level sword as long as it swallows this 9th level magic weapon. Magic weapon long sword. After the Qingxian sword has been transformed through systematic mission rewards, it has the potential to grow as a God King weapon, as long as enough 9th level
sword weapons / sacrificial weapons
are consumed. Qingxian sword can completely evolve into a divine weapon, but it is a pity that there are several 9th level bows and arrows in this treasure house. But there is only this 9th level long sword, which is Queen Alina's own trophy.
Let's have another look. Mr. Lee?
Alina said softly.
Uh-huh.
Li Guanqi nodded, turned around and walked towards the treasure house areas that he hadn't seen yet. Suddenly, the voice of the magic knife sounded in Li Guanqi's mind.
What's wrong?
Li Guanqi stopped.
Take a step back. Do you see the necklace and the blue light shield?
Demon Knife's voice sounded a little excited.
Hurry up and ask that black-skinned girl to open the mask. Grandmas, if it weren't for the mask, I would have discovered it long ago.
Chapter 548, How to Unlock the 9th Level of the Magic Knife Point Snow Spear and the Heavenly Divine Armor. Following the reminder from the magic knife, Li Guanqi took 3 steps back and came to a small white jade platform. The top of this white jade platform is shrouded in a layer of translucent blue light, and inside is a model of a neck, displaying a necklace or a pendant. The shape is very beautiful, with a total of 9 small gemstones of different colors forming a ring pendant.
My Lady Queen, please help me turn this on.
Li Guanqi pointed at it, turned to Olina and said,
This?
Olina walked over, glanced at the ring pendant inside, and couldn't help but smile.
This is also my trophy. I named it the 9-colored heart. It is a sacrificial vessel, but its grade is difficult to determine. Its function is that after injecting spiritual power, the 9 small gems inlaid on it will randomly release the power of 9 basic laws. However, the power released is uncontrollable and not fixed at all. Sometimes, it can only release a small flame, and sometimes, it can release an avalanche comparable to an 8th level spell. It's very interesting. Of course, it has no practicality. I don't know which refiner's joke. Do, Buzz?
After saying that, Olina waved her hand and lifted the blue shield around the heart of 9 colors. That's it. At the same time, the excited voice of the magic knife sounded in Li Guanqi's mind.
Did you see that black gem? That is one of my unsealed objects. Damn. I have been running from the east to the west with you for so long. Finally found another unblocked item. In other words, this treasure house contains the accumulation of the tulip elf over 4,000 years. And there may be more unsealed items. Quick! Get this 9-colored heart And then let this black-skinned bitch remove all the shields in the entire treasure house. These shields can isolate the breath. If we hadn't been so close just now, we would definitely have missed it. This 9-color heart.
Lee Guanxi couldn't help but nod when he heard this. This makes sense.
My lady queen, I want this 9-color heart.
Lee Guanxi pointed to the pendant inlaid with 9-colored gems and said to Alina.
Sure.
Alina smiled slightly and said,
although I don't know why you want to choose this. I still have to remind you that the power of this thing is uncontrollable, and its practicality is very poor. You can just use it to play with it occasionally. Thank you, Queen, for reminding me.
Lee Guanxi nodded, then reached out and took out the 9-color heart and put it into his space necklace.
Also,
he looked around and looked at the countless treasures in this treasure house, all of which were covered by various defensive shields. He hesitated and said,
my lady, I wonder if you can temporarily lift the defensive shields in the entire treasure house.
One time.
Oh! Alina's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. And then she didn't ask any more questions. She just smiled and said,
of course.
After saying that, she raised her hands, formed a seal on her chest, and then pushed the formed spiritual power seal into the air with one palm.
Boom!
The seal exploded over the treasure house, radiating a dark golden wave of light. All the treasure defense shields hit by this wave dissipated as quickly as winter snow meets the warm sun. In the blink of an eye, countless treasures in the entire treasure house lost their defensive shields, and countless auras escaped.
One of my unblocked items,
Shishua's soft voice suddenly sounded.
In addition to the 9-colored heart, I have 2 more.
The magic knife also laughed, and then said in Lee Guanxi's mind,
look, kid. The Tulip Elf's 4,000 years of accumulation really has something to it. And based on probability calculations, the artifacts unsealed here include mine and Shishua's, which proves that there must be more other artifacts. But we only have these few artifacts, and we cannot sense the unsealed objects of other artifacts.
But you can continue to keep in touch with that black-skinned girl. If you get other artifacts in the future, you can bring them over to find out if there are any related unblocking items. Well, not only the machete and Schwer's, but I also have one.
At this time, Ares suddenly said,
however, there is no need to take mine. It is a 5-level power unsealing item. However, I have already unlocked it to the 8th level with the artifact altar. There is no need for that.
A power unblocking object used to unblock the 5th level.
Listening to the voices of the artifacts in his mind, Lee Guanxi couldn't help but smile.
Hey, give me directions,
Lee Guanxi said aloud in his mind.
Take mine first. Take mine.
Shishua suddenly became extremely excited.
Go forward 100 meters. Then turn left. The ice gem inlaid on the blue wristband is my unsealing object. And the form of my unsealing object is different from Xiaokai. There is no fixed level of sealed objects. They are all used to unlock the power and memory of the next level.
As Lee Guanxi followed the instructions, he wondered in his mind.
Xiaoshu, I'm a little unsure of what you mean. Can you make it clearer? Forehead.
Xiaoxua organized her words, and then said,
for our artifact, there are 2 ways to unlock the seal. One is to get the unsealing object, and the other is to go directly to the artifact altar and forcefully unlock it with the power of the host. There is no threshold required to use unblocked items. You can unblock them once you get them. There is a threshold for using the artifact altar, which depends on the host's ability. But this is also the most direct way. Just like Xiaokai, his last master from the Deluyan family relied on the artifact altar to directly help him unblock to the 8th level. And the unblocking artifact he used to unblock the power of the 5th level was even left here. To him, this unblocking object that unblocks the 5th level of power is meaningless. But that's just for him. It's different for me. Because my power to unblock objects does not simply unblock the power, but also unblocks the memories along with it. Moreover, my unblocking object is not a fixed mechanism. It is not about unblocking which layer, but unblocking the next layer. For example, if I unblock one level, after absorbing the unblocking object, I can unblock 2 levels. And after we came out of the ice temple last time, Master, you helped me unlock the 7th level. So if I absorb the unsealing object now, I can directly unlock the 8th level.
Oh! Lee Guanxi stopped and looked at an ice blue wristband on the platform in front of him. He raised his hand and touched the ice gem inlaid on the wristband, with a thoughtful look on his face.
No matter how many layers are unblocked now, just use it to unblock one layer. Once you have used it to unblock one layer, you can unblock the second layer. After using it to unblock the 7th level, you can unblock the 8th level. In other words, after you unblock the 8th level, and then use this unblocking item, you can directly unblock it to the 9th level. Then, there is absolutely no need for us to use this unblocking item now. Right. When the time comes, we will go to the Ice Temple, use the artifact altar to help you unlock the 8th floor, and then use this. Won't it lead directly to the 9th floor? No way.
Xiaoxue was speechless for a moment and said helplessly,
For me, from unsealing the 1st level to unsealing the 8th level, from unsealing the 8th level to unsealing the 9th level, and from unsealing the 9th level to unsealing the 10th level, I can completely restore the power of the artifact. Are 3 completely different stages, and the methods of unblocking are also somewhat different. I want to unblock the 9th floor, and there are only 2 ways. 1. Find the specific 9th level unsealed object that contains the Law of Ice. Although the world is huge and the hope seems slim, after I unblock the 8th level, my ability to perceive the unblocked object will skyrocket. As long as I am on the same continent as it, I should be able to sense it. Of course, the premise is that the unsealed object is not blocked, just like Queen Alina did before, covering all the treasures with a defensive cover to block the breath.
Then there is nothing I can do. But maybe we can find time to use the prophecy taught by Pluto to get hints? 2. Go to the artifact altar. But if you want to unlock the 9th level through the artifact altar, it means that you, Master, must withstand the impact of the ice law for a period of time, which is the power of the 9 palaces level law. My suggestion is that it is best to wait until you, the Master, have opened the fire palace before proceeding. Otherwise you will die if you cannot bear it.
Speaking of this, Xiaoxue smiled and said,
So, this unblocking item can only be used to help me unblock the 8th floor now. But it's okay. It saves me the trouble of going to the Ice Temple again. It's pretty much the same.
The demon sword also spoke slowly.
It's just that, unlike Xiaoxue, I don't have a 9th level unsealing item. If I want to unblock the 9th level, there is only one way to go to my artifact altar. This means, boy, you will need to withstand the double impact of the 9 palaces dark law and the fire law. After all, I am an artifact with dual attributes of magic flame, although we still have no clues about my artifact altar. However, including the colorful heart I just got, there are 3 of my unsealed items in this treasure house. I hope that after absorbing them all, I can unlock my relevant memories and find the location of the artifact altar. I am about the same.
Ares also echoed.
Like the demon sword, I don't have 9 level unsealing items, but mine should be more difficult than his. When using the artifact altar to unseal it, Master, you need to withstand 9 levels.
The impact of the 9 palaces is getting harder and harder every level.
Li Guanqi frowned and hesitated.
You mean, you need to unlock the 9th floor 9 times? That's understandable,
Ares said.
It was the same when the boy from the Yun family helped me unblock the 8th level. He unblocked it 8 times, corresponding to the 8 small stages of the Bagua level. Every time he opened an 8th level acupoint, he would bring Iwid back to the artifact altar to unblock it once. Only after he reaches Bagua leveled Dzogchen, opens all 8 acupoints, and helps me unblock 8 times on the 8th level, can I be completely immune to Bagua level attacks. The same will apply to the 9 palaces level at that time. Under normal circumstances, opening one of the 9 palaces of the Divine Palace can help me unblock it once on the 9th floor, and opening 2 Divine Palaces can help me unblock it twice. However, Master, your situation is very special. Your combat power is extraordinary, and your physical strength and spiritual strength are far higher than those of the same level. I estimate that, Master, when you are at the Bagua level, you can help me unblock it for the first time on the 9th floor. Oh?
Li Guanqi was stunned.
I just found out about this. I thought you would be completely immune to Bagua level attacks by unsealing the 8th level, and you would be completely immune to Jiogon level attacks by unsealing the 9th level. Forehead.
Ares was speechless for a moment.
Actually, this is also true. But the problem is that for me, the definition of unsealing the 8th level is different from other artifacts. Alright.
Li Guanqi smiled helplessly.
It can be said that my predecessors helped me plant a tree. At least I don't have to help you unblock the 8th floor. I only have to worry about unblocking the 9th floor in the future. In this way, Xiaoxue is the most convenient. She is the only one with 9, you can directly use the unsealed items to unlock the 9th level. You and the magic sword can only rely on the artifact altar. What is this?
As soon as he said this, Shudkong jumped directly.
These guys all need to rely on this and that to unblock. What about me? I don't need to unblock at all. Okay. This is the most convenient. Ah.
Ares sneered.
You're just an auxiliary type. You're so embarrassed to talk. How can you? An auxiliary type. Compared to us combat types who attack and defend hard? You are so weak that you don't have any breath without sealing. You didn't need to worry about being caught by Pluto's lackeys back then. But we are so strong. We must have relied on multiple seals to suppress our breath back then. Hack. You damn.
What annoys Shankara the most is that this guy always calls him an auxiliary type. At this time, the magic knife made a strange sound. As if it was
taking a breath and thinking, hey, Shankara.
A few seconds later, the magic knife asked curiously,
I just thought about it from beginning to end. Since this kid got it, has your only teleportation effect been achieved? It seems like there isn't one at all. When you want to come to the Tulip Empire, you have never been to this place before. You don't know the spatial coordinates. And you can't teleport. You have to get a fake certificate from the Sakura Shogunate to come here. When you were raped by the Tulip Queen, you were a strict-hen wife. And your wife Jingjing made it useless, causing this boy to lose his virginity. When we arrived at the Tulip Elf Forest, when we wanted to go out, it turned out that you were still rendered useless by Jingjing and couldn't get out at all. Damn it. You were obviously used to run away. But I only realized now that when we needed you to teleport away, you were not used even once.
The sky was silent for a moment.
Well, I can't say that.
Li Guanqi smiled.
After all, the reason why I was able to go back to Ares' artifact space was because of teleportation. So he is still of some use. Right.
Demon Sword seemed very surprised.
It turns out that Shan Kong still has some achievements. How about you?
Shudkong was indignant.
What's your record with this broken sword?
Demon Sword smiled.
Back in the Sakura Shogunate, when this kid was still at the 4th level, facing the Ryoha level Takagi Kinto. Without me, he could have cut through that guy's 6th level mecha sacrificial weapon by 2 levels. SHL? A good man doesn't mention his bravery in the past. How can you help him now?
Shudkong sneered.
How many levels have you unsealed now? It seems like it's only the 5th level? What's the master strength now? With Bagua level combat power. It's taking up a lot of space with you. Why don't you move and move the Shinwu?
Will you give up the empty space in the box? What a pity. I will soon have to rely on unblocking items to continue unblocking.
Demon Sword pretended to be regretful and said,
There are 3 unsealed items. One of which is a power unsealed item. And 2 memory unsealed items. I don't know if there is anything about the artifact altar among the memory unsealed items. If so, then wait. I went to the artifact altar, and after unlocking the 8th floor, you have nothing to say. You? Ha 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 ha.
Shudkong wanted to quarrel again, but then Pluto suddenly burst into laughter. Funny. Funny.
Damn funny.
Pluto's voice sounded very happy and full of smiles.
Hey, do you know? In my opinion, you two are just like the romantic women in the red light district. Constantly flirting and telling an old client how useful you are in bed. How awesome. He keeps talking about what positions he has used on old customers and what his past performance is. It's so damn interesting.
Both Demon Sword and Shudkong were silent. Ares and Shioshua also stopped talking. The relationship between the artifact and Pluto was already on the same level. Not to mention the sudden and abnormal metaphor of Pluto, which not only silenced the artifact, but even Li Guanqi was suddenly confused. But it has to be said that for artifacts, Pluto is the absolute king of silence. As soon as he bubbled up, the artifact stopped talking. Li Guanqi's originally busy mind suddenly became quiet, and he stopped chatting with the artifacts and started doing business. Following the guidance of the artifacts, he began to collect unsealed items in this treasure house. Shioshua only has one unblocked item here. It was an ice gem embedded in the 8th level wristband. This unsealed object was the main energy source of the wristband. There are 3 items to unblock the magic sword here. A small black gem on the 9-color heart. The crimson tip of a 7th level spear is the unsealed product of the magic knife. Li Guanqi thought the black shield frame on an 8th level shield was the shield surface at first, but it turned out to be the edge frame. There is only one unblocked item from Ares.
Although the unsealed object was now useless to Ares, Li Guanqi still took it. And the unsealed object turned out to be a jade glass cup inlaid with precious stones. These unblocked items are really weird.
My queen,
After putting everything into the space necklace, Li Guanqi turned to look at Olina and bowed seriously.
Thank you for the gift. I have gained a lot from this trip. Thank you for helping me. Thank you. Forehead.
Olina was a little helpless.
Mr. Li, this is for us, the Night Elves, to thank you for being our savior. Why do you do it the other way around?
As she said that, she looked at the treasures around her, then looked at Li Guanqi and continued to ask.
So, is that all? Don't want to get anything else? That's enough.
Li Guanqi nodded.
These things you gave me can ensure that I won't have to run around for cultivation resources for a long time in the future. That's good.
Olina smiled slightly, and then said with emotion,
Well, so, it's time to leave. Are you leaving the elf forest?
Li Guanqi blinked. After these night elves leave, and the tulip elf returns to the giant tree of Loya, the ceremony for him to ascend to the 8th level of his soul is about to begin.
Of course. In fact, if you hadn't suddenly passed out, Mr. Li, we would have left by now.
Olina casually tore open a black space crack and stepped into it.
Come on, Mr. Li. I will take you back to the palace. Oh, right.
She stood inside the space crack and looked back at Li Guanqi.
We will hold another dinner party tonight. Mr. Li, are you coming? Sure.
Li Guanqi nodded, and then followed Olina into the space crack.
Well, I'll ask the chef to make some delicacies that suit human tastes.
Olina smiled.
This is a farewell dinner. When the dinner is over, we will completely leave this elven forest belonging to the tulip elves, and then go find and build our own home for the night elves.
After saying that, she waved her hand, and the space crack closed. The kingdom's treasure house, which stored countless treasures, became empty and silent again. After Li Guanqi and Olina left, the white jade platforms where the treasures were placed once again had defensive light shields of different colors raised. Just like before, well, there were just a few less treasures than before. Chapter 549, The Kingdom of Dark Night and the Violet Empire. The format of the farewell dinner is different from the last bonfire party. Queen Olina directly performed a 9th level ultra-large-scale levitation technique, sending more than 6,000 night elves from the Kingdom of Dark Night, together with Li Guanqi, directly into the sky above the giant tree of Loya, and then used the method of space solidification, allowing people, tables and chairs to step directly on the solidified space. This time the Cloud Night Banquet is indeed quite fresh, compared with the ordinary Bonfire Night Banquet. This Cloud Night Banquet is obviously more innovative. After all, there are not many elves with the ability to fly. So tonight is a rare occasion. Elf magicians can cast wind spells to fly into the sky, and elves with related flying abilities can also fly into the sky. But there are not many elves in the Kingdom of Dark Night. As an ordinary elf without the ability to fly, if he wants to fly into the sky by his own power, he must at least wait until he reaches the Lioha level and understands the laws of space.
Actually, the red moon is quite beautiful. If the moon in the real world also changes colors every day, maybe it would be good too.
At the edge of the night banquet in the clouds, Li Guanqi was dressed in black, sitting next to a suspended round table, holding a glass of mead in his hand, drinking alone against the bloody full moon in the sky. Starry. The vastness of the night sky stretches as far as the eye can see. There are clouds and mist. The scarlet blood moon loomed. This is a very beautiful sight. But Li Guanqi was just admiring it alone. As the savior of the night elves, it is impossible for him,
Mr. Li,
to be ignored. At the beginning of the banquet, he was actually singing and dancing in the center, celebrating with the night elves. However, after it was lively for a while, he couldn't help but feel that the group of chirping elves were too noisy. So he chose come here and be quiet.
What a beautiful sight! But it's a blood moon day.
Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind. Li Guanqi looked back. It's Hivo Andal. This 8th level Dark Knight general was currently wearing a light blue luxurious robe and holding a bottle of the elf's favorite wine in his hand. But Li Guanqi drank a few nauseating, Rakul, wine. Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile as he looked at Hivo Andal, who was walking slowly. He had previously told Queen Olina that it was Elena, not Hivo Andal's words, that really made more than 6,000 night elves make up their minds to drink the night potion and live completely as night elves. But suppose that if Hivo Andal hadn't come out that night and said those a few words impassionedly, could the Kingdom of Dark Night really continue to exist? I'm afraid it's also difficult.
A drink?
Li Guanqi smiled at him and raised the mead in his hand.
Oh, I really don't want to touch this cup with you.
However, Havo Andal held the liqueur wine in his hand and reluctantly touched the glass with Li Guanqi.
You are drinking flower-brewed mead. Mead is inherently weak, and you are the weakest among the meads.
It's a light kind. Among us elves, only children and women like to drink flower-brewed honey wine.
Li Guanqi was speechless for a moment.
Don't mind.
Havo Andal grinned and patted Li Guanqi on the shoulder, then sat down next to him. The white-haired and black-skinned night elf looked up at the full blood-colored moon in the sky. His pale yellow pupils revealed a somewhat complex meaning.
Blood moon. Blood moon. What happened to Blood moon?
Li Guanqi looked at him curiously. For creatures in the New Age, the blood moon should be a normal celestial change.
We elves have a legend.
Havo Andal looked at the blood moon and murmured softly.
When the blood moon first appeared in the world, the first night elf in history was born. His second-level form would transform into a blood-sucking monster, killing countless people. Endless spirits. Later, the first generation of elven high priests killed the night elf. But before his death, the night elf cursed the elves. Since then, night elves have been born from within the elves until today.
Huh?
Interesting.
When Li Guanqi heard this, he was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. How did the blood moon come about? He has been to the apocalyptic period of an extraordinary 100 years, and he knows very well that it was after the bloody reign of the 21st century that the apocalyptic era arrived, and the blood moon began to appear. In other words, the blood moon first appeared during the end times. And when did the elves appear? It was only transformed by that bastard god Edfins during the divine period of about 10,000 years. When the blood moon first appeared, there were no elves to be seen.
This legend is too nonsense.
Li Guanqi couldn't help but smile.
But speaking of this nonsense legend,
Li Guanqi looked at Havo Andal curiously.
In the legend you just talked about, the first night elf's second-level form will turn into a blood-sucking monster? Speaking of which, your night elf's 2-level form isn't it different from traditional elves?
Yes. Havo Andal nodded.
In the second-level form of ordinary elves, only the ears will become longer and more pointed. And then, the physical fitness will be improved overall. Elf magicians are no different from human magicians. They are all the spiritual quality enters the second form. But the night elves are different. After the night elves enter their second form, they will become.
Having said this, he narrowed his pale yellow eyes slightly, and then looked at Li Guanqi. Immediately afterwards, under Li Guanqi's stunned gaze, the appearance of this white-haired and black-skinned night elf gradually changed. Havo Andal's eye sockets and cheeks began to sunken. His nostrils turned upward. His pale yellow pupils gradually emitted a penetrating light. His pointed ears became longer and more pointed, and 2 sharp eyes gradually appeared in his slightly open mouth. The fangs are like vampires.
Li Guanqi's expression was complicated.
This is really a vampire.
He had previously searched for the soul of Ossel, a night elf, and saw the relevant memories, knowing that the night elf could transform. But the memory Sohun saw was a little different from seeing the night elf transform into a vampire with his own eyes. Seeing it with your own eyes is more real. So, when that bastard god Edfins created the elves in the old era, he mixed in too many fantasy settings. Right? It's not enough to add a night elf to the elves, but a
transformation into a vampire
state is also added to the night elf. Suddenly, Li Guanqi thought something was wrong again. Ossel also participated in the siege half a year ago. But from those memory fragments, it can be known that none of the night elves at that time seemed to have transformed into vampire form.
Why didn't anyone turn into a vampire when you attacked the city?
Just ask if you don't understand. Li Guanqi looked directly at Havo Andal and expressed his doubts.
When you turn on the Liangyi form, your combat power will always increase. Right. Because there is a chance of losing control.
Havo Andal scratched his head.
Sometimes when we become vampires, we lose our minds and don't distinguish between ourselves and the enemy. In the siege battle, we have a great advantage. The queen gave an order in advance, telling us that there is no need to risk becoming a vampire. And because, due to various conceptual reasons, we night elves are actually very resistant to transformation. I see.
Li Guanqi nodded slightly. He did not know this in Ossel's memory. It must be a mistake. After all, even searching for souls is not foolproof. There is also a chance that the memories obtained through soul searching may be lost. In addition, it was his first time doing it by himself. So it was not surprising that problems occurred.
Well, you'd better change back. Man, it's too ugly.
Li Guanqi couldn't bear to look at Havo Andal's vampire face.
Huh?
Hevo Andal smiled helplessly, then instantly exited the vampire state, and said with a smile,
"The second-level form of our night elves has this ugly appearance. Those fangs look like the fangs used by bats to suck blood. Right. So, this is one of the reasons why the elves believe in the legend of the curse."
"This legend is obviously based on the story you made up."
Li Guanqi shrugged.
"So, both humans and elves are the same. They can easily be deceived by these fabricated lies. This is the normal state of the world."
Hevo Andal took a sip of wine and smiled bitterly.
"I don't know which bastard made up this rumor first. This legend has convinced many elves that the night elves are the product of the curse."
Seeing his expression, Li Guanqi couldn't help but laugh.
"The stigma against night elves is really strong."
He patted Hevo Andal on the shoulder and said softly,
"Brothers, you still have a long way to go in the future. However, I hope that no matter what kind of attacks you suffer in the future, you must remember that at least there is still a human being. Li Guanqi knows that there is no difference between you night elves and traditional elves. Well, at least that's the case for the night elves I healed."
"Thank you,
Mr. Li."
Hevo Andal looked up at him and grinned.
"However, if you really want to talk about it, we are actually different from traditional elves."
Hevo Andal looked around, looking at the singing and dancing night elves, and narrowed his eyes slightly.
"Some night elves have developed a habit. Even if they no longer need to eat elves to survive, they still can't help it. Speaking of which, before I just caught one 2 days ago. But maybe it won't be the last one. How did you deal with that guy?"
Li Guanqi was not surprised at all and asked calmly.
"The queen asked me to execute him publicly to enforce the law."
Hevo Andal looked solemn.
"Now that eating elves is no longer necessary for our survival, we must never eat them again. The queen has included this matter in the criminal code, and violators will be punished immediately. Although there are some small voices of opposition, at least most of us night elves think the queen is right. That's okay." Li Guanqi nodded slightly.
"Well, it's necessary."
Hevo Andal looked at the night elves around him and said softly,
"If we want to rectify the name of the night elves, we must get rid of the label that we must eat elves to survive. For this, thunderous means are indispensable. If not, go to hundreds and thousands of years from now. Other elves and other humans in the world will still think that we night elves are just a bunch of monsters."
Li Guanqi's eyes were complicated. The future? In fact, he and Queen Alina have consciously avoided a topic these days. An extremely serious, even the most serious topic. That's what the future holds. His treatment only treats the symptoms, not the root cause, and cannot permanently cure the phenomenon of elves mutating into night elves. Now, the Kingdom of Dark Night can also accept other night elves in the Night Devil state, and temporarily let some of the cured night elves provide flesh and blood to support them, and then wait for Li Guanqi to come regularly for treatment. But what about the future? When Li Guanqi dies in the future, what will happen to the night demon that has mutated again since then? Have no idea. Li Guanqi didn't know. Queen Alina may not know either. She could only focus on the present, and she could at least protect one night elf. At least in her remaining 200 years of life. She wanted to protect as many night elves as possible, so that the night elves in the kingdom could live under the sun. As for the future, we can only take it one step at a time. Well, in the future.
Speak.
Thinking of this, Li Guanqi smiled and looked at Hevo Andal in front of him.
"Have you thought about it? Where to go after leaving the Tulip Fairy Forest?" "Violet."
Hevo Andal held the wine bottle in his right hand, raised it high, looked at the blood moon in the sky, and grinned.
"Violet Empire. The Queen said a few days ago that our next stop is the southern region of the Violet Empire. We need to find a good place there and rebuild our own home for the night elves." "Oh?"
Li Guanqi was stunned. Of course he knew that there were not many stable and vast small spaces like the Tulip Fairy Forest, including the half space of ancient ruins. Those spaces are unstable. It is difficult to tell when they will suddenly collapse, and the people and objects inside will be directly involved in the turbulence of space, so they cannot be used as permanent areas. Therefore, Alina's choice was basically not to find a small space like the Tulip Fairy Forest, but to find a territory in the outside world. In addition, Alina wants to clear up the name of the Night Elves, so she will most likely find a site that has a lot of contact with humans, so that she can communicate with humans more easily and exchange information. He knows this, but he couldn't figure out why Alina would choose to go to the south of the Violet Empire. It was a chaotic place. The Violet Empire is special. In a strict sense, the Violet Empire's own land area is actually not large, less than 1/10 of the Tulip Empire's. But its nominal jurisdiction is vast, because there are hundreds of vassal states under the name of Violet, and they can conquer each other with the permission of the Violet Empire. Among them, the place where the various subordinate countries fought the most fiercely, and the most brutally was the southern region of the Southern Violet Empire. The world used to call that place the battlefield of the Violet Kingdom. The Kingdom of Kalman and the Kingdom of Mod that Olina met back then were located on the battlefield of the vassal states. Of course, the Kingdom of Mod is now completely destroyed. The Violet Empire generally does not prevent the initiation of vassal wars, because the Violet people firmly believe that the battlefield of blood and fire can cultivate truly outstanding knights and spellcasters of different blood. The battlefields between the vassal countries are also the stage where the students of the Violet Royal War Academy are active. They will send students to join the battlefields of the vassal countries. In this way, they can maintain the war experience of the military students for a long time. If we don't count the crazy Luo Shenmu Emperor who challenged the masters of the council in the Violet Imperial City a few decades ago, then the home territory of the Violet Empire has not been invaded by war for nearly 800 years. However, although the war was far away, they couldn't bear it and ran over on their own initiative. Thanks to the conquests between vassal countries, Violet's local soldiers have never been far away from war, and they have never lacked the baptism of war, regardless of morality. If we only talk about interests, this is a very smart approach. The Violet Empire uses the lives of its subjects to burn out, and the flames of war of other nations to maintain the combat effectiveness of its own country's army. So, is it possible that Queen Alina's idea is to go to the Violet Empire, apply to become a vassal state of Violet, and then make a name for herself on the small battlefield of nations in the south of Violet? Olina, does she want to establish the name of the Kingdom of Darkness from there and rectify the name of the Night Elves?
But why? I can't figure it out at all.
Li Guanqi looked at Havo Andal in front of him with some confusion.
The queen told me that her dream is to make the Night Elves a race recognized by the world. She thought that from now on, whether in the eyes of humans or elves, Night Elves would no longer be monsters who only eat their fellow humans, but a race worthy of praise. So why? What does your desire to achieve this goal have to do with your desire to establish a country in the chaotic land south of Violet? I know that if you want to rectify the name of the Night Elves, then of course, the Night Elves cannot be isolated from the world like the traditional elves. They cannot always hide in the forest, but must enter the public eye. But the question is, even if you don't hide, can't you choose a peaceful land? Then have stable diplomacy and development.
Having said this, Li Guanqi looked at Havo Andal in front of him with an increasingly surprised expression.
You Night Elves finally recovered your health, and then you plunged into the dangerous battlefield of the Violet Kingdom. Although Queen Alina of the Nine Palaces is here, I still feel weird.
Chapter 550 ends. The departure of the Kingdom of Dark Night.
Looking for a peaceful place to develop stably? Ha 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 ha.
As soon as Li Guanqi said this, Havo Andal raised his head and laughed.
Mr. Li, your thinking is too human.
After laughing, the white-haired and black-skinned night elf pointed at himself and said,
We are Night Elves. Once the Kingdom of Dark Night appears on the bright side, more than 6,000 Night Elves will face the aliens of the Daluo dynasty. For the government, that's a big deal. We need the protection of the Violet Empire. In fact, Tulip was originally the first choice, but the Tulip Empire obviously did not dare to go against the Daluo dynasty. Not to mention that in the Daluo dynasty, the Yiren Mansion was also wanted and illegal. The Daluo dynasty is really determined to build the Yiren Mansion. I don't believe that the Yiren Mansion can still live so well. Behind the Yiren Mansion, there must be some powerful people in Daluo, or even one of the 8 Kingdoms pillars. In fact, I have been traveling around the human world for many years. No matter where I go, when I mention the Foreigner's Mansion, they will add the prefix,
Daluo Foreigner's Mansion.
Isn't this enough to explain something? So, we can only choose Violet Empire. The weak can only rely on the strong. There is no other way. If you want to join the Violet Empire and get their protection, you can only become a vassal country and enter the chaotic southern part where various countries are conquering. Also, the level of that place is actually not very high. With the Queen of the Late Nine Palaces here, we can get along very easily. I see.
Li Guanqi suddenly realized. Becoming a vassal state of the Violet Empire means becoming a member of the Violet Empire in name only. The Violet Empire allows its own vassals to fight within themselves, but it is impossible to allow people from other countries to attack its vassals. Otherwise, how will the face of its Western hegemon remain? To say the least, No one he allowed would be allowed to be his rival. The Daluo dynasty. For example, it is impossible for the Violet Empire to allow the Yuan Mansion from the Daluo dynasty to come to its territory to arrest and traffic people. One of the biggest enemies of the Night Elves is the Great Luo Yuan Mansion. Olina brings the Dark Knight Kingdom to join the Violet Empire. Then the Violet Empire will protect them. At least, they will never be allowed to be violated by the Daluo Yuan Mansion. Daluo Yuan Mansion likes to auction these strange people the most. In the past, the Yuan Mansion also liked to catch traditional elves and sell them. But later on, I don't know how, the price of traditional elves on the market was not high. And it was not as valuable as a beautiful female cat slave, who gets up early without any benefit. So over time, traditional elves are rarely caught. But night elves are still a scarce commodity. And the market price remains high. The Yuan Mansion likes to catch them and sell them. By the way, Li Guanqi suddenly remembered that in the first copy of Spellmaster's Apprentice, the Zhang Yuan he met initially thought he was an insect whisperer with a special physique, so he wanted to sell him from the alien mansion. Stranger's Mansion. He has not really come into contact with the core members of this evil organization that integrates trafficking and auctions. But he has actually heard about the relevant news a long time ago.
So, your next step is to go to the south of the Violet Empire.
Li Guanqi brought his thoughts back to his eyes, looked at Havo Andal, and said with emotion,
That is a war-torn territory. We are night elves.
Havo Andal grinned.
Our hands are all stained with blood. Now, if we are asked to return to the traditional elves, huddled in the forest and isolated from the world, to be honest, at least I am not used to it. Yes, Mr. Li, the smell of war smoke is actually very good. Maybe. Then I wish you good luck in martial arts. And all the blessings are in the wine. Cheers!
Regarding these words, Li Guanqi just smiled and raised his glass of wine.
Ha ha. Good point.
Havo Andal also smiled and clinked glasses with him.
Of course. It would be better if the wine you drank could be stronger.
Li Guanqi shook his head helplessly. Time passes slowly. The bloody full moon hung high in the sky, and the Night Elves' night banquet in the clouds was coming to an end. But before the dinner ended, another Night Elf was welcomed to the table where Li Guanqi was sitting, or rather, the king of the Night Elves.
Mr. Li.
Olina wore a luxurious and solemn dark gold royal robe, came to Li Guanqi with a smile, held a glass of gold and jade glass, and raised her glass to him to invite him to drink. Li Guanqi naturally agreed and drank all the flower-brewed honey wine in his cup.
Is this dinner going well?
Olina asked with a smile.
Very nice.
Li Guanqi nodded lightly, then looked around, looking at the Night Elves who were still singing and dancing, and narrowed his blue eyes slightly.
However, I can feel some resentment. Everyone seems not to agree with leaving Luo. Yushu City, in other words, does not agree to leave this elven forest and feels that this is the spoil they deserve. What do you think, Mr. Li?
Olina asked again.
I also think you deserve this,
Li Guanqi said calmly.
Winning a king or defeating a bandit. Conquering a city with real swords and spears, is the territory you occupied. The reason why you left is just my request. And the reason why I have this request is because of the request of the Tulip Elf. But the reason why I agreed to the Tulip Elf's request is because the reason why I was able to gain the ability to heal you was ultimately based on something that the Tulip Elf left to me. This is a closed loop. I was able to save you because of the Tulip Elf. In return for me, you agreed to my request. And my reward for the Tulip Elf was to agree to their request. So after going all this way, Loya Tree City has returned to the Tulip Fairy. Oh!
Olina was slightly surprised.
This is the first time you have mentioned this. So in the end, we can be cured and we have to thank the Tulip Elf? More or less.
Li Guanqi had a weird expression.
Yeah. Thinking about it, I have to be more or less grateful. How wonderful things are in the world.
When Olina heard this, she couldn't help but shake her head and smile bitterly.
But there's no point in thinking about such things.
Li Guanqi waved his hand casually, then looked at Olina and said seriously,
My queen, you are going to the south of Violet next. That place is very dangerous. I can only wish you good luck in martial arts. It's actually not bad.
Olina took a sip of wine, and then smiled.
I can't take my people to die. I actually inspected the place a long time ago. It seems chaotic, but in fact there are not many 9 palaces. And basically, they are all in the early stage of Jogong level. To put it bluntly, with my strength, when I get to that place, As long as I don't face all the forces of the subject country at the same time, I can basically, kill indiscriminately. Maybe a little too confident. All in all, although there are not many elves in our Dark Knight Kingdom, there are more than 6,000 in total. But each of them is an elite. And all the people are soldiers. We should be able to live well in that land. It makes sense.
Li Guanqi smiled and nodded. Although the Kingdom of Dark Knight is only Alina at the 9th palace level, this queen is also considered strong among the 9th palace level, which can be seen from the pile of trophies obtained from killing 9th palace level in her treasure house. Also, Alina took out a silver ring inlaid with golden gems from the space ring and handed it to Li Guanqi.
What's this?
Li Guanqi took it curiously, played with it in his hands, and found that it was a sacrificial vessel that could inject spiritual power.
Contact ring.
Alina smiled and said,
If you need help, Mr. Li, you only need to inject spiritual power into this ring, and I will try to get to you as soon as possible. It also goes both ways. Sometimes I will inject spiritual power into the ring on my side, and then there will be a reaction on your side. If possible, I hope you can inject spiritual power together to answer my call, so that I know you have time, and I will tear open the rift in space and invite you to our Kingdom of Darkness as a guest. Well, of course, the main reason is to ask you to help us heal the newly admitted Night Elves. I feel that once the Kingdom of Darkness is officially announced in the southern part of Violet, more and more Night Elves will come after hearing the news. The Night Elves I have found over the years are by no means all the Night Elves in the world. Clear.
Li Guanqi nodded and put the contact ring into his space necklace.
Don't worry, Queen. I will put it away.
Then he looked at Alina and hesitated for a while, but finally gave up. He still didn't bring up the topic of the future. After his death, how the Kingdom of Dark Knight will accept uncured Night Elves is really a heavy topic, so it's better not to talk about it.
It's getting late. It's time to leave.
Suddenly, Alina whispered,
Everyone.
The Queen of the Night turned her head and looked at the more than 6,000 Night Elves at the night banquet. Her voice was not loud, but it echoed throughout the clouds.
It's time to leave this land of tulip elves. Let's go to find and rebuild
our own home. Follow the Queen to the death.
More than 6,000 Night Elves faced Alina, kneeling on one knee and shouting all day long.
Buzz.
Alina waved her right hand, and violent space fluctuations enveloped the sky. Then she tore open a huge black space crack in the midair, including all the Night Elves. When Li Guanqi saw this, he began to retreat until he flew out of the space crack.
Mr. Li.
Alina floated directly in front of more than 6,000 Night Elves, bent down towards Li Guanqi,
and solemnly performed
a farewell ceremony from the elves.
Goodbye, our savior of the Night Elves. You will always be there in the history books and monuments of our Dark Knight Kingdom. My pleasure.
Li Guanqi also smiled and waved his hand.
See you next time, Your Majesty the Queen.
Alina straightened up and smiled on her beautiful face.
Well, see you next time.
Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her hands, and the huge space crack quickly closed in the opposite direction. After a violent space fluctuation, the space crack completely ceased to exist, and Alina and more than 6,000 Night Elves followed. Not see.
The Kingdom of Dark Knight is gone. Li Guanqi was suspended in midair, lowered his head slightly, and looked towards the Luwash's city below. At this time, the city had been completely evacuated. Except for the buildings, everything else had been moved away, captured by the Night Elves. While he was still preparing for the dinner, he saw a group of Night Elves busy in the city, carrying supplies. Now, there are only tens of thousands of imprisoned Tulip Elves left in the Loya Tree City. When the Tulip Elves outside come back, these elves will be free again.
The power of silence is gone.
Suddenly, Xuankong's voice sounded in Li Guanqi's mind.
Master, I can activate the conveyor belt now, and you can leave. Well, of course, you probably don't want to leave now. After all, you haven't asked the Tulip Elf to help you ascend to the 8th level of your soul. By the way, why on earth did the Tulip Queen help the Queen of the Night? This is really a puzzling thing. Simply inexplicable. Moreover, she knew something was going on here, yet she wanted you to come over, Master, and kept it secret from you. I really can't figure this out. After I ascend to the 8th level of soul, I will go to Tulip Emperor to ask for an explanation.
Li Guanqi said.
Kid, do you really think she will tell you?
Suddenly, Pluto spoke lazily.
Why didn't she tell me?
Li Guanqi was stunned and confused.
She did this and that, and she didn't allow me to ask for an explanation? Joke.
Pluto's tone was full of sarcasm.
Permission? What is your identity? What is her identity? Why does she have to explain to you? Let's understand. You are just a 7-star. And she is the ruler of a huge empire. An empire with the protection of demigods. Not a small fish like the kingdom of Dark Knight. Why does she, the Tulip Queen, have to give you, a commoner, an explanation for what she did? Kid, did you feel that there was a bit of affection between you two just because you slept with her? Hey, wake up! That Western girl is very open-minded about things in bed. And she won't take it easy at all. The reason why she is so polite to you is entirely because of your inexplicable resurrection ability. It is with this purpose in mind that she goes to bed with you and is kind and polite to you. Apart from this, your status is completely unequal. I've been thinking about it again in the past 2 days. Let me tell you, since the Tulip Queen chose to hide everything and lie to you, it means that she doesn't want to tell you the reason why she did this. If this is the case, then when you go to her afterwards, she will most likely not tell you the reason. Because, if she was going to tell you, why not tell you why in the first place? Since she didn't want to tell you at first, why do you think she would tell you the reason later? Of course, this is just my personal opinion. You can also choose to believe in the guesses made before that snow gun. Such is why the Tulip Queen used prophecy. And you don't know the reason. Only that she wants to send you here. But at least I don't believe this statement. It's too nonsense. Anyway, I am telling you this just to give you a vaccination first and remind you that just because the Queen sleeps with you, it does not mean that she is the little woman in your arms. And it does not mean that she will listen to you in everything. When people look indifferent and don't care about you, don't feel any psychological gap. That way I really can't help but laugh out loud. To put it bluntly, if you don't have that resurrection ability, in the eyes of Queen Tulip, you are at best a being that meets physiological needs. Nothing more.
Li Guanqi narrowed his eyes slightly. Pluto's talking style has always been hacked up. He is used to it. But he had to admit that Pluto's words did make some sense. He always felt that the Queen should give him an explanation after the matter was over. But was that really the case? Thinking about it carefully, the Queen really does not have this need. After all, who is Li Guanqi? How can he ask the ruler of a large Western empire to give him an explanation?
Life is rarely confusing.
Suddenly, Ares ran out and said slowly,
Why do you need an explanation? Is it important? At least, Master.
Your harvest this time is so rich, including the nether blood evolution and the demigod dragon bone.
And it's a 9th level soul stone. So no matter what the reason is, it's
okay.
Once you get the benefits? No, I still want an answer. I don't want to become a tool in the hands of others.
Li Guanqi shook his head and said seriously,
Even if my strength prevents me from resisting, I still want to be a clear tool. I must go to the Tulip Imperial capital and ask the Queen about her confession. If you don't tell me, that's her business.
Neither Hades nor the artifact said anything anymore. And Li Guanqi also began to descend, preparing to return to Luwasha City, and then notify the Tulip Elves to return.
Li
Guanqi paused, his face full of astonishment.
Wait a minute. I don't have the means to notify the Tulip Elf.
After he came out of U.S. tomb, he did not return to the Tulip Elf's hiding space. Instead, he was directly transported to the territory of the Night Elf. Then a series of things happened. He had no relationship with the Tulip Elf at all, and he didn't know how to contact them.
I can only try my luck in the forest.
Li Guanqi was helpless. The Tulip Elves have scouts stationed in the forest area. If he goes there for a walk, he should be able to meet those elf scouts if he is lucky. Brush. Just as he thought, Li Guanqi changed direction, left the giant Luoya tree, and flew toward the vast forest in the distance.